provided by clear government policy and the £7.5 billion we're investing by 2035 to support industry and drivers. The government will be reviewing the mechanisms through which we achieve the 2030 and 2035 phase-out dates as planned in the coming year.
Sir Desmond Swade.
Even the Gigafactory Commission, chaired by a former Labour Secretary of State, say that this is disincentivising investment in UK motor manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, we all know that U-turns are a sign of open-mindedness and strength. Can we please have another?
Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised he talks about U-turns because I'm sure I shouldn't be doing this, but I did review his tweets from none other than the 2019 general election, in which he was very excited about decarbonisation schemes, electric vehicle infrastructure and clean energy. So perhaps his constituents will be surprised by his own flip-flopping on this issue. This government remains committed to the ZEV transition, and it is precisely the certainty of this government's policy that means we will meet the transition targets. Yet again, he is showing that it's his party that can't be trusted with the economy and with the environment.
Can I just say to the Secretary of State, if you're struggling sleeping, read a few more tweets.
Whereas Mr. Speaker, and I declare an interest as the chair of the EV APPG. The entire charge point industry in the UK is united in supporting the government's passenger car ZEV mandate to send signals to motorists that this government will not follow the lead of the climate change denying Luddites opposite. Does the Minister agree that the ZEV mandate is proving to be a fundamental market shaping policy, one that is driving investment, expanding choice and delivering cheaper motoring?
Mr. Speaker, I do agree with my honourable friend, who I know has expert knowledge of the charge point industry in particular. The clarity that the ZEV mandate provides has triggered over £6 billion worth of private sector investment in charging infrastructure, and it's one of the reasons why we have a brand new gigafactory being built in Somerset and huge investment by Nissan in their Sunderland plant.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, 9.7% of vehicles sold in the UK were Chinese-manufactured electric vehicles. That was a near doubling of the market share that they had the year before, which stood at 4.9%. Can the Secretary of State update the House on what assessment her department has made on the threat that this may pose to national security and our industrial resilience, and does she share my concerns?
I can assure the honourable gentleman that this government takes its national security duties very seriously. We are taking significant steps to support the UK car manufacturing sector, and we're also supporting consumers in making the transition to EVs, with over 44 models now being available for the electric car grant that we announced last year. But we will continue to ensure that all of those security issues that he talks about are front and centre of our minds.
Ian Steinbank.
Speaker, I declare an interest as chair of the British Buses APPG. The previous government's failure to provide any certainty on the ZEV mandate was not good for British industry nor the environment. I welcome the government's progress outline. We must acknowledge that the ZEV mandate must retain a degree of flexibility that the Secretary of State described to enable the transition of our domestic bus manufacturing sector. Therefore, prior to the imminent publication of the 10-year bus pipeline, could the Minister outline what further measures they are considering to support the transition of our domestic bus manufacturers?
Mr. Speaker, I know my honourable friend takes a very active interest in this issue, given the importance of bus manufacturing to his own constituents in Falkirk. We are backing Britain's bus manufacturers with long-term certainty through the 10-year zero-emission bus pipeline and the work of the bus manufacturing expert panel. We have also, of course, legislated through the Bus Services Act to set a date after which no new non-zero emission buses can be used, and we'll be setting that date in due course.
Greg Smith, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Latest SMMT data reveals EVs are losing market share. The president of Hyundai's European arm has been quoted in The Telegraph arguing the ZEV mandate no longer makes sense and needs to be rethought. Without change, he said, the policy could cause manufacturers to become loss-making and prompt some to stop selling both internal combustion engine and electric cars in the United Kingdom. So when will the government understand people just don't want EVs and no amount of taxpayer-funded bribes to try and make them are going to work?
I'm afraid it's just not true, Mr. Speaker. Compared to 2024, EV sales have increased by nearly a quarter in 2025, and 9 in 10 drivers who switch would recommend an EV thanks to the ease of use and quieter, smoother driving experience. All the evidence suggests that once people get an electric vehicle, they never look back.
Josh Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, they don't want to listen to Hyundai. Let's try Stellantis, who have announced €22.2 billion of charges as they scale back their electric vehicle production. Their CEO has stated, and I quote, "What we are announcing is an important strategic reset of our business model to put our customer preferences back at the centre of what we do. We are all sent here to this place to represent our constituents. So why won't the government listen to consumers, set the car market free and adopt the Conservative plan to scrap the ZEV mandate?"
Mr. Speaker, to drive investment in car manufacturing, this government must provide some certainty over the direction of travel. And there is no doubt that the future is zero emission. We work with the industry to deliver a successful transition. That's why we made adjustments that I announced in April of last year, new flexibilities, and it's why, in conjunction with the devolved governments, we've announced that a review of the ZEV mandate will start later this year.
Josh Fenton.
Number 2, please, Mr. Speaker.
There we are, Minister.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and most importantly, I'd like to wish you a very happy start to the Super League season. Northern Powerhouse Rail will be the biggest transformation to travel in the north of England in a generation. Under NPR, officials will assess options to improve Bradford to Manchester connectivity, including consideration of the Calder Valley line. I know my honourable friend has been a great advocate for electrification, and the Rail Minister will be keen to work with him on this issue.
Fenton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Plans for a disabled access lift at Todmorden Station were first announced in 2019. Yet 6 years later, we're still waiting, with no lifts, no date and no accountability. When I knocked on doors at the weekend, a disabled constituent said that she can only get on a lift going in one direction because the promised upgrade has not come. So can I urge the Secretary of State to intervene and help me and local councils finally get this project delivered so that stations in Calder Valley work for all of our constituents?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank my honourable friend for his focus on accessibility, and I would be glad to engage with him on this matter further. The project which he refers to was originally remitted to Northern Trains for delivery, but the contractor was stood down from works in August 24 due to unsafe behaviours. Network Rail have taken over delivery of the project, the funding remains available, and they're currently undertaking survey works and option selection to provide an accessible route to and between platforms. But I look forward to engaging with him further on this very important issue.
Andrew Rotten.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, my department is working across government and with partners, including the British Transport Police and the transport industry, to ensure that everyone both feels safe and is safe when travelling. Our mainline railway is among the safest in Europe, and our recently published road safety strategy sets out our vision for a safer future for all. The government's Freedom from Violence and Abuse Action Plan features 9 transport commitments to help ensure everyone has the confidence to travel in safety and in comfort.
Andrew Rotten.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Secretary of State is only too aware about the deliver, delay and ineptitude of the Mayor of London and Transport for London over the Gallows Corner A127 A12 junction, which should have been completed last year but is apparently going on until the spring of this year, but even longer. So, will she please take control of the situation? It's affecting people right across Havering, Essex and East London. It's creating chaos and disruption for my constituents and many other honourable friends in this House. Will she please take control, get this matter sorted out as fast as possible so it doesn't do any more damage to our local economy.
I do understand how important this particular junction and this scheme is for his constituents, and I know he has asked me questions about this before. It is a Transport for London scheme. I would point out to him that under the government that he used to be a part of before he switched his position in the House, very limited funding was provided to progress the Gallows Corner scheme, and it is only under this Labour government that we have provided substantive funding to allow construction to go forward.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the last minute, with spades set to go into the ground this summer and the design works within the financial envelope, BCP Council are axing the money to Folkestone railway station to improve safety and accessibility. I'm left wondering, what is it about Folkestone, Boscombe and Southbourne and Bournemouth generally that means the Lib Dems constantly take money and opportunity away from us? I grew up caring for disabled parents, and so it means a lot to me to make that station accessible. But to make this decision also undermines the safety and the growth sectors that Bournemouth will be depending on. Would the Secretary of State agree with me that the government is not going to look kindly on councils like BCP Council that withdraw funding from key infrastructure that can unlock growth?
I was as disappointed and frankly as angered by him when I learned of the decision of Bournemouth and Poole Council to withdraw funding from the Folkestone Station Improvement Scheme. I do understand that there is a meeting due to take place in the coming weeks between the Managing Director of South Western Railways and the Council in an attempt to get the Council to rethink their position on this scheme, because I do think it would have significant benefits for the travelling public in the way that he has outlined.
Mr. Speaker, question number 4.
Minister.
The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency's top priority is reducing car practical driving test wait times whilst upholding road safety standards. In November 2025, the government announced that we will change the booking system so that only learner drivers will be able to book and manage tests. Learner drivers will be limited to 2 changes to their test, and we're introducing geographical restrictions. We're also utilising military driving examiners. There are now 1,542 full-time equivalent driving examiners in post as of December 2025, the highest since 2021.
Tracy Gilbert.
I thank the honourable friend for her answer. A number of constituents in Edinburgh, North and Leith have been in touch with me to share their experience of being unable to book test appointments. These delays have an impact on training, education and employment opportunities. Can my honourable friend outline what specific steps her department has taken to reduce the backlog for test appointments at test centres in Scotland? Well, I thank my honourable friend for her question, and like her, I understand the importance of learners being able to access driving tests, particularly when a driving licence is essential for accessing jobs and training. The upcoming booking system changes, continued recruitment and extra tests through overtime schemes will benefit learners across the whole of Great Britain, including those in Scotland.
Sir Christopher Chow.
Speaker, isn't the fundamental problem that the DVSA is a state-controlled monolith without any competition? Wouldn't it be a good idea to privatise the DVSA and enable young people to be able to get access to driving tests a lot more quickly?
Well, this government is working hard where the last government failed. We are working very closely with the DVSA to ensure that they are able to provide the tests that are needed. Things are starting to turn around. We had record numbers of tests in December, but I acknowledge that there's much more to do, but we are getting on and doing it.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the measures that the Minister has outlined because this is a really important issue. Many constituents in Luton North have written to me about the unacceptable wait times and the markups on driving test slots. One constituent depends on a licence to complete their qualifications and get a job, but cannot secure a test without paying 10 times the standard rate. What is the Minister doing to ensure that those who are continuing to charge rip-off rates for driving tests are being held accountable?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. It's completely unacceptable the way in which some unscrupulous people are exploiting learner drivers. That's precisely why we are changing the booking system to block those from using it and taking action against ADR, driving instructors who misuse their access to the system. She is right, and we are taking action to tackle that misuse of the system.
Christine Jardine.
Very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the measures she's outlined. In Edinburgh West, it's a significant problem. We seem to have a problem across the city. Young people, graduates who can't get driving tests, who can't get jobs because they don't have a driving licence, and are having to wait long times and sit repeated tests with an economic impact on them. So will the department consider some way of supporting people who face these economic impacts because of the long wait times?
Well, I thank her for her question, and we do appreciate the impact that an inability to access a practical driving test has on young people, and that's precisely why we are taking the further measures that I've described, and we are starting to see signs of improvement. Between June and December last year, DVSA conducted 1,158,458 car practical driving tests. That's an increase of over 102,000 compared to the same period in 2024. I appreciate that people are impatient for improvement. We are working hard and we are determined to deliver that improvement.
John Mayor, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Now, when these ministers came to power, they promised that they would act to reduce the waiting time, not just a little bit, but down to 7 weeks. A year later, and where are we? The waiting time now is 21.9 weeks. In fact, it's gone up by 3 weeks since this government came into power. It's not really a sign of competence, is it?
Well, I have to say that the honourable member has some brass neck criticising our government on this issue. Just let me remind him what the National Audit Office said when they published their report in December. It was very clear, and I quote, DFT had limited involvement in helping DVSA tackle driving test wait times up until mid-2024. Prior to 2024, DFT largely left DVSA to try and resolve the issue. It doesn't have a leg to stand on.
Sarah Green.
Question number 5, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government knows many people across the country are struggling with the cost of living, which is why we are taking historic steps to improve affordability for rail passengers. This included freezing regulated rail fares for the first time in 30 years, saving commuters up to £300 per year and delivering another Great British Rail sale in January with over 1 million discounted tickets sold.
Sarah Green.
Speaker, a parent has been in touch with me about the rising cost of rail travel for her daughter. Despite holding a rail card, the cost of her weekly travel to college increased overnight from £27.80 to over £40. She's worried this will affect her daughter's ability to attend college, as she may no longer be able to travel at peak times. Can the Minister outline what steps the department's taking to ensure increases in rail fares don't restrict access to education? For example, would he support the Liberal Democrat amendment? This will affect her daughter's ability to attend college, as she may no longer be able to travel at peak times. Can the Minister outline what steps the department's taking to ensure increases in rail fares don't restrict access to education? For example, would he support the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Railways Bill, which would ensure fare increases don't exceed inflation?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and she is absolutely right to point to the fact that our railways need to serve as a catalyst for young people accessing the educational opportunities that they need. I've already explained that we are freezing regulated rail fares for the first time in 30 years, which we hope will have a benefit for constituents across the area that she represents. But ultimately, the only ways that we can get fares down in the long term is to have a railway with a single guiding mind, with a single point of accountability, and that is through Great British Railways.
Chris Vence.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I had a very productive meeting with representatives from Greater Anglia to talk about my two campaigns to improve connectivity at Roydon Station but also improve safety at Harlow Mill Station. Would the Minister agree with me that the move to Great British Railways and also renationalisation will mean we have a better connected rail service, one that is safer and one that will bring prices for commuters down?
I couldn't agree more with my honourable friend, Mr. Speaker, and he continues to be a determined advocate for his constituents in Harlow. GBR will allow us to rationalise the way that the railway is run, think about it holistically, and make sure that passenger services are run in the interest both of the passengers who use them and the British taxpayer.
Jerome, there you shall, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government claims to be simplifying rail fares, but we're now beginning to see what they mean by that in practice. LNER is scrapping off-peak and super off-peak tickets, doubling the price of some journeys, and they say that's in the name of simplification. C2C has cut a 40% off-peak discount straight after nationalisation, and elsewhere, analysis by the Daily Telegraph has revealed rail passengers are now spending 40% more on some journeys than they were before the general election. So does the Minister accept that removing the cheapest fares in pursuit of a political slogan is not always in the best interest of the travelling public?
Well, it's better late than never, Mr. Speaker, to see the Shadow Minister become exercised about rail fares when fares rose 60% between 2010 and 14 under his last government, as well as the taxpayer being cost £850 million in strike costs. For the first time in 30 years, we are freezing rail fares so that passengers can have money back in their pockets and continue to use the railway. But if he wants to bring down costs for passengers in the long term, the only way to do it is to get behind our move to create Great British Rail.
Question number 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My honourable friend is a great champion for her constituents, and I would like to thank her for her efforts to push this project forward. The Energy Coast train line has great potential to boost the local economy. Cumberland Council are rightly leading the development of their proposals, and my department will continue to work with them, including to facilitate engagement across government.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People in Barrow and Furness have had to put up with an increasingly unreliable rail service, which is having a huge impact on their lives and businesses locally. The Minister is aware from our work together so far on the Energy Coast rail upgrade that we have a cross-government support and that the technical case for this project is well advanced. Does he agree with me, therefore, that the meeting we've been working towards with Cumbrian MPs, bringing government ministers and departments together, will be an important milestone as we progress this work?
My honourable friend continues to be a determined champion both for this project and the economic benefits that it could bring to her constituents. I agree with her that a meeting with the Rail Minister is the right way to progress this matter forward, and I'd like to give her an assurance that that meeting is going to happen in short order. Mr. Speaker.
Graham Morris.
Number 7, sir.
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will take this question with number 11 on the order paper. Good, well-run rail services support economic growth. We are investing over £10 billion over 4 years to improve the railway, as well as progressing work on major schemes such as HS2, East-West Rail and the Transpennine route upgrade. Our reforms to establish Great British Railways will drive economic growth, improve services for passengers and reduce the cost of the railway. By providing more frequent and reliable services, Northern Powerhouse Rail will turn cities including Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds, Bradford, Sheffield and York and their surrounding areas into a single high-productivity growth corridor.
Morris.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for that answer? My East Durham constituency has long suffered from poor rail connectivity, limiting access to job and education and training opportunities. Yet published evidence from the Rail Delivery Group and Oxford Economics show that increasing rail frequency and capacity can boost productivity and attract investment. While I welcome the government's commitment to an integrated national transport strategy and to driving regional growth, can ministers please do all they can to encourage Northern Rail to improve the frequency of rail services in my East Durham constituency?
Mr. Speaker, the timetable change in December last year on the East Coast Main Line has seen extra seats and extra services for many parts of the North East. The new timetable plus additional fast services on the Durham coastline have provided faster journeys to more customers across the north too. I know that the Rail Minister would be delighted to meet with my honourable friend to discuss how his constituents can benefit most from these changes.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There are exciting infrastructure projects underway in Luton South and South Bedfordshire and the wider region, including the expansion of Luton Airport, Universal Studios and the new town at Tempsford. And these projects will provide thousands of construction jobs and apprenticeship opportunities for our young people. So as we mark National Apprenticeship Week and accelerate that support for young people to access these high-quality jobs, what work is the department doing to ensure our transport network is interconnected to support this economic growth, particularly for young people who can't drive?
My honourable friend is a great champion for young people in her constituency, and I was pleased to be able to sit down with her just last week to discuss the opportunities that this Labour government is providing for people across Luton South and South Bedfordshire. We are determined to open up opportunities for young people through our investment in transport. Just this week, we laid the legislation to reduce the age at which you can train to become a train driver from 20 to 18, meaning that young people don't have to wait around for years after finishing at school and college before they can embark on a career in the railways.
Sir Edmund Lee, Father of the House.
I think the Secretary of State probably knows what question I'm going to ask. The single best thing we could do to promote economic growth in northeast Lincolnshire and Lincolnshire, and particularly in Grimsby, which is one of the largest towns in England without a through train to London, is to get our through train from Grimsby and Cleethorpes via Market Raisin and Lincoln into London. Now, my honourable friend and myself have campaigned relentlessly for this. We went to see Lord Hendy, who gave us a very good interview, didn't he? We were very encouraged. So there's nothing party political about this. It's all about economic growth in an area which really needs it. So I beg the Secretary of State, she just has to lift her finger and get our train. We've had the test run. It can happen now. Please do it.
I did wonder what the Father of the House was going to ask me, because I can remember him a couple of months ago asking me to name a train after Margaret Thatcher, and I did give him a pretty definitive response to that. On the subject of the station and the through service in his constituency, I will be sure to have a further conversation with the Rail Minister to be updated on those latest conversations that he and his honourable friend have had, and I'd be happy to write to him with an update.
Bath's hospitality sector depends heavily on weekend services, but Sunday services on GWR continue to be extremely unreliable, long delays, packed trains and cancellations. The previous Transport Secretary rightly said that we should not have to rely on staff volunteering for shifts to run basic Sunday timetables, but that is exactly what's happening. What concrete steps has the department made towards overhauling staff contracts so that Sunday services are guaranteed and support Bath's local economy?
The Honourable Lady is, of course, right that when people are stood on a platform on a Sunday, they should have as much chance of the train turning up in a reliable way as they do on a Monday morning. The truth of the matter is that there's a raft of different practices across train operating companies. We do have a plan to ensure that there are drivers and train crew available, and we will continue to work on that specifically on the Great Western Route.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Cabret.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Tuesday, we published, as well as our report onto the Railways Bill, our report into the rail investment pipelines called Ending Boom and Bust. And this includes the rolling stock that we need to run our trains. We found a pattern of boom and bust in investment decisions. No strategy means fluctuating orders, threatening SME viability in the UK supply chain. So when will the government publish the promised long-term rolling stock investment strategy?
I thank my honourable friend for her question, and I'd also like to thank the work of her committee in the important report that she and her colleagues have published this week. We all do want to see an end to the boom and bust in our rail supply chain, which damages capacity, it damages skills retention, and it doesn't provide value for money. And I can tell my honourable friend that the department plans to publish its rolling stock and infrastructure strategy this summer. This will set out how Great British Railways will help to smooth demand and generate a steady pipeline of work for the supply chain.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always reserve as story of my life, but I'm delighted to be called. I was always on the reserve badge. But on a serious point, Great British Railways and the Office of Rail and Road are potentially going to have a conflict of interest when deciding open access agreements, such as the application of Wrexham, Shropshire and Midland Railway Company. That's likely to bring about £2.2 million worth of growth into Shropshire's economy with full direct rail services to London every single day. So could the Secretary of State reassure all the businesses and all of my constituents in the Wrekin that there is no conflict of interest between Great British Railways and the Office of Rail and Road when deciding these applications?
Mr. Speaker, I do fear that the honourable gentleman may have misunderstood the proposals for reform that are contained within the Railways Bill. In future, open access decisions will be taken by Great British Railways, and applicants will have a right of appeal to the ORR. There is no conflict of interest, and I can also assure him that in the past I've been as supportive from the Department of Transport as Network Rail have been about the open access application for Wrexham, Shropshire and the West Midlands, and I will maintain my support for those proposals going forward.
Rebecca Smith.
Question number 8, Mr. Speaker.
Very good stuff.
Only this party has a serious, sustainable plan to provide better bus services across the country with affordable fares and lifeline services where people need them most, including in rural areas. The government's £3 bus fare cap is helping passengers save money on everyday journeys, which is why we've extended it until March next year. Alongside this, we've announced £3 billion in multi-year bus funding allocations to give local authorities the flexibility to set fares below £3 where they choose to.
Rebecca Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Young people in my constituency, many of whom have to travel long distances from rural areas, are concerned about the cost of bus fares, especially since the increase from the Conservative £2 bus fare cap to a £3 bus fare cap under Labour. In fact, many are supportive of the Transport Select Committee's recommendation that bus travel should be free until the age of 22 to enable easy access to education and work. So what response will the Minister make to these young people?
Well, I thank her for her question, and she's right to raise concerns about the affordability of bus fares. Unfortunately, the previous government talked about maintaining the cap, but allocated absolutely no funding to do so. That's why we've introduced the £3 cap, but it's also why we're supporting local transport authorities with bus funding to enable them to make decisions about how they want to use that, including to provide lower fares for young people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the doorstep at my constituency meeting last November, and when I'm out and about in Stocksbridge, Deepcar, Outerbridge and Warncliffe Side, time and time again my constituents tell me for the urgent need to bring back the SL1 tram train bus link to be reinstated after that bus link was cut under the Tory government. This route must be the cornerstone of the fantastic work our South Yorkshire Mayor Oliver Coppard is doing to bring our buses back under public control. Will the Minister work with me, Simca, Sheffield City Council to reinstate and improve tram-link bus like the SL1 as soon as possible, including to identify funding to deliver a pilot project as soon as possible?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to advocate on behalf of her constituents living in South Yorkshire. It's almost as if the party opposite have forgotten that they oversaw 300 million miles of bus route cuts. I'm sure that my honourable friend, the Minister for Buses, would be very happy to meet with her to discuss further the plans that she's working on with the South Yorkshire Mayor.
Jacob Collier.
Nine, Mr. Speaker.
Who wants it? Minister.
This government understands the vital importance of our roads to people up and down the country each and every day, and we're backing this groundbreaking ambition with record investment. Last month, we published the first road safety strategy in over a decade, setting out our plans to reduce the number of people killed and seriously injured on our roads by 65% over the next decade. We're investing £24 billion over the next 4 years to improve the condition of England's roads and deliver safer and more reliable journeys.
Jacob Collier.
Mr. Speaker, a recent incident at Uttoxeter's McDonald's roundabout saw a car lose control and plough into the restaurant's seating area, and it's a miracle that no one was injured or killed. It is a collision hotspot and further evidence that the A50 needs to be urgently upgraded, and I hope that there's good news in RIS 3. What steps is the Minister taking to make roads and roundabouts like the A50 safer?
Well, I'm sorry to hear about this incident, and I share my honourable friend's relief that no one was injured. As he knows, improvements to junctions across the A50 corridor in Staffordshire are being considered as part of the pipeline of potential future major enhancements to the strategic road network. My honourable friend, who is undoubtedly the A50's greatest champion, won't have long to wait for news, as we'll say more when RIS 3 is published next month.
Well, Francois.
Thank you, sir. Essex man and woman love their cars. But the A13 and the A127 in South Essex in the morning and evening peak are now at 99% capacity. They're maxed out. The proposed Lower Thames crossing would help, but Labour are now saying that it will be 90% private funded, but they won't say by whom. So for the fourth time of asking in this chamber, which companies, banks or other financial institutions will now pay for the Lower Thames crossing, because many people in Essex are beginning to believe Labour are never ever going to build it.
Well, that's just not true. I can assure him that this government are determined to provide the road infrastructure that this government wants. That's why we are providing public funding to start this project, and we will say more in the coming weeks and months.
The Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over 130,000 motor vehicles are stolen every year in the UK, with a 75% increase in a decade in England and Wales. Much of this happens by exploiting weaknesses in remote key fobs. So does the Minister agree that these trends in crime are a major risk for users of motorised vehicles on our roads? And what steps will her department and its agencies take to improve vehicle and fob design standards and regulation, as well as driver awareness, to prevent these crimes?
Well, the honourable member raises an important question, and of course we in this government work closely with our colleagues in the Home Office to tackle crime of the sort that he describes. I'm sure my honourable friend, the Roads Minister, will be happy to write to him about the vehicle regulations about which he asks.
Question number 10, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
We know that in rural communities, good public transport options can make the difference in being able to access work, education and opportunity. That's why the Bus Services Act gives local leaders real control to plan routes and timetables that work for villages and more remote areas, not just commercially viable corridors. And from this year, smaller towns and rural areas will receive £2.3 billion through the local transport grant, giving councils the certainty and flexibility to invest in better rural buses, safer roads and improved local links as they plan for the future.
Alfred Bront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Chester South and Eddisbury, villages such as Little Budworth have no bus services at all and are miles from any public transport. Even where a school bus exists, families tell me that if a child misses that single service, there is simply no alternative. And in villages such as Milton Green, families are also forced to rely on infrequent and unreliable rural buses to get children as young as 11 to school, buses that often simply do not turn up. Parents have asked me a simple question: why can they not pay for spare seats on dedicated school buses that are already running? So can I ask the Minister if she will work with me and local councils to deliver a more flexible, common sense approach for rural families?
Well, I thank her for her thoughtful question, and as I've already acknowledged, under the previous government, millions of bus miles, particularly in rural areas, were lost. However, the Bus Services Act puts power back with local leaders, enabling franchising, enhanced partnerships or municipal operators to improve services. I'm sure that my honourable friend, the Minister for Buses, will be happy to talk to her about the proposals that she raises.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Norfolk County Council received one of the largest shares of money for bus services in the country, and I was very pleased that we've been able to reopen new rural bus services routes in my South West Norfolk constituency. But we still don't have proper linking with train services. So what more can the government do to have buses and trains working together so that we have a truly integrated transport system?
Well, I thank my honourable friend for his important question, and there is no doubt that we need to ensure that transport systems work better together. I'm sure he will be very interested in our forthcoming integrated national transport strategy, and he doesn't have too long to wait.
Clive Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The funding given on local... question number 12.
Mr. Speaker, proper investment in maintaining our roads save drivers from shelling out hundreds of pounds for pothole-related repairs and makes journeys safer and smoother for millions of people every day. That's why we're investing a record £7.3 billion over the next 4 years to help councils maintain roads, and why we've introduced a transparency system to ensure that local people can see that their councils spend this money effectively.
Clive Jones.
Much, Mr. Speaker. The funding given to local authorities is woefully inadequate to maintain the roads, let alone improve them. Whilst Department of Transport funding remains well below historic levels in real terms, local authorities such as Wokingham have also had their funding dramatically cut by the government. How does the government expect local authorities like Wokingham to deliver on the objectives of the new road safety strategy?
Mr. Speaker, it's sadly a fact that we've seen a decade of underinvestment in our road network. This government is putting record money to local councils, £1.6 billion this year, £500 million more than the year before, and we will be doubling the amount of money spent on local roads maintenance over the course of this Parliament. And you know, he raises an important point about the importance of road surface and highways maintenance when it comes to road safety, and that's why we are putting our money where our mouth is.
Mr. Speaker, despite an additional £6.7 million being provided to reform-led Warwickshire County Council, the condition of roads across North Warwickshire remains an absolute disgrace. Potholes are the #1 concern for many drivers in my constituency. Our high streets, our rural roads and our main roads are littered with potholes. Does the Minister agree with me that Warwickshire County Council must do more with this funding and take urgent action to fix our roads before many more women are left alone waiting for recovery on rural roads late at night?
Mr. Speaker, I see that the Reform Party care so much about the state of our roads that they can't even be bothered to turn up to transport questions. I think the...
So for clarification, Andrew Rosendale was a member. He did ask a question, just to put the record straight before I get a load of emails.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, they change so much at the moment that I've lost track. The facts speak for themselves when it comes to reform. Of the 13 local authorities that were rated red last month for their action on fixing local roads, 3 were reform-led councils. That's a quarter of all councils that are run by reform failing to get the basics right. By contrast, Mr. Speaker, Labour councils came out top.
Okay. Ray Matthew.
Number 13, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rail performance is improving following a decade of decline. We are working with the rail industry on a performance restoration framework with 5 clear areas of focus to recover performance to acceptable levels. These include timetable resilience, staffing and keeping trains safely moving during disruptive events.
Matthew.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Network Rail's Wiltshire strategic study identifies a clear strategic and economic case for upgrading the railway through Melksham, with a new passing loop unlocking capacity for an hourly passenger service, increased freight movements and improved network resilience when other lines are closed. For Devizes, the study highlights how the proposed gateway station would deliver economic growth for the town and boost connectivity for towns and villages along the Kennet Valley. Would the Minister...
Order. In fairness, one of us is going to sit down. It's not going to be me. Can I just say, it's too long a question. I've got all your colleagues to get in. They're going to be upset. I'm sure the Minister's got a good idea of what the question was.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I thank the honourable member for his important question. I'm aware of both the Bath and Wiltshire Metro scheme and the Devizes Gateway project. While there are no specific plans currently to deliver on these aspirations, we would encourage both him and local stakeholders, including local authorities, GWR and Network Rail, to continue to work together in developing these plans, including sourcing funding opportunities. And I'm sure the honourable gentleman will play his part as they do so.
Robertson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People across Lichfield, Burton and the villages are overjoyed that this government is investing in the Midlands Rail Hub project, but they are eager for more. So can I ask that the departmental team will look again at the South Staffordshire line and reconnect Lichfield to Burton via Olry Was and the potential merits of a station to serve the National Memorial Arboretum?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, Mr. Speaker, and he continues to robustly defend the interests of his constituents in this chamber to have the rail services that he deserves. If he would write to me on the detail of the proposals that he speaks of, I will ensure that the Rail Minister gives him a fulsome response.
Lear Wills.
Question 14, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Department launched the review of the airport's national policy statement in October 2025 and selected a single scheme to inform that review in November. We are reviewing the AMPS swiftly but thoroughly, and we intend to consult on any revisions by the summer.
Lear Wills.
Mr. Speaker, the Environmental Audit Committee recently found in their report that the government is proceeding without the necessary evidence base to sufficiently underpin its economic arguments for airport expansion. And now senior figures in the airline industry are warning about serious economic consequences of the unaffordable, eye-watering costs that will be passed on to their passengers. So will the Minister now admit that the maths for Heathrow expansion simply don't add up, and this is around saving the Chancellor's economic credibility when her other policies are undermining growth?
I thank the Honourable Lady for her question. She asks about the point around the case for Heathrow expansion and collecting the data in reference to it. The AMPS review is going to do exactly that, reflecting changes in legislation, policy and analysis since the current AMPS was designated in 2018. It will ensure that any proposed scheme for expansion at Heathrow will be consistent both with air quality obligations, but also to ensure that it contributes to economic growth across the entirety of the United Kingdom.
We come to topicals. Christine Silver.
Top question number 1, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is ushering in a new era for our railways, with landmark legislation to set up Great British Railways making good progress in this place. 8 train operators are now run by the public for the public, with West Midlands and London North Western services nationalised at the end of January. And I'm pleased to say performance is improving. Today, rail services lost due to cancellations and strikes have more than halved compared to the heights of industrial action under the party opposite. And finally, last month, we made a vital commitment to improving rail connectivity across the north of England. After years of being stuck in the mud under previous governments, we will deliver Northern Powerhouse Rail, investing up to £45 billion to create a turn-up-and-go railway from Liverpool to York with MPR services continuing onto Newcastle on Hull. No longer will the North have to endure second-rate services. Instead, we will build a railway that the whole of Britain can rely on and be proud of.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The airspace modernisation strategy will rationalise flight paths last redrawn in the 1950s to cut emissions and noise. But for the historic community of Blackness, my constituents are really concerned the opposite will happen with the plans for Edinburgh Airport airspace, and their town hall village will bear the brunt of disruption. Can the Minister meet with my constituents to discuss their concerns at the earliest opportunity?
I will ask my honourable friend, the Aviation Minister, to meet with my honourable friend to discuss her concerns, as I do appreciate what a sensitive issue this is for many people. I would just say that airspace modernisation will provide huge benefits for air passengers, businesses and the UK economy, and the move to more efficient flight paths will be done in such a way as to ensure any impacts on local communities are properly managed.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Passengers want safe and reliable journeys, and those who work on our public transport system deserve to be safe at work, especially when they do the right thing in difficult circumstances. However, bus driver Mark Ahir, who was praised by police for stopping a thief, was sacked. I've met Mark and the lady he saved from robbery, but has she or anyone from the department met him? Indeed, has anybody from the department made representations on his behalf? And more broadly, passengers deserve to feel safe on our railways. What are the most recent figures for British Transport Police?
I am aware of this case from media reports, and I'm sure the honourable gentleman will also be aware that this is a matter for the employer Metro Line. I understand this case was taken to an employment tribunal where the employer's decision was upheld. I'm not aware of the full details, and I'm not going to be drawn further on the issue. He asked me about numbers for British Transport Police. The number of officers are in the region of 2,800.
Richard Holden. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. So nobody from the DFT has reached out to a heroic bus driver, and she's quite clearly not really paying attention to the officer numbers either, because officer numbers are down by 112. Ironically, the same number of unpaid tickets fare dodger Charles Brohiri racked up, stealing £48,000 from passengers and taxpayers, and he didn't even receive a custodial sentence. So can I ask the Secretary of State if her department has again made any representations about the leniency of this sentence, or is she comfortable with two-tier justice in which bus drivers defending passengers lose their jobs and fare dodgers walk free?
Can I gently suggest to the honourable gentleman that he actually listens to the answer that I give? He claims that I'm not over the detail of BTP numbers. I can tell him there's been a slight decrease from 2,910 to 2,852 full-time equivalents in the last year. But I can also tell him this, that BTP has recently been given an increased budget, a 15% increase worth £63 million over the 3-year settlement, which will see over 200 more police officers recruited, including to form a dedicated violence and intimidation against women and girls capability. He will also know, or at least he should know, that sentencing is a matter for the independent judiciary in this country. It's right that the operator took legal action in the case that he mentions, as this kind of persistent and prolific fare dodging not only undermines revenues for the railway, but it is also unfair on other passengers.
Southwell.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Soaring car insurance costs are pricing young people off the roads. A constituent of mine recently was quoted 3,000, another 5,000, and this is far from unique. What is the government doing to bring down the cost of driving and make insurance affordable for young people again?
We published the Motor Insurance Task Force report last December, highlighting actions being taken to tackle claims cost and ultimately helping to reduce motorist premiums. We're also consulting on a minimum learning period for learner drivers, which may help to reduce premiums if collisions involving young and novice drivers fall.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government has big ambitions for active travel, but its targets for its third cycling and walking investment strategy are neither bold nor measurable. Over 40 organisations, including some Labour mayoral authorities, have called for a target of 50% of urban short journeys being walked, wheeled or cycled by 2030, as well as planning for a national active travel network. What does the Secretary of State say in response?
As I'm sure the honourable gentleman knows, we consulted on the third cycling and walking investment strategy. That consultation closed in December. We're considering very carefully all the representations that have been made, and we will publish the final strategy in the spring.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cumbernauld gets its first direct service to London in the spring when the new Lumo Stirling to London Euston service stops at Greenfield Station. Can the Secretary of State confirm how the Department will ensure that rail reform ensures communities such as mine continue to benefit from open access services?
I'm pleased that the expansion of Lumo services from Cumbernauld to London will soon benefit my honourable friends' constituents. The Department's position on open access is clear. There will be a place for it in the reformed rail sector where it adds value, and GBR will oversee a rail network that delivers better for passengers, and we know there's a role for open access in supporting this aim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the weekend, I saw the appalling state of roads in my Chancellor constituency, such as Oaklands Crescent and Dorset Avenue, that Essex County Council, run by the Conservatives, have failed to repair properly time and time again. Does the Minister agree with me that patching potholes, that means they have to come back to them time and time again, is a terrible, terrible waste of public funds?
That's precisely why we have established an accountability and transparency framework for local authorities where they need to report to us on the amount of proactive resurfacing that they are doing, because this can obviously represent better value for money for the taxpayers. I know that people want to see contractors getting it right first time, and this government is determined to work with local authorities to make sure that's the case.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, residents have faced years of disruption from HS2, and the saga continues. Upcoming works on the A38 at the Swinfen interchange include an 11-day closure alongside a year-long closure of the northbound slip at Street Hay in neighbouring Lichfield. These measures will inevitably push traffic onto the A5 bypass and through villages including Hints, Weeford, Whittington and Swinfen, causing significant disruption to my constituents. Will the Minister outline when my constituents can expect these works to be completed and what assurances can be given that the disruption will be minimalised?
Just before you answer, I don't need some advice from the benches telling me about somebody's reading. Don't just pick on one side, it's happening on all sides. I don't like reading, but the House is certainly tolerant, so I expect people to be tolerant to both. I'm sure he'll be shouting when he sees somebody's own. Not.
Mr. Speaker, I do recognise that for local people, road closures can actually be one of the most disruptive aspects of major projects, and I know that HS2 works very closely with highways authorities to minimise these impacts. Doing this essential work on the A38, for example, in a single 11-day closure avoids around 6 months of repeated full weekend closures.
Speaker, the B1050 in my constituency between Erith and Willingham is one of many peat-affected roads in Cambridgeshire. Such roads, they cost up to 4 times the amount to repair, and the repair is just a fraction of the time. Now, she'll know that the Secretary of State will know that the funding formula for highways maintenance is based on road length and doesn't take account of geological conditions. These roads are really dangerous to drive on. My constituents are really frightened. Will she consider a special budget for peat-affected roads, or at least consider adjusting the formula to take account of geological conditions?
I do appreciate that certain roads in certain parts of the country will have different challenges facing them given their geology. I will certainly raise the point that he makes with the Rail Minister, and we will come back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Network Rail have rightly apologised for their failure to deliver a functional Sunderland station in refurbishment. We now have the bare basics in place and plans for improvement. So will the Minister urge me in asking Northern Rail to get on with delivering those improvements, and will she arrange a meeting with me for the Rail Minister to discuss that?
I'm happy to arrange that meeting, and like my honourable friend, I want Sunderland Station to be at the heart of a vibrant community, and I'd like to pay tribute for him for his campaigning on this issue. I do expect Northern to work closely with him, businesses and the local community to further improve the station, and I look forward to that meeting taking place with the Rail Minister to discuss what more we can do.
Mr. Speaker, roadworks in my Newton Abbot constituency are causing absolute traffic hell, and the residents have had enough. With the 2-year closure of the A382 for much needed work, utilities companies are taking advantage of doing roadworks everywhere, and the County Council is powerless to cause them to cooperate and coordinate.
What would the Secretary of State suggest I say to my residents whom I'm meeting this evening?
He may wish to tell his residents about the government's determination to tackle these issues. For example, we've doubled the fines that local authorities can charge utility companies when works are overrunning. I do recognise how disruptive this is for local communities, and it is an issue this government takes very seriously.
Dr. Jeevan Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The last government cut bus services in my community by half, so I'm really glad that this government is putting more money into my local community, but we do need more bus services, particularly in rural areas. So can the Minister set out how we're going to improve local bus service, particularly with franchising in Loughborough, Shepshed and the villages?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this issue, and we're working closely with local authorities interested in franchising to identify models that work and offer them tailored support. We're funding bus franchising pilots which will test the viability of up to 5 different models, investigating how they can be used to deliver improved bus services for passengers, particularly in more rural locations.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite being just 30 minutes from London, my constituents of Woking cannot use tap-in, tap-out technology to commute. Will the Transport Secretary agree to back the Liberal Democrat amendment to the Railways Bill to roll out tap-in, tap-out infrastructure across the country, as well as introduce it to my constituents of Woking?
I can tell the honourable gentleman that we're already on this issue across the wider South East, and we're expanding the pay-as-you-go system with tap-in, tap-out technology. We've got further stations that are due to come online, and I'm happy to talk about a further tranche beyond that, but we need to get cracking on with the ones that are already in the pipeline.
Lloyd Hatton.
Keep it short and sweet, Mr. Speaker. Weymouth train station does not have a working toilet, which means that if you are a wheelchair user, a passenger with heavy luggage, or a parent with a pram, you are left going 20 minutes to the nearest toilet. So can the Minister work constructively with SWR to finally get a working toilet at Weymouth train station?
I do understand that the public toilets in Weymouth Station have been closed for several years now due to antisocial behaviour and vandalism. This is unacceptable, and I can assure my honourable friend that my department will raise it with South Western Railways.
Dr. Ellie Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the past 7 months, I've been contacted by 18 constituents who faced unacceptable delays getting responses from DVLA about licensing issues where a review by the medical team is required. Each time I've intervened, each time it's been resolved, but it's not the mark of a functioning system that an MP has to intervene in every complaint to get a response. What will the Minister do to ensure that constituents can get a response from DVLA without having to mobilise their MP every time?
The honourable lady is right to raise this, and I have been in contact with DVLA about this matter. They are putting new systems in place to make sure that, as standard, they are doing everything they can to process these cases as quickly as possible. In the meantime, I have been keen to make sure that there is an escalation mechanism, and I'm pleased to hear that her constituents have got a quicker response when they've contacted her, but that shouldn't have to be the case as the norm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We on this side know that effective bus services are key to economic growth. Unfortunately, in Staffordshire County Council, while run by the Conservatives, they sought to cut bus services in my county by 41%. One of those was a direct service from the train station to Staffordshire Technology Park. Would the Minister agree with me that investing in our bus services is key to growing our towns economically?
Yes, my honourable friend is absolutely right. We're giving local authorities the powers and the funding. We expect them to use them.
Dr. Kieran Moore.
On a recent visit to St Richard's Catholic Community College in my constituency, students told me they face paying an astonishing extra £400 a year in bus fares. How would the Minister justify to those students and others in my constituency cutting our bus service funding by £2.5 million?
Well, I don't know the detail of the position in the honourable member's constituency. I will ensure that the Buses Minister writes to him in relation to that particular issue.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has already invested millions in the future of Cornish industries, but they're held back by poor transport links. Our rail link is struggling and our airport is fragile. Can the Secretary of State confirm she's committed to transport improvement to Cornwall through Devon?
My honourable friend makes a really important point, and I know that I'm due to meet with her and colleagues soon to discuss the resilience of the rail network amongst other matters, and I do appreciate that a well-functioning, high-quality public transport system is absolutely essential to get the economy firing on all cylinders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the Secretary of State mentioned the Northern Powerhouse Rail announcement, I'm sure it will not evaded your attention, Mr. Speaker, as it did not mine, that there is not a single penny for anywhere in the whole of Lancashire in that announcement. So can the Secretary of State update me as to whether she has made any progress with identifying a funding pot or stream where the South Fylde passing loop could be financed from?
Mr. Speaker, improving connections between the great cities of the north of England, making those connections into Liverpool, into Manchester better, is going to have a knock-on impact on the whole region. If he wants to write to me about the South Fylde line in particular, I will come back to him.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The 29 bus route in Glasgow is being cut with no consultation. Local people have signed my petition so that people in Manswood and Hill Park aren't left potentially cut off. So will the Minister join with me in calling on the Scottish Government and Glasgow City Council to do everything they can to protect this route?
Yes, I will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Hard-working men and women in the Coast Guard, like Bembridge resident Martin Groom, do vital work securing our borders, including in some cases intercepting small boats. Now, the Coast Guard treat them as volunteers. The Court of Appeal disagrees and says they're workers. Will the government do the right thing and afford them all the rights, protections and fair payment that their worker status entails? The security of our nation relies on them.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is currently considering the judgment handed down on the Groom case and the next steps that it will take for His Majesty's Coast Guard. In the meantime, we are grateful for the contribution of volunteers across wider society. They are a crucial part for how this country comes together and delivers for the common good.
Daniel Francis.
Mr. Speaker, last month my Conservative Control Council in London Borough Bexley issued a press release saying the DFT's data stated they had the 7th best roads in England. So could the Secretary of State confirm that in that data they received an amber rating and that it does not say they have the 7th best roads in England?
I'm very happy to clarify that that is a disingenuous claim at best from Conservative-controlled Bexley Council. The government did not publish a ranked list of authorities, but what is clear is that many councils which achieved a green rating overall, Bexley was not one of them. They were ranked amber.
Andrew George. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ministers refer to a local transport grant, which of course isn't available to the Isles of Scilly in my constituency because it's not deemed to be a local transport authority. My constituents from off-islands coming to medical appointments on a day like today would cost them £120 return to get to and from. As the Secretary of State says that she's meeting fellow members from Cornwall, would she ensure that that's across party so that I can raise the issues about the serious transport problems on the Isles of Scilly?
I thank the honourable member for his question, and he is right to raise the issues with transportation on the Isles of Scilly and his constituency more widely. If he would write to the Secretary of State, I would be very grateful, and I understand that the Rail Minister will be meeting the leader of the Council of the Isle of Scilly to discuss some of the issues he is campaigning on further.
That completes questions. We'll let the front bench change over. Right, we now come to the urgent question. Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister to make a statement on the Government's response to the humble address agreed by this House on the 4th of February.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last week the House made a humble address to His Majesty for the Government to disclose material surrounding the appointment of Peter Mandelson as Ambassador to the United States of America. On Monday, my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, updated the House on further action that the Government is taking. He confirmed that the Government will bring forward legislation to ensure that peerages can be removed from disgraced peers and that Peter Mandelson will be removed from the list of Privy Councillors. He also explained how we have changed the process for the relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles. And my right honourable friend also set out other areas in which we recognise the need to go further, including around tightening transparency and lobbying. In that statement, my right honourable friend also set out how the government was responding to the humble address motion, and I'm pleased to provide further update to the House today. Clear, Mr. Speaker, the government will comply fully and publish documents as soon as possible. As I said in this House last week, we welcome both the principle and content of that motion, and we will deliver on it as soon as we can. As such, government departments have been instructed to retain any material which may be relevant, and work is underway to identify documents which fall within scope of the motion. We will do so as soon as possible when the House returns from recess. In line with the motion passed by this House, where the government considers documents may be prejudicial to UK national security or international relations, the Cabinet Office will refer this material to the Independent Intelligence and Security Committee. The Prime Minister has written to the ISC, and senior officials have met with the committee to discuss what the RSC requires in order to fulfil this role. Full resources, as I said in the House last week, will be made available to ensure that process happens. And we will work with the committee to explain the Cabinet Office's process for providing material relating to national security or international relations. The Government is very grateful to the ISC for their work and commits to full engagement with them to ensure timely and effective release. The House will also be aware of the statement from the Metropolitan Police regarding the ongoing police investigation. Now, that statement made clear, quite rightly, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, that the process to decide which documents should be published ultimately remains a matter for Parliament. That is absolutely right, we agree. But as you would expect, the Government rightly does not wish to release anything that may undermine an ongoing police investigation, and as such we are working with the police as they conduct their inquiries to manage this. Mr. Speaker, I think that is the right way forward, and I hope the House and you will agree. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the Government continues to take this matter incredibly seriously, and given the nature of the issues at stake and the scope of material in play, we will comply fully and deliver this as quickly and transparently as possible. The Government will keep the House updated as it does so, and my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, will publish a written ministerial statement later today.
No, you brought me into it. I didn't really talk. Just to say that the Intelligence Committee is private and independent, and therefore I wouldn't like to see that they were blocked from information, because it would not affect any police investigation, because that information wouldn't go into the public arena. So I just want to be aware of that. And can I thank the Minister for coming? A WMS on something as important as this isn't personally good enough to me. I think it should have been brought to the House. All sides are interested, and I think it's right. This House should be informed personally. So I'm really pleased. I'm sorry he's got the short straw, but thank you he's here. Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't have put it better myself. But thank you. But thank you for granting this urgent question, without which honourable members would not have had a chance to question ministers before recess. The House obviously rises for recess having received very little in the way of information, so it's very important that we hear from the Minister today so that we can try and have some confidence in the process that's going forward. And simply put, the purpose of our question today is to try and elicit from the Government a commitment to give the House a timetable, and also to confirm, as I think the Minister may have done, that it intends to comply fully with the language in the humble address. And I say that, Mr. Speaker, because there's been briefing to the press from government sources this week that the government might try to reinterpret the address in some way. For the avoidance of doubt, were that to happen, the government would have to return to this House for another vote. Last week, the Prime Minister told us the process would have integrity because it was being led by the Cabinet Secretary, and that any criticism or denigration of the Cabinet Secretary would not be right. This week, the political forces in Number 10 have been briefing that Sir Chris Wormald is to be replaced. What a turnaround. So will the Minister reassure the House that any change in the Cabinet Secretary will not delay disclosure or publication of the documents which the House has required? There are a number of further questions that I'll put quickly to the Minister, Mr. Speaker. First, has the government completed its scoping exercise, and if not, by when does it intend to do so? Second, where the government proposes to release material to the Intelligence and Security Committee rather than directly to the House, will it provide public updates to the House that this has been done? Third, in respect of documents withheld at the request of the Metropolitan Police, will the government tell us the precise legal mechanism being relied upon and commit to publish these documents in full when the police no longer request them to be withheld? Fourth, will ministers publish a Keeling schedule-style register of withheld or delayed documents setting out the category, the reason for non-disclosure and the expected release date for each? There are strong precedents for this. Fifth, at the dispatch box last week, the Minister told me he would write to myself and the member for Skipton about the Palantir contract. He has not yet done so. Please will he confirm that he will this week? Last and separately, will the Minister commit to publishing all documentation relating to the nomination of Matthew Doyle as a peer? This is now a matter of acute public interest. I will sit down, Mr. Speaker. The Minister will appreciate that confidence in this government's integrity is very low. I hope he will comply in full.
Minister.
Can I thank the right honourable gentleman for that? Let me try and rattle through those questions. Firstly, and most importantly, we will comply fully. Made that clear in the House. So the government accepted both the principle and content of the motion. We'll comply fully on it. There is a large, this touches on the scoping question, there is obviously a large amount of material potentially in play here, much broader than other humble addresses. That's not a criticism, that's just a factual observation of how long it's going to take to get through this. So the scoping has begun, and we are working, the Cabinet Office is working through that scoping material. As I say, I will update the House as soon as I can with furthermore. We hope to publish the first tranche of this when the House comes back from recess. But as I say, that is being worked through on scoping. The conversations with the Metropolitan Police, as I say, are absolutely, as the Speaker pointed out, have the primacy of this place at heart. But we also, as you would expect, not want to prejudice an ongoing police investigation, so we are just working our way through that. With regard to the Cabinet Secretary that the right honourable gentleman mentioned, obviously it wouldn't be appropriate for a Cabinet Office Minister to talk about the Cabinet Secretary or individual... well, thankfully, I'm no longer an advisor, and I'm a Cabinet Office Minister, so it would not be appropriate for a Cabinet Office Minister to talk about the Cabinet Secretary. But let me reassure the House that the Cabinet Office is working hard on this. It is working diligently to do so. That process is ongoing, so any speculation around that does not affect the process that is going through. On Palantir, the right honourable gentleman mentioned this. I did commit to write to him. I have spoken to officials about that. I promise we will get that to him. Obviously, that there was an urgent question on this as well. I think that the MOD took that updated, but I promise I will come back. I will come back to him on that. And finally, he touched on Lord Doyle. Obviously, that is outside the scope of this humble address and outside the scope of their papers. So the urgent question on that does not touch upon that.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliament is rightly focusing its attention on Peter Mandelson, but along with accusations of other heinous crimes, during his time as trade envoy to Singapore, Vietnam, China and Hong Kong in 2010, Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor passed extremely sensitive material on to Epstein and his accomplices. Isn't it time that, as well as Peter Mandelson, we called on Andrew Mountbatten-Windsor to answer to both the police and to Parliament?
Can I thank you for that? Look, everyone in this House has been sickened and dismayed at the revelations from all of the Epstein papers that have come through and in relation to what the Honourable Lady just said. Obviously, that is outside the scope of this humble address, and that is a matter for the Palace to respond to.
Minister, sorry, Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The events of recent weeks have diminished people's faith in politics substantially. It was already at an all-time low, and it's confirmed the worst of people's suspicions about how everything works and punctured the optimism of those who believed in better. Now, at the centre of all this are the victims, and their bravery is twofold. Firstly, in retelling their trauma, and secondly, in taking on the world's most powerful men and all those who aided and legitimised them. Now, the humble address passed by this place now stands as a test of transparency and a test of parliamentary authority. And I think people will demand answers, and they deserve answers swiftly. They will not stand for endless consultation, reviews and deliberation. And so can the government confirm when will the government bring forward legislation so that Peter Mandelson's peerage can be revoked? What is their deadline for releasing the necessary files? And who in the government will be held responsible if that deadline is not met?
Can I thank him for that? And he's absolutely right that it should be victims that remain at the heart of this. In answer to his question on legislation to strip Lord Mandelson of his peerage, that will come forward, and broader reform of the process for the House of Lords and removal, that will come forward again as soon as possible. It will be in government time, as I committed to last week, and we will bring that forward after the recess. In terms of who's accountable, obviously it's a Cabinet Office matter, so the Cabinet Office are accountable, but obviously the Prime Minister is accountable for this as well. But as I say, we will comply fully with the motion, and we will publish it, and we'll publish material as soon as we can.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just over a week or so ago, I expressed my horror at what had passed and was very shocked that you couldn't remove a peerage from someone who had brought the other place into disrepute. So I'm very pleased to see how swiftly the government moved on bringing in legislation to do so. But does the Minister agree with me that full compliance with regards to transparency of records as soon as possible is vitally important to ensure we rebuild trust in politics and politicians?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely do. And as I say, we absolutely will comply fully, and we will comply as quickly as possible. And I also, on a side issue, completely share her point about the removal process for the Lords. I think it's, for the other place. I think it's inexplicable that that's still the case. And the sooner we can update that, the better.
So Christopher Cho.
Mr. Speaker, does the Minister share my concern about the revelations relating to the connection between Mandelson and the Chinese motor manufacturer BYD, which now says that the United Kingdom is the largest destination for its electric vehicles? Will he also answer as to whether he is preventing the Secretary of State for Energy and Net Zero from disclosing the conduct which he had and the conversations which he had when he visited China last year and signed agreements which remain secret as far as this House is concerned?
Minister.
Thank you. I mean, look, there's no part of the revelations around Lord Mandelson that I'm not dismayed at and appalled at. So that includes all of that. On the broader point about that he raises there, I'm afraid I'm not across the detail of that, but that's one for the Secretary of State team to reply to.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There continues to be significant public interest in the £240 million Palantir Technologies government contract. Could the Minister confirm if any government ministers were present at the Palantir celebration party yesterday, and if so, who? And can he commit also to ensuring that all materials and records relating to this contract award decision are published?
Minister.
I have no idea is the answer to the first part of her question. And the second part of her question, as I have now promised the honourable gentleman twice, we will give a written reply and a full reply about the Palantir contract that concerns the Cabinet Office as soon as possible.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public confidence in this process is absolutely vital. And whilst the Intelligence and Security Committee is fiercely independent, is it not a matter of fact that it is dominated by Labour peers and Labour MPs, and the chairman is appointed by a Labour Prime Minister? But on a point of detail on the Cabinet Office involvement, how will this inquiry avoid a conflict of interest between the Cabinet Office employees who staff the ISC and the Cabinet Office themselves, and also on the legal advice from the Cabinet Office? Would that not conflict with the Cabinet legal advisers to the ISC? Is it not the case that the Intelligence and Security Committee should have its own budget to recruit its own independent legal advisers, separate from the Cabinet Office?
Minister.
Can I thank him for that? I mean, as I said in the House last week, and I think in response to a question from the former Attorney General, the full resourcing will be given to the ISC to do that. And the Cabinet Office and the ISC, I take his point about how you work that through between the two and between the two teams. That is being worked out very closely with the ISC and the Cabinet Office at the moment, and I'm confident that can be resolved. I would just point out, though, he pointed about the political composition of the ISC. I think it's fair to say that no one in this House really would want an implication that the ISC was not impartial, responsible, and entirely qualified to do this, and that's why I think it was an important addition last week that we had the ISC stated in there. So I think it's important to have that on the record.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased that the Prime Minister has recognised that he must do more to strengthen standards in public life, including by enhancing vetting for political appointments, but also a broader review of the lobbying system. Would the Minister care to explain a bit more about what the government is planning to address when it comes to lobbying of MPs and public officials?
Minister.
Can I thank you for that? The Chief Secretary set this out to the House on Monday, and further detail will come forward soon. But I do think this is an important part, again, of restoring trust, and that it can't just be us reacting to the specific of the Mandelson revelation. It needs to be a much broader position about how lobbying, how transparency of our politics is carried out. Because our politics, and this shouldn't be a political point, because this is all governments and all parties at different points. Our politics is at a low point in public trust at the moment. We need to rebuild that. They said, well, whose fault was that? If I was you, I wouldn't be shouting that, to be honest, after the last 14 years. But
order. One of us is going to sit down. It's not going to be me. Don't. I don't need these side comments. They are coming more often. You're now a front bencher. More restraint is required from you. As an ex-military officer, I expect so much better. Come on. Oh, Gallup.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, just in conclusion, yes. Sorry, in his specific, the Chief Secretary set those out on Monday. Further details will come forward, and we will tighten transparency regulations as well.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should say first up that I respect enormously the Right Honourable Member for the Wrekin, but I do disagree with him about the independence of the Intelligence and Security Committee. It is very much a committee of this House, and it is independent as such. But the ISC is awaiting receipt of papers from the government, and the committee has requested that those papers relating to the vetting and appointment of Lord Mandelson are prioritised for release to the committee. Can the Minister confirm that they will be prioritised? And also, can the Minister give an early indication of the number of documents that are expected to be passed to the committee, such that the ISC can determine what the resource requirements are so that it can undertake the task? Thank you.
Minister.
Can I thank him for that? As I say, scoping is underway. I can't give a precise number at the moment because look, this is potentially a large amount of information covering a large period of time as well. So I can't give a date on that, I'm afraid. But as I say, the Cabinet Office is working closely with the ISC to try and deliver this as quickly as possible and to deliver it in the right priority as well.
Lewis Atkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister mentioned about strengthening the process around direct ministerial appointments. I wonder if you could say a little bit more about that and how quickly he believes those strengthened processes will be in place.
Can I thank you for that? Yes, the Chief Secretary set this out on Monday. What we're looking at here is the enhanced security vetting, which comes in when you have a direct appointment. And the Prime Minister and the Chief Secretary have set out plans to reform that. That will come in, you'll have to correct me, if it hasn't already come in, I think it comes in very quickly, but it will come in as soon as possible, so we tighten that up going forward.
Bob Black.
Speaker. Earlier this week, the Health Secretary released his WhatsApp messages and emails that he'd exchanged with Lord Mandelson. Can the Minister update the House on what instruction has been given to Cabinet Ministers to follow or not follow the initiative by the Health Secretary?
The Prime Minister has made it very clear that there needs to be a managed process that the Cabinet and Ministers agree with, and that they will be published. They will be published in the right fashion, and it's important there is a proper process around that because we need to agree. We need to agree how that happens across the Cabinet and across Ministers, and that is what's going to happen.
Joanna Bax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Too often, women, particularly, raise concerns or sound alarm about concerning behaviour, and their concerns are too often dismissed or unheard. So can the Minister set out what further actions this government will take to ensure that victims and survivors of sexual abuse are heard by those in power?
Minister, you want to...
Can I thank you for that? And she's absolutely right. This is a broader problem than the specific issue that Mandelson highlights, and it's a much broader issue in our politics. The Prime Minister made really clear on Monday and at the dispatch box yesterday that this needs to change and that he will drive that cultural change through. And I would also point out, obviously, the very wide-ranging, groundbreaking violence against women and girls strategy this government is publishing, and which, having worked with the Prime Minister as long as I have, I know he cares about passionately and is determined to drive through.
Richard Tash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Minister confirm that on the, with regard to the legislation for the removal of peers, that Matthew Doyle will be on the first list to be removed, given that he shouldn't have been appointed in this first place? And secondly, can he confirm the position with regard to disappearing WhatsApp messages and deleted messages? Can they technically be retrieved from the system in order to be given to the Intelligence and Security Committee?
Minister.
Can I thank you for that? On legislation, as I say, the government is looking at legislation that looks at the broader question of how you remove people from the Lords, rather than just in specific cases. So it will be broad legislation, and the sooner it comes to the House that we can consider that, the better. On the second point, he raises a very interesting question. I'm afraid I really don't know the answer to it, but I imagine it's one that a lot of people are considering. But I will come back to him.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there are plenty of times when standards of behaviour of holders of political office at all levels of political office have fallen below what is acceptable. No, none of us have a moral high ground on this. Every party has had issues, some dealt with quietly, some dealt with in the court pages, the court reports. And whilst my question is to the Minister, I want all of us to reflect on this. How do we work collectively to make this better, to make sure that no woman or no victim is left unsupported, and that we actually collectively manage to make a way of changing?
Minister.
Can I thank you for that? She makes the point incredibly powerfully, and it is a point that we have, I think, somewhat lost in the discussion about technicalities around the process on this. That is the central point we should be trying to address. As I say, the Prime Minister has committed to drive through that change and to make sure this government reflects that. We are bringing forward, as I say, the violence against women and girls strategy, which is groundbreaking and long overdue, but there needs to be much broader cultural change as well.
Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister said that the Cabinet Secretary's integrity should not be questioned, and then immediately briefed out that he was going to be sacked, having been given the responsibility for overseeing the handing over of the documents, which could be detrimental to a Prime Minister who's so desperate to save his political life, he's already thrown his closest advisers, communications and Chief of Staff under a bus. How can we know that there isn't a link between that very integrity, which the Prime Minister highlighted, and then the desire to remove him from a role in which he might be at risk of removing this Prime Minister?
Look, as I said, I'm not going to comment on the. I'm not going to comment on the Cabinet Secretary and that role. It's not appropriate for Cabinet Office Minister to do that, but I reassure him that the process is underway throughout the Cabinet Office and that is unaffected by other matters.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you personally for granting this UQ, but can I also thank the Minister for his responses, because this is a really important issue that people in my constituency of Harlow and across the country are obviously very interested in. Can he assure my constituents that this process will be fully transparent? And can I also add my support to the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire South for what she said about making it important that people in power listen to the victims of these terrible crimes?
Yes, absolutely. As I say, we will be fully transparent. We will comply fully with the motion, and we will do so as quickly as possible. And I think his second point, as I say, is the central point that we need to return to throughout this debate and going forward.
Christine John.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister today for his assurances that these reports and the publications will come forward as soon as possible. But I'm sure he can pick up from the tenor in the House that many of us are concerned about public confidence in this place, in us, being undermined. And every day that we don't have those reports, there is more speculation, there is more doubt heaped on all of us and on the government. The government needs to be stronger, I believe, so would he commit to keeping us up to date regularly and giving us a date as soon as he can that the public can expect to have their own ability to see these published papers?
Of course, yes, I do agree. And as I said in my initial reply, we expect to be able to start publishing this material as soon as possible after the recess, and I hope we can do that as quickly as we can. But just on the broader point she makes about public confidence, I think this is an essential point of it, and it's why I've tried to emphasise, and indeed last week in the debate, as heated as it occasionally got, that we want to comply with this and we want to get to the bottom of this. There's no one on this side that doesn't want to get to the bottom of the lies Mandelson told and the problems that led to. And there is a matter of broader public confidence and trust. And we need to demonstrate that this House is not reflected by the acts of Mandelson et al., but it is a broader House of doing public good and public service. And I think this is an important part of getting to that.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The motion passed by the House requires the Government to provide details of any payments made to Lord Mandelson. There's no national security or international relations issue in doing so. So will the Minister tell the House now how much money did Mandelson get and what's the Government doing to get it back?
I think he's referring to severance pay, is he? I think the Foreign Office are providing an update on this. That isn't something I'm afraid I can provide an answer to.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In September last year, we had an emergency debate at the request of the member for Goole and Pocklington on the sacking of Peter Mandelson. And I said at the time that the government should be turning Lord Mandelson inside out because someone had politically fatal compromising material on him for his whole time as ambassador. The government simply said, well, he's been sacked. Does the government not regret carrying out that due diligence in September last year rather than waiting for more compromising information to drop?
Minister.
I think it's safe to say there's a number of things we regret around this issue. But look, as I say, the key bit here is that we will comply with the humble address as fully, and we will comply with it transparently and as quickly as possible.
David.
Mr. Llefarydd, public confidence is so important, and the Ministerial Code requires that ministers, including the Prime Minister, to uphold the highest possible standards of propriety. Given the evidence clearly shows what the Prime Minister knew, the appointment did not meet these standards. So can the Minister confirm whether the Prime Minister will refer himself to the independent adviser on ministerial standards?
Minister. I mean, the first point to make is that the Prime Minister has strengthened the powers of the independent adviser, rightly so, and that the independent adviser now has a more central role in complying with standards. But that, I'm afraid, that doesn't relate quite to what's in the humble address.
John Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a former journalist, I know that the Fourth Estate don't always get things right, but they're not in the habit of making things up. What then are we to make of reports from Dan Hodges in the Mail and the Mail on Sunday that the Prime Minister is attempting a last-ditch attempt to limit the amount of documentation that is released under our humble address? There's no smoke without fire, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
I really wouldn't believe everything you read in the press. Let me be very clear from this dispatch box. Let me be very, very clear. Let me be very clear. The government is complying fully and transparently, and it is working very hard to do so. And any reports to the contrary are just not right.
But the best objective.
Speaker. The issues of surrounding Lord Mandelson and Lord Doyle and their proximity to paedophiles is now intertwined. On the 2nd of January 2026, I asked a written question to the Cabinet Office asking them to publish the findings of the internal investigation that took place prior to the granting of the peerage for Lord Doyle. That investigation was carried out by the former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, but also by his deputy, Jill Cuthbertson, who is now the interim Chief of Staff. An investigation is currently underway. There's already been an investigation. Will the government commit to publishing the findings of that investigation, given that it has already investigated this issue?
The Prime Minister gave his answer on that yesterday, and Number 10 have provided further information on it. But that doesn't relate to the humble address.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is well regarded on both sides of the House, so I'm hoping he'll give us a clear and honest answer, and I'm sure he will do. In his long years working for the Prime Minister, and both as advisor, a staffer, and more latterly as a minister, did he voice any concerns in private post the vetting process on the appointment of Lord Mandelson?
Minister.
I mean, I wasn't involved in any of that, in that matter at all. So the answer simply is no.
Kevin.
Further to the question from the member for Harrow East about the WhatsApps, the Minister seemed to suggest it wasn't an orderly process. So is there any reprimand for the Health Secretary? And second of all, will those WhatsApps between all ministers and Peter Mandelson be released? Because that was part of the humble address when it referred specifically to electronic communications.
I would never want to imply it wasn't an orderly process. Let me correct myself. Let me correct myself there. The point I was making is that the Prime Minister and the Cabinet Secretary and the Cabinet Office have made clear that all of the above, that the ministerial, that ministers need to abide by the process we're doing, and that will be done collectively. The scope of that obviously is set out by the humble address, and the breadth of it is being identified. Electronic communications is covered within the humble address, so that will then be looked at by the Cabinet Office in terms of breadth and scope of it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister said earlier that he and the government want to comply fully, transparently and as quickly as possible with the humble address, which I think we can all agree is exactly what should be doing. But the question of when things will be released is vital. These documents must be released, as he said, as quickly as possible. But to date, so far, we don't get any more information other than when the time is right, effectively. Is this because the Minister does not know or doesn't want to say? And if it's because he does not know, can he give us an example or an expectation of the timescale? And if he doesn't want to say, can he say why he doesn't want to say?
Minister.
As soon as possible after recess.
Jim Chung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Procedure, can I first of all thank the Minister for his answers to the incredibly difficult questions. Procedure is very important in this place, and indeed is why democracy still reigns. You, Mr. Speaker, have epitomised what's the right way to do it, and I think the House recognises the standards that you set for us and everyone in this House. The general public have a huge interest in this issue and have been led to expect detail to be forthcoming. So will the Minister not ensure that government holds itself to the highest standards expected and provide the detail to enable all in this House and outside of this House to move forward whilst learning lessons and striving for true accountability at all levels? Thank you.
Yes, absolutely, and that should be the guiding principle as we go through this. And the test of it at the end should be whether not only have we complied with the motion, obviously we will, but has this helped? But has this helped to restore transparency and trust in the public?
Jeremy Rowe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very grateful to you for calling me, and I apologise I missed the Minister's opening remarks, but I did hear him endorse the integrity of the ISC, and can I entirely agree with that? I think it's very important that I say from these benches, just as my committee colleague did from the Liberal Democrat benches, that we have full confidence in the integrity of the Labour members of the ISC to do the job that the House has commissioned us to do. But can I put something to him as to the problems the government now has? It seems to me that the potential problems the government has in complying with the humble address are, first of all, potentially in the volume of material that it may cover, and secondly, in what the Metropolitan Police wish us to hold back for the purposes of their investigation. In relation to the first, does he agree, as my right honourable friend put to him, that if the government seeks to moderate the terms of the humble address in any way to take account of that volume, it must come back to the House for its consent to do so? And does he agree in relation to the material the Metropolitan Police may be concerned about, that because that material will not be made public if it is submitted to the ISC, there is no reason to slow down the process of referral of documents to my committee, simply because of concerns the police may have that if made public, that material may prejudice a future trial?
Minister.
Yes, I think firstly, can I completely endorse the point he made at the beginning about the independence and integrity of the ISC. But I think he identifies two very fair points, by the way. And I say that not as a reason, not to comply, etc. That is just the reality of the complexity of what we're dealing with. The volume, as I say, is larger than another humble address. As I say, not a complaint, but a statement of fact. But there's no attempt to narrow that scope, and there's no attempt to narrow against the motion of that. The process, as I say, the Cabinet Office is doing is to define that scope and to sort of harness what falls within it. His second point on the Metropolitan Police, I think, is well made. And as I say, our desire, the recognition of both the Met and the government, obviously, is that Parliament retains the right, ultimately, to publish material. But it's obviously the act of a responsible government that wants to not do so in a way that will prejudice an ongoing live case that we would all like to see reach conclusion. So, look, we're working through them. They are complicated matters, but he raises them in exactly the right fashion.
Right, so that completes the urgent question. I have to notify the House, in accordance with the Royal Assent Act 1967, that the King has signified his royal assent to the following acts: Licensing Hours Extension Act 2026, Secure 16 to 19 Academies Act 2026, Beyond National Jurisdiction Act 2026. We now come to the urgent question from Dr. Luke Evans.
To ask the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care if he'll make a statement on withholding of Pharmacy First payments to pharmacies.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to take the traditional Department of Health and Social Care urgent question before recess. I wouldn't miss it for the world, Mr. Speaker. Since coming into office, we've reversed the decade of cuts to community pharmacy with the biggest uplift for the sector in years. Frozen prescription charges to help our constituents with the cost of living, and women can now get the morning after pill free of charge across the country. Earlier this week, I spoke to the National Pharmacy Association's winter reception to pay tribute to the work and to assure them that I have their back, as does my honourable friend, the Minister of State for Care. The honourable gentleman raises an important issue of payments made via Pharmacy First. As he knows, pharmacy contractors receive a monthly fixed payment if they meet certain requirements. We agreed to reduce the claim window in conjunction with a Community Pharmacy England as part of our deal for 2025-26 to introduce a new Pharmacy First fixed first payment of £500. This has supported a broader range of pharmacies and has meant more pharmacies have become eligible for payments. We are in discussions with Community Pharmacy England to consider where improvements to the claiming process can be made to address concerns raised by contractors and to aim for a more consistent approach for new remuneration. And we will consult with Community Pharmacy England on the contractual framework for next year shortly. There are also, of course, Mr. Speaker, issues relating to contractors being suspended from providing Pharmacy First, which are also for separate consideration. Where there are concerns raised, NHS England can suspend individual contractors from providing the service pending a full investigation. There are a number of reasons why this might be necessary, but these measures are there first and foremost, as the House will appreciate, to protect patient safety. Mr. Speaker, I am a clinician, as is the honourable gentleman opposite. I am sure you will agree with me that patient safety should be at the forefront of everything we do. And finally, Mr. Speaker, funding for the core community pharmaceutical contractual net framework has been increased to over £3 billion, the largest uplift of any part of the NHS in the last 2 years. As part of this year's contractual framework, we have agreed to keep the cost control mechanism linked to Pharmacy First that we inherited from the previous government to ensure the money is spent within that envelope. I thank the honourable gentleman for his question.
Luke Evans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's a regret that I've had to summon the Minister here to answer questions. And surprise, surprise, a UQ.
You didn't quite sum it. I granted an urgent question. I think, I would think about the language you choose. Think yourself that we've given you something.
I, of course, withdraw that and say thank you to the Speaker for summoning him on my behalf, because it does seem to have the desired effect of the PQs that were outstanding have now, strangely enough, been answered this morning. But I hope to get some clarity. And this is really important because the issue is simply explained by the Chair of the National Pharmacies Association. I quote, "This work was done, patients were treated, the NHS benefited, yet payments are being withheld on a technicality." What makes this worse is that many pharmacies don't even realise that some of the money is missing. The quote goes on, "Statements appear successful, yet Pharmacy First payments are absent. Contractors are only discovering the issue after the window is closed when it's already too late. So could the Minister tell the House how many pharmacies the government think are impacted? What is the total value of the outstanding payments? And what steps the government is taking to rectify this? And would it consider a late payment mechanism to help solve the issue? Because, Mr. Speaker, there's a wider issue at concern here, because payments are administered by the NHS Business Service Authority. Now, the chair of the MPA labelled the behaviour from the NHBSA as outrageous. This already follows repeat concerns about NHSBSA's performance, including multiple serious delays in NHS pension processing and several UQs on the floor of this House. So does the Minister still retain confidence in NHSBSA? And given the ongoing concerns from multiple fields, will the Minister commission a review to the operational performance of the entire NHSBSA? Community pharmacies are already under intense pressure from this government. The tax rises on employment, tax rises on business rates, increase in costs, and now they appear not to be being paid for work already done. I hope the Minister will act quickly to put this right.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman will know or should know, the current remuneration method was agreed in conjunction with the sector. The adjustment was agreed with the sector representative body, Community Pharmacy England. Advance notice of the change was provided to those contractors by letter and in an article published by the NHS Business Services Authority in May 2025. In addition, Community Pharmacy England know that should this be a priority issue for them to negotiate in the next contract, we will take that on board and use that as an option. And if I could also say to the honourable gentleman, there are of course always extenuating circumstances, such as perhaps IT not working, and officials have reassured me that following discussions with the Community Pharmacy England, we have introduced specific provisions in the drug tariff that will allow pharmacy contractors to receive payment for claims that were delayed to IT issues outside of this control. And I can appreciate why the honourable gentleman wants to expand the remit of the UQ across primary care. Well, let me tell him. I know he had neck surgery recently. I didn't realise they put a brass neck in him as well when they did it, because I'm afraid he knows what kind of NHS decline and decay that he presided over and his government presided over the last 15 years. Primary care, where there are people wandering around asking for GPs, and the party opposite left GPs on the scrap heap unemployed. This government, when it came into office, made sure...
Oh, sorry. Come on, man. One of us has got to sit down. It's not going to be a minister. Please, can we just have a little bit more calm? Mims, you've come in, you're the supporting minister or Secretary of State. I want you to set the example, not be the naughty one. Please, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was saying, while they left GPs on the scrap heap, this government made sure...
We're going to learn the rules as well between us, absolutely. Dr. Luke Evans, I've granted this to you. Quite right, I wanted your question to be heard by the Minister. I didn't want any interruption. I expect you to listen to the answer without interruption, please. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government takes our responsibilities in providing an effective 21st century primary care NHS free at the point of care. That's why when we came into power, we made sure the pharmacy sector has the largest uplift in any part of the NHS in the last 2 years, £3.1 billion. And to support primary care further, we made sure those GPs that couldn't find employment found it under this Labour government. It is only this government that can modernise the NHS, make it free at the point of care, and make sure it's a high-quality service going forward.
Right, Liam Collins.
Mr. Speaker, my constituent Raj Matharu runs the brilliant West Kent Pharmacy in West Wickham, is CEO of Community Pharmacy South East London, and last year was shortlisted for Community Pharmacist of the Year. I have heard from residents across West Wickham how his pharmacy provides trusted and frictionless access to healthcare and advice across a range of issues. Pharmacy First can both provide a quicker, easier service for patients and relieve pressure on primary care. Can the Minister therefore set out what support they have put in place for community pharmacies, especially around funding?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. We have, as I stated, given pharmacies a record £3.1 billion settlement. We absolutely endorse the need for pharmacists to do more in our communities. We're enabling pharmacists up and down the country to expand their repertoire, and we're making sure Pharmacy First remuneration is a dynamic process, month on month, that is reflective of the activity that each pharmacy is doing.
Helen Morgan, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Pharmacists play a crucial role supporting the health service by reducing the pressure on overcrowded hospitals and GP surgeries. They also play a crucial role in local communities by providing access to treatment when appointments remain hard to come by elsewhere. But pressure on pharmacies is severe and has been getting worse as closures in my constituency of North Shropshire and across the country show. And those closures are hitting rural, coastal and the most deprived areas the hardest, where they are most needed. This vital service needs to be supported and not undermined so that our constituents can rely on being able to access the medicines and treatment that they need. So has the Minister considered a new late payment mechanism to ensure that if contractors miss the deadline, they can still receive compensation for the work they've undertaken, especially in the interim, as pharmacies adapt to the changes that have been introduced? And what discussions has he had with NHS BSA to resolve the technical difficulties currently being experienced?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can assure the honourable lady of our commitment to an effective primary care system up and down the country, both in rural and coastal communities. I can assure her that my friend, the Minister for State for Care, for whom his portfolio responsibilities with pharmacies lie, takes his responsibilities in that regard very seriously, is exploring all avenues for equity of access and funding, including the Carhill formula. On her specific point around what mitigations can be employed to make sure payments are made in extraordinary circumstances, I can assure her I've had those discussions with my officials this morning, and they reassure me there will be a degree of flexibility, particularly when there are circumstances out with the control of individual pharmacies.
James Nash.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'm very grateful that this UQ was granted because pharmacies have been in touch with me about their concerns. I must put another issue on the Minister's to-do list, however, and that is independent prescribing. Evans Pharmacy in my constituency has been part of the Independent Prescribing Pathfinder programme, and only 5% of patients seen by the prescribers subsequently require GP prescribing. However, there is no clear funding or arrangement in place for after March this year. So will he please provide clarity about when Evans and similar independent prescribers can be given clarity about what will happen next?
Minister.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for his question. He's absolutely right. Independent prescribers are an absolutely key part of our workforce and an expanding part of our workforce in providing a sustainable primary care service. I'm very happy for the Minister for Care to write to him with his exact plans for funding going forward in the next financial year.
Mahindra.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In the past year, I have spent time visiting pharmacies across my constituency, including undertaking work experience at Riverside Pharmacy in Rickmansworth, and I regularly communicate with Community Pharmacy Hertfordshire. It is clear that our pharmacies are under unsustainable pressure with rising costs, especially with the government's increased employers' national insurance contributions. Pharmacy First was a great Conservative initiative to reduce pressure on our GPs. So why is this government hurting both pharmacies and patients by delaying payments?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman will know that Pharmacy First is indeed a great initiative. It's not the first in this country. It's been developed in other parts of the country. When this government came into office, what it did was make sure we worked with the sector, with the stakeholders, and the agreements for remuneration and pricing has been done in conjunction with the sector. And what's more, we are approaching this with a dynamism that was lacking in the last government in terms of amending pricing structures and amending payment mechanisms where they are not working and need to be improved.
Lincoln Job.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I visited the Trio Pharmacy in Shepperton in my Spelthorne constituency, and they tell me that there's two problems with Pharmacy First. The first is that they're just simply not getting the referrals from GPs that they should do, and secondly, that the remuneration that they get for the service they give doesn't take into account the amount of time for examination, diagnosis, and prescription. And so it's led to the situation where the Nebel pharmacy in Sunbury, near where I live, actually say, if it weren't, I have to look at this as a vocation because I simply am not making any money, and that's not sustainable, is it?
Minister.
I'm grateful for the honourable gentleman for his question. He's absolutely right We do need to get the referral pathways unblocked. That's what the neighbourhood health service is all about, to make sure it feels very seamless between your general practitioner and pharmacist. In relation to his question about payments, listen, we are very, very cognizant of the fact that as demographics of populations move, individual population needs are different in different parts of the country. The different payment mechanisms need to apply, and that's why we are very, very closely working with colleagues and stakeholders in the sector to make sure we get this right.
Will Forster.
In my constituency of Woking, residents of West Byfleet are frustrated that a new pharmacy is not allowed to open in their area despite one wanting to. Whether it is that unreasonable restriction, increasing NICs or lack of funding, every action this government seems to take undermines the pharmacy sector. Madam Deputy Speaker, please can the Minister explain why the government is withholding funding from pharmacies when they have signed up to Pharmacy First in good faith, as well as not introducing a late payment mechanism?
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for his question, and I'm always reminded by how the colleagues on the Liberal Democrat front bench always welcome the funding for the NHS, but are never able to explain where the money should come from. And as far as pharmacy is concerned, I've already stated in the House during this statement the record funding we're putting into pharmacy. We've already reiterated the engagement at ministerial level we are having with the pharmacy sector, not only the Minister of State responsible for pharmacy, but I also, as the Minister responsible for health innovation. We are in a good place with our relationship with the pharmacy sector, and we continue to develop it further.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Pharmacy First was undoubtedly game-changing. As I visit pharmacies around my constituency, many of them are keen to expand Pharmacy First and offer more lines. But similar to the example my old friend for Spelthorne gave, the Wendover Pharmacy took me through their books, and on many of the services they offer, they're either barely making any money or taking a loss. So when he answered my honourable friend for South West Hertfordshire and saying pricing was set with the sector, clearly something is going wrong there, because my experience from the Wendover pharmacy says something quite different.
Minister.
If I could say to the honourable gentleman, as part of delivering the Pharmacy First programme, he's right, contractors receive a monthly fixed payment upon delivering a minimum number of consultations as per the 2025-26 agreement. This can go up and down in a dynamic process month to month depending on patients, how many patients are being seen in pharmacies. I completely take his point that as we are evolving from a care system from hospital to community, we are not quite there yet, but I think we are on the road, and in terms of making sure the relationship between general practice, pharmacies, opticians and other allied health professionals in primary care, we're making sure those relationships are being solidified through our neighbourhood health programme.
Madam Deputy Speaker, not only are community pharmacies in my Thornbury constituency facing problems with Pharmacy First payments, but pharmacies like Abbotswood Pharmacy tell me they are not seeing the referrals the GPs are supposedly making. Pharmacies can take pressure off NHS, so does the Minister agree that this combination of referral failures and payment delays is forcing patients to wait longer for care, and what steps will he take to ensure that both referrals and payments are successfully made?
Minister.
Grateful to the honourable member for her question. She's absolutely right. We do need to unblock some of the referral pipelines between primary care, between GPs and pharmacies. We are absolutely clear with our instructions into the system that pharmacies are an integral and a growing component of the primary care service provision, and all of our discussions with pharmacies, or indeed with GPs, basically have that premise underlying our negotiations.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Allied pharmacies have taken over a couple of failing Jutes pharmacies in my area since Pharmacy First was introduced, which is very welcome. And the Chief Executive said this week that the outlook for elderly people and those without a car in rural areas was stark. Between 2015 and 2025, community pharmacies have seen a real terms funding cut of about 30%. That's £1 billion less in real terms. And rural Devon and Cornwall has seen a reduction of 90,000 hours of pharmacy time in 2 years. In this context, will the Minister ensure that full compensation is given to dispensing doctors in rural areas for the costs of medicines?
Minister.
I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for adumbrating how 14 years of Tory government has led to a significant decay in the provision of primary care services in some of our communities. He's absolutely right to mention dispensing doctors that are a vital part of the mixture, potentially in hard-to-reach communities and coastal communities. I have had many meetings with them prior to my appointment, and my colleague, the Minister for Care, will continue to have them to make sure they continue to be part of that mix of provision of care in these communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last year I visited a pharmacy in Benson in my Henley and Tame constituency, and there Vic Patel described to me how being a rural pharmacy disadvantages them in the Pharmacy First scheme. They never meet the thresholds to qualify for payments. And that threshold has gone up over and over again from 5 in April last year, up to 30 patients required to trigger a payment in March 2025. So they are effectively delivering a service for free. Now, Vic is a very lovely chap and is happy to do that, but it is not a sustainable business model. So what is he going to do to help rural pharmacies like mine in Benson?
Grateful to the honourable member for his question, and I can reassure him my honourable friend, the Minister for Care, is looking at funding and primary care provision in the round in coastal communities and poorer communities, and I'm sure I'll be delighted to take back his representations to consider Pharmacy First in a rural setting.
Final question, Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister very much for his answers, and I want to give an Northern Ireland perspective as a helpful suggestion to the Minister as well. The Minister will agree that a rural pharmacy will find it more difficult to meet the ever-increasing threshold, and that the point of payment is to take weight and pressure off GPs, not to provide a backdoor way of underpaying earned compensation is difficult, but always trying to be helpful, Madam Chair, and to the Minister as well. In Northern Ireland we have a slightly different system, which I'm asking the Minister to consider. Perhaps the Northern Ireland system of payment per consultation would be a more appropriate way, and I think maybe that would give the pharmacies, the GPs and their patients what they're looking for. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm always grateful for the honourable gentleman's wise counsel, and he will know that I have regular meetings with my counterparts in the devolved nations, and I'm well aware of some of the remuneration schemes that are taking place in Northern Ireland, and I'm following them with interest.
That is the end of the urgent question on Pharmacy First withholding payments. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over. We now come to business questions, and I come to the Shadow Leader of the House, Jessie Norman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business?
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The business for the week commencing 23rd of February will include Monday the 23rd of February, Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Industry and Exports Financial Assistance Bill, followed by Committee of the Whole House and remaining stages of the Universal Credit Removal to Child Limit Bill. Tuesday the 24th of February, an opposition day in the name of the Liberal Democrats, subject to be announced, followed by a debate on a motion relating to the Charter for Budget Responsibility. Wednesday the 25th of February, a general debate on Ukraine. Thursday the 26th of February, a general debate on St David's Day and Welsh affairs, followed by a general debate on government support for bereaved children. The subject for these debates was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 27th of February, the House will not be sitting. The provisional business for the week beginning the 2nd of March includes Monday the 2nd of March, second reading of the Representation of the People's Bill. Tuesday the 3rd of March, my right honourable friend the Chancellor of the Exchequer will make a spring statement, followed by consideration of Lord's amendments. Wednesday the 4th of March, Estimates Day, fourth allotted day, and at 7 p.m. the House will be asked to agree all outstanding estimates. Thursday the 5th of March, proceedings on the Supply and Appropriation Anticipation and Adjustments No. 2 Bill, followed by a general debate on contributions of Commonwealth troops in the First World War, followed by a debate on a motion on the future of palliative care, the subject for these debates determined by the Backbench Business Committee, and on Friday the 6th of March the House will not be sitting. Madam Deputy Speaker, the House will no doubt be interested in recess dates going forward. Members may also wish to know that, subject to the progress of business and further to the dates that have already been announced, The House will rise for the summer recess at the close of business on Thursday, the 16th of July 2026, and return on Tuesday, the 1st of September 2026. The House will then rise for the conference recess at the close of business on Tuesday, the 15th of September 2026, and return on Monday, the 12th of October 2026. And the House will rise for the Christmas recess at the close of business on Thursday, the 17th of December 2026, and return on Monday, the 4th of January 2027.
Well, the 1st of September does clash with my birthday. We can discuss that later. Sharon Leader-Disnell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I start by thanking the Leader of the House on behalf of all members, I'm sure, for giving us those recess dates. Will be very widely welcomed. Today is the birthday of Abraham Lincoln, perhaps the greatest of all US presidents, and so perhaps a fitting moment to talk a little bit about public service. May I start by congratulating the chaplain, the Reverend Mark Birch, on his new job at Westminster Abbey, and in welcoming his successor, the Venerable Andrew Hillier, as chaplain to the House of Commons. We thank them for their service. I also note, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the International Olympic Committee has banned a Ukrainian athlete from wearing a helmet of remembrance for his fellow athletes killed by Russia. Talk about public service. Madam Deputy Speaker, otherwise the news has once again been filled by a succession of the most appalling misjudgments by the Prime Minister. These include decisions by him to ignore both public evidence and private advice and appoint not one but two men with continuing connections to convicted paedophiles to the House of Lords. It's been confirmed today that the Prime Minister was aware that his nominee, Matthew Boyle, had campaigned for a man charged with distributing indecent images of children 2 months before the Prime Minister appointed him. The fallout from the Mandelson scandal so far has included the departures of the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and his Head of Communications, one after 18 months, the other after just a few weeks in post. Now we have the leaked news that the Prime Minister's own personal choice of Cabinet Secretary is being forced to step down after barely a year in post. As they say at the BBC, deputy heads must roll. Of course, no government is free from scandal. Goodness knows, I can say that from personal experience. Certainly not the previous ones, as the House will know well. But let there be no deflection or fudge on this matter. There has not been anything to compare with this catalogue of personal misjudgments by a Prime Minister for perhaps 60 years. Every sitting day, the chaplain leads this House in prayer for public service, that we may, and I quote, as a House, never lead the nation wrongly through love of power, desire to please, or unworthy ideals, but lay aside all private interests and prejudice. Every member of this House knows those words. But that is precisely what these people have failed to do. That said, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope I may end on a positive note with a truly uplifting story from this week. Some years ago, my constituents, Sam and Emily Stables, set up a brilliant charity called We Are Farming Minds in Herefordshire, dedicated to supporting farmers struggling with poor mental health. Sam's a sheep farmer himself, knows only too well from personal experience how immensely difficult, stressful and lonely life can be on a farm. Still more given all the recent troubles farmers have had to endure, including outbreaks of TB and other diseases, dysfunctional farm payment systems, increasingly burdensome regulations, and of course, most recently, the farm tax. On average, a farmer commits suicide every week in this country. But on Monday, Sam embarked on a walk of hope from Ross-on-Wye to London to support Yellow Wellies Mind Your Head Week and greater public awareness of mental health in the farming community. By my calculations, he's coming through the Chilterns right about now, Madam Deputy Speaker, heading for High Wycombe. With luck, I should find him this afternoon on the trail around Beaconsfield. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is what real public service looks like. Let's all take this opportunity to send our deep thanks to Sam and Emily and to their volunteers and supporters for the extraordinary work they do.
Leader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, may I say that I'm sure that the thoughts of the whole House are with the 2 children stabbed in the horrific attack at Kingsbury High School in Brent. And my heart, and I'm sure the heart of the whole House, goes out to those affected by this tragedy. Also, I send my condolences to those affected by the horrific attack in Tumbler Ridge in Canada. And again, the thoughts of the whole House will be with the people of Tumbler Ridge as they mourn their families, friends and loved ones. And we wish all of those injured a speedy recovery. I join with the Shadow Leader of the House in welcoming to the House the Venerable Andrew Hillier, who has been appointed as the new Speaker's chaplain. And as he said, I want to thank the outgoing chaplain, the Reverend Mark Birch, for the support that he provided to everyone across the community, whether or not they were people of faith or not. I also want to mark this week as National Apprenticeship Week. Apprenticeships give young people real experience, real prospects, and a real route into good careers. And this government is committed to delivering 50,000 more apprentices for young people backed by the Skills and Growth Levy. And it is National Apprenticeship Week, and therefore appropriate if I draw members' attention to the ambition set out in the Restoration and Renewal of the Palace of Westminster report, which was published last week, to support 1,000 apprenticeships and traineeships in addition to the thousands of full-time roles required to deliver the works. And I would encourage members, whatever their view, on the way forward for this for Parliament, I would encourage them, if they haven't already done so, to attend briefings by the R&R client team and to read the report in full. And finally, before I turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I wish all members and yourself an enjoyable recess. I hope that members get some time to spend with their families and with their constituents. And always remember that it's Pancake Day, so I wish them very well in that regard. Let me turn to the remarks of the Shadow Leader, and I very much join him in congratulating and wishing Sam Stables well, a very keen farming campaigner, and knowing the honourable gentleman's constituency, Sam will have needed his wellies whatever the colour, given the amount of water which has fallen in that particular area. I understand donations have come in from far and wide, including from the Prince of Wales. And I just want to say, in supporting Sam, that the government, I believe, is stepping up and playing their part. We are supporting farmers' access to specialist mental health services through funding of the Farmer Welfare Grant, and then more widely than that, doing all that we can to invest in sustainable farming. But I do wish Sam all the very best indeed. Let me now turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman on the what has happened in the last couple of weeks. And let me do that without any deflection or fudge, as he says. First of all, Matthew Doyle has had the Labour whip withdrawn. The Labour Party has started an investigation, and it's right that we be allowed that takes place. With regard to the Cabinet Secretary, I'm not going to enter into a speculation about that, but we read what we read. And then let me turn to the wider issue of standards in public life, because I absolutely agree with them. There cannot be no prevarication on these matters. My honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister, gave a statement to this House on Monday, setting out the action that we're taking. Since entering government, we've delivered on our manifesto promises to strengthen the role of the independent adviser and set up the Ethics and Integrity Commission. We're also publishing ministers' interests, gifts and hospitality, and more frequently. We're changing the process for relevant direct ministerial appointments, including politically appointed diplomatic roles. But we understand, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we need to go further. And we're working with the newly established Ethics and Integrity Commission to make sure that we do reach the highest possible standards in life. And let me just leave the House with this remark, Madam Deputy Speaker, because it has been a difficult time for us all, not least for the Prime Minister himself. I regard the Prime Minister as a man of integrity. I regard him as a man of public service. And when someone stands up and says that they got it wrong and that they regret what has happened, we should take that at face value, and we should redouble our efforts to make sure that going forward, public life and public standards are even higher than they currently are.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This week is Heart Unions Week, hence the badge on my lapel instead of the Wolves badge that I normally wear. And last Saturday, I was with the Wolverhampton, Bilston and District Trades Union Council handing out information to passers-by in Wolverhampton City Centre about joining a trade union. Would the Leader of the House please join me in celebrating the vital work that our unions play in improving the lives of working people across the country, the work that they did with this government for us to deliver the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation through the landmark Employment Rights Act? And does he agree with me that one of the best decisions our constituents can make is to join a trade union for that dignity and security in the workplace?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join my honourable friend in recognising the vital role that trade unions play in improving the lives of people across the country. The government has worked very closely with trade unions and with businesses to deliver the biggest upgrade to workers' rights in a generation through the landmark Employment Rights Act. The Act is a key pillar of the government's plan to make work pay, which will grow the economy, boost wages and reduce insecure work and improve people's lives.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Bobby Dean.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been a national debate raging on over the last few weeks that so far this place has been pretty silent on, and that is the matter of student loans. Now, I know what some on the opposite benches may be thinking, but I'm not prepared to duck difficult subjects. And let's face it, the system has changed beyond recognition since its introduction. And this is one of the key complaints of graduates. Maintenance grants have been scrapped in favour of loans. This means that the poorest students now arrive at universities with the largest debts. Interest rates have soared in recent years, tied to inflation, and after that period of high inflation, people have been saddled permanently with much larger debts than they otherwise expected, and thresholds have been repeatedly frozen, including by this Labour government at the last budget, which the IFS estimates will add on average around £3,000 to people's debt pile. Now, all of this means that the agreement that students struck has been repeatedly and unilaterally changed by the lender after the agreement, and I don't believe this would be tolerable in any other walk of life. And when the Chancellor was challenged on this last week, she said that the system is fair and reasonable. Now, I don't agree with that. I think many graduates don't agree with that. So I wonder if the Leader of the House can organise a debate in government time on the changes that have been made to the student loans repayment system.
Deputy Speaker, the UK is home to some of the world's most respected universities, and we all benefit from the opportunities, the knowledge and the growth that they create, and it is important that we pay attention to access to universities, ensure that people who want to go can go. But it's also important that we put the sector on a secure financial footing, which is why the government is making tough but fair decisions to find that balance between value for money for taxpayers and students and graduates. We know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the cost of living is important for everyone. We are seeking to support graduates by protecting lower earners, by lifting the threshold this year. But we do appreciate concern, not least because it's been expressed through our inboxes probably as we speak. But I would encourage the honourable gentleman to attend the Westminster Hall debate on Wednesday the 25th of February, where he may want to make his points more fully.
Terry Jeremy.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm increasingly concerned about the quality of social care provision in Norfolk. We've had 3 care homes by 3 different providers in the last month alone, all rated as inadequate by the Care Quality Commission. And having read the inspection reports, they contain some harrowing details. Can I ask if we can have a debate in government time on the quality of social care provision?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising an issue of such importance, and I'm genuinely sorry about the cases that he raises. We are committed to building a national care service based on a higher quality of care, greater choice and control. I will make sure that ministers have heard his concern, and if he wants to seek a meeting with ministers to brief them more fully on what is happening in his part of the world, then I will arrange that.
Chair of the Backbench Business Committee, Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Leader in particular for mentioning the stabbing at Kingsbury High School. The good news is that the 2 children who were stabbed are in a stable condition. and the suspect has now been charged with multiple charges, including attempted murder. And the police investigation is clearly ongoing, and we can't comment on it any further. In addition, and I also would like to thank the Honourable Member for Edinburgh Brewer West for stepping into the breach when the previous debate that the Backbench Business Committee had allocated for Thursday the 26th of February was withdrawn. So I thank her for doing that at very short notice. As the Leader has mentioned, Estimates Day debates come up on the 4th of March. We are open for business for applications by a week tomorrow. And obviously we'll then be deciding which debates will be allocated time. The business in Westminster Hall, when we return, on the 24th of February, there'll be a debate on government support for healthcare systems in Gaza. On Thursday, the 26th of February, a debate on eating disorders for the Awareness Week 2026, followed by a debate on the impact of VAT on independent faith schools. On the 3rd of March, there'll be a debate on strengthening community cohesion, and on the 5th of March, a debate on the importance of local museums, followed by a debate on World Book Day. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, when we return on the 23rd of February, this will be the 3rd anniversary of the hunger strike by Vahid Beheshti outside the Foreign Commonwealth Office. He has had terrible privations as a result of this hunger strike, and no Foreign Office minister has even had the courtesy to visit him in either the previous government or the current government. Given the circumstances in Iran, with more than 30,000 civilians being murdered by the tyrannical regime, he has called for the prescription of the IRGC for the last 3 years. So could the Leader of the House arrange for a minister to at least meet Vahid so that he can convey his reasons for carrying out this hunger strike?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman as ever for his update and for the excellent work that his committee does, and it is good news that the young people affected in his constituency on a road to recovery. Of course, it's right that the police get on with their investigations, but I do hope that the law takes its course and that people are held to account. With regard to his constituent, it is indeed I'm aware, the 3rd anniversary. And he knows that on the issue of the IRGC, we've already sanctioned over 550 organisations and individuals, including designations against the IRGC. And the Foreign Secretary has said that there will be full and further sanctions where required. We keep this under review. I also take into account what he has said about his constituent. And all I can say is that I will draw that to the attention of ministers, and I hope that they will have heard on that, and that's a decision for them.
Chris Hinchcliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The disgraceful scandals of recent days have left what little remains of faith in our democracy hanging by a thread. One of the lessons has to be that while inherited privilege is no basis for a second chamber, neither is self-interested patronage by political leaders. Does the Leader agree with me that we must end the rotten system of peerages being granted to individuals despite sickening behaviour simply because they are rich and powerful, or to give jobs to the boys? And will he convey to his Cabinet colleagues the urgent need for legislation to reform the House of Lords from top to bottom, sweep away these abuses and rid us of all these politically partisan appointees?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend will be aware that the government has already taken action and some aspects of reform of the Lords, but he's not really talking about the Lords and the work that they do per se. It's about the people who enter that place, and the government has, Prime Minister has confirmed that we will be bringing forward legislation to ensure that peerages, for example, can be removed from disgraced peers, and we are looking at what other further action can be taken to improve standards in public life. In terms of the wider reform of the House of Lords, the government is committed to doing so. But as I've said before, when we've tried this previously, there has been no consensus. And there are many, many other priorities that the government needs to get on with. Whilst not forgetting about Lords reform, we've got to ensure all the other things that government needs to do, not least in the next session which confronts us.
John Lamont.
Thank
you very much. The Scottish Government's Fire and Rescue Service has been reviewing the future of Hoyks Fire Station. Like thousands of local residents, I've signed the petition calling it for it to be retained as a 24/7 service, but it's been announced that the decision is going to be delayed for 6 months. So does the leader agree with me that the delaying this decision until after the Scottish Parliament election looks like to be politically motivated, and that local residents should know what the SNP have planned for their fire station before they vote?
Madam Deputy Speaker, for the honourable gentleman bringing this important matter to the House. I know from experience, I'm sure others do, just how important fire services and cover is for a matter for our constituents. As he points out, it is a devolved matter, and as I've said before, this government has provided the Scottish Government with the biggest funding settlement since devolution began, and therefore they should be taking that into account. I hope that those responsible in the Scottish Government have heard the honourable gentleman's contribution today, because first and foremost they should be listening to residents.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Roker Park is loved by our community, where there's loads going on, from bowls, model boating and a miniature railway. Recently, I met with some of the volunteers who keep the park so vibrant, along with Councillor David Newey, who's attracted investment for the restoration of the bandstand and the installation of new play equipment before the summer. So will the Leader of the House pop down the coast from his constituency to join me for a coffee in Rua in the park? And would he consider a debate on the contribution that groups like the Friends of Roker Park make across the country?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a very tempting offer, I have to say. It is a tempting offer. And I thank my honourable friend for raising the fantastic work being done by volunteers and by Councillor David Newey at Roker Park. Their work is vital, and he has played a fantastic role in revitalising his community, a great example of what a good councillor is. And as I've said before, Madam Deputy Speaker, volunteers are the golden thread that run through our communities and hold them together. So I praise the work that the councillors do, but also my honourable friend does in his constituency, because he's a great advocate for them.
Sir John Hayes.
Speaker, you and the Leader of the House will be aware that all those who serve on the Treasury bench are ministers of the Crown. And for that reason, time immemorial, the government has been described as HM government, His Majesty's government. And yet we learn that that's changed, that this administration has decided to drop HM government to be replaced by a UK government. I don't know if that's to pander to foreigners who don't understand our constitution, or more likely to the doubt-fueled, guilt-ridden bourgeois liberals who fill too much of our establishment. But I actually believe, and I think the House as a whole probably agrees, that our traditions matter because they underpin our shared sense of belonging. Madam Deputy Speaker, this was done without consultation, without reference to the House, and without discussion. So will the Leader ensure that at very least a statement, and better still a debate is held on why this change happened under the radar?
Deputy Speaker, I agree with the honourable gentleman in many regards. The tradition does matter, but so does accuracy. To provide for clarity, Madam Deputy Speaker, public communications teams are advised to use UK government rather than departmental names and logos for announcements. This does not affect the use of the term His Majesty's Government, which continues on all relevant official communications and records, and so it should. The UK Government term has long been used for government and in public-facing communications.
Justin Madders.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The £20 million the government is investing in Ellesmere Port is so welcome, but it's undermined by news like we had yesterday that Halifax is closing its branch in our town centre. One of the justifications they use is that their customers are now using the app. Well, I'm a customer of Halifax, I use the app, but the reason I'm a customer of Halifax is because they have a presence in our town centre. And this is just another example of the smoke and mirrors banks are using to justify wholesale branch closures, and never mind the care and attention they should be paying to those who aren't able to bank electronically. So can we have a debate, please, about what more we can do to make sure actually banks serve those communities that they're supposed to?
Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an issue which often arises, and I understand the concern of residents. I too use a bank app. Other people do not do that, and they look towards a presence on the high street, not just from the point of view convenient banking, but the importance of our high streets. I would encourage my honourable friend to seek a debate on this matter, perhaps in Westminster Hall, because I'm sure he will find others who will want to join with him in that. The government, for its part, has looked to 350 banking hubs. Most of them are already rolled out. That is not the extent of our ambition. However, we want to go further, and I know from the one in my constituency in Whitley Bay, they are very, very popular.
Afra Brandreth.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. With World Book Day coming up on Thursday, the 5th of March, I've launched a short story competition for primary school pupils across Chester South and Edinburgh, encouraging them to go all in and use their imagination through reading and creative writing. At a time when children are spending more and more time on phones and screens, fostering a love of books, storytelling and creativity is more important than ever. So will the Leader of the House join me in encouraging children across Chester South and Edinburgh to take part in this competition and for everyone to get involved in celebrating World Book Day?
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I certainly would join the Honourable Lady on celebrating World Book Day and commend her on the approach that she is taking in her constituency. It's vital that children, in my view, get access to books, which is why we are promoting libraries. Particularly in schools. But also, of course, you will be aware that we are launching a consultation on social media, and I'm sure this will be one of the factors that will be taken into consideration, the amount of time that children spend on social media on their phones rather than having a good book in their hands.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all agree that small businesses are the heart of our communities and the backbone of our economy. That's why I do a shout out to a small business in Luton North every single Saturday. It's also why I'm launching my small business forum next week, so that we can bring small businesses together, such as Steve Hilliard Hairdressing, Bright Light CVs and Oakley Studios. Will the Leader of the House therefore set time aside to discuss the issues my small business community raised with me at the forum and ensure we support this amazing group of entrepreneurs?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I certainly thank my honourable friend for raising this important matter, because small businesses are the beating heart of the economy, and we are committed to supporting them and our high streets, which is why we've launched our small business plan. But I commend her on the approach that she is taking, not least to highlight the excellent businesses in her constituency. Should she seek a debate in perhaps Westminster Hall, then again I'm sure others will join her in order to celebrate businesses in their own constituency.
Susan Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Retired civil servants in my constituency of Midland Bartonshire and across the UK are being offered interest-free loans after serious delays to pension payments following the transfer of their pension scheme administration to Capita in December 2025. Will the Leader of the House grant time for a debate on the administration of the civil service pension scheme, including the impact of the MacLeod judgment and the current backlog?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. These delays are unacceptable, and the government has made that very clear. These are people who have given public service, and it is a matter of urgency to resolve this situation for them. Before Capita took on the administration of the scheme, both Cabinet Office ministers and officials were assured that there'd be a very clear transition plan in place ahead of going live. There have been a number of challenges. The Cabinet Office is working hard to resolve the situation. There is an expert recovery team to work with Capita, but I will ensure that ministers have heard her comments here today and, if appropriate, bring forward an update on the situation.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gurdwara Baba Vadbag Singh Ji and the BVS charity in my constituency has been serving their community in Exhall with compassion for years. Their Christmas hampers provide food and essentials to families who may be struggling at Christmas, and their Father's Day event draws hundreds of people from around the local area to their family celebrations with free food and fairground rides. I'm incredibly grateful for the warm hospitality they have extended to our community, and therefore I would ask if this House could make time for a debate on the wonderful contribution of the Sikh community to North Warwickshire and Bedworth and to our country.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion the Sikh community. The Christmas Hamper programme represents a bright example of their valuable contribution to our communities. She is right to raise this example here today, and I'm sure she will go on looking for further opportunities to do so.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, in response to a question from my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings just now, the Leader of the House seemed to suggest that the government is not undergoing a rebrand from His Majesty's government to the UK government. Yet, in response to a written question to my friend from Kings Winford in South Staffordshire, the Cabinet Office Minister clearly states a strategic decision has been made to adopt UK government as the primary identity for all public-facing communication. This is a clear slight on the monarch. So can I ask once again, can we have a debate on the floor of the House to discuss the government's decision to downgrade the King?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm not sure whether the honourable gentleman didn't hear what I just said before, or whether he'd already written the question before I got up to do so. Look, we can fence around with words, rebrand, whatever. The situation is that it has always been the case that His Majesty's government, or Her Majesty's government as was, is used on official documents. It is always the case as well that there is an outward-looking version. I've explained why that case has been made, and were the situation as he has described it, we would all be right to get upset about it, but it simply isn't.
Barry Gardner.
Speaker, can I begin by thanking my right honourable friend for his remarks about Kingsbury School, which for 27 years was in my constituency before it passed over to the member of Harrow East. But I wanted to raise with him the Schedule 17 of the Environment Act 2021, which has still not been implemented. It introduced a mandatory due diligence obligation for businesses to ensure that they don't use illegally produced forest risk commodities. And we are now 5 years on from the Act. It hasn't been introduced. My honourable friend has made very good suggestions previously that I hold a debate, that I write to the Minister written questions. I've done both of those. So please, can we have a debate in government time about why this has not yet been done?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry my honourable friend is frustrated, not least because if I gave him that advice and it hasn't come to anything, I apologise. However, I think because this is, from my perspective, a reasonably technical thing, and therefore I will arrange for a meeting with ministers where he can vent his frustration directly.
Martin Vickers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The chemical industry sector is particularly important to the local economy in my northern Lincolnshire constituency and the wider Humber region, and indeed, as the leader will appreciate, in the north east. The Chemical Industries Association recently produced a report which showed that in the last quarter of 2025, jobs had reduced by 38%. This is clearly very worrying. So could the leader give government time for a debate on the future of the chemical industry sector?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll go further than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and offer the honourable gentleman the chance to speak to the relevant minister directly about this, because I always share concerns where there are job losses as industries come under pressure and face new challenges. So if you seek a meeting, I'll ensure he gets one.
Joanna Baxter.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on Saturday evening I joined over 500 members of our local community at Paisley Town Hall for a spectacular evening of Gaelic music, song and celebration as we celebrated 10 years of Feish Faslig. The Feish provides a fun and welcoming space for young people across our area to learn and share Scotland's Gaelic cultural traditions. So would the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Director, Grant McFarlane, and the Board of Volunteers for their commitment to our cultural traditions, and wish them a very happy 10th birthday to Feish Faslig.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating Grant McFarlane and everyone else involved in Feish Faslig, if I've pronounced that correctly. It's easy for you to say. As I have said before, volunteers are the golden thread that run through our communities, and we celebrate them and great Gaelic traditions. Thank you.
Claire Young.
Madam Deputy Speaker, when the government announced the local authority bus grant allocations, the use of the money was subject to conditions, in particular around social need, and the criteria were to follow. In the absence of these, the West of England Combined Authority has extended contracts only until July, leaving my Thornbury and Yate constituents fearing what will happen then. So can the Leader of the House ask his Transport colleagues to publish the criteria as soon as possible, or to come to the House to explain the delay?
Yes, I can, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over the last week, I've been contacted by many constituents in Western Harbour and my Edinburgh North and Leith constituency who have been left in limbo by the lack of cladding redemption programmes in Scotland. Across England, redemption programmes have completed over 1,935 buildings. In Scotland, only 2 have started. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that my constituents are being failed by the SNP in action? And will he make arrangements for a written statement on the funding and joint government work that has been undertaken in this area?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this issue on behalf of her constituents. This is an issue that cuts across borders, even though it is a devolved matter. As my honourable friend has pointed out, we have made great progress on this, investing £5.1 billion to remove unsafe cladding. But again, we have given the Scottish Government a record funding settlement, and I agree with her that they should make best use of it.
Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Heritage buildings are much loved by many members of the community. They underpin our identity. Indeed, many of them are places of worship, including the fantastic St John's Church in Bromsgrove that has just had a £500,000 renovation of its spire. Will the Leader of the House join me in congratulating the Friends of St John's, particularly Joe Slade, who was a driving force behind this project, and will he press his colleagues in government, particularly in the Treasury, to ensure that government always does everything it can to maximise support for these very important buildings that are much loved?
Thank you very much indeed. I certainly join with him in congratulating the Friends of St John's in his constituency, as in many of our constituencies. They do an absolutely fantastic job. And I thank him for the way that he phrased the second part of his question, because he's right, the government does want to support heritage and culture and places of religious worship, but he will know that economic times, the finances of the government are tight. But I will draw to the attention of the Treasury what the Honourable Gentleman has said.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Rising employment contributions to the Teachers' Pension Scheme are mounting significant pressures on post-1992 universities. Increased TPS contributions are driving universities to cut costs to deliver the same teaching. I've been contacted by staff at Northumbria University who are concerned about the proposed changes to their pay and pension provision. So will the Leader of the House relay my concerns to the Minister for Skills and urge her to update Parliament on what substantive steps the Government will take to address this issue?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend and neighbour is raising an important matter, and I'll certainly ensure that her concerns are shared with the relevant Minister. And should she wish a meeting with that Minister, I not only will be happy to facilitate that, but because we share this issue as neighbours, I'd be happy to come with her.
Andrew Rosendale.
Madam Deputy Speaker, further to the question put by my right honourable friend, the member for South Holland and the Deepings, I know that the Leader of the House will fully appreciate that he is a member of His Majesty's government. Yet in 2022, guidance issued under the last Conservative administration established the form UK government as an official corporate identity and a commonplace government term. But he will know that any government, including the current one, serves at His Majesty's pleasure. The Prime Minister does not serve a corporate construct, but rather the Crown, the embodiment of our nation and her people. So, will the Leader make time for a debate on the floor of the House regarding the need to reinstate an understanding of and deference to our constitutional heritage, that being His Majesty's government and the King in Parliament?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't think there's a need for such a debate, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I am still I am still a member of. I'm hesitating here. I'm still a member of His Majesty's government, as ministers are members of His Majesty's government. But that doesn't mean that for outward-looking communication purposes, that UK government is an appropriate term. I generally don't understand why this is such a difficult concept. But I'll certainly bear his comments in mind. But just let me say, Madam Deputy Speaker, while we are here, I certainly commend the honourable gentleman for following his new leader's advice on not working from home. It's a shame that many of his colleagues don't do the same. We rarely see them. But he is an assiduous attender on these sessions, and I thank him for that. I would have described him as a flag bearer for reform, but I know how excited he gets about flags.
The whip on duty has confirmed that the leader is still the leader. Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. South Staffordshire Water is forcing water meters across homes in my constituency, stating that it is necessary for sustainability. But residents were never properly informed, and some only discovering the meters after they were installed. So my constituents and I find this unacceptable. So can I ask the leader if there can be a statement on the communication standards that utility companies must meet when imposing such programmes?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I thank the honourable friend for raising this matter, because residents should be informed in advance about changes made to their homes. I will ensure, should she seek one, that she gets a meeting with the relevant minister to make her case more fully.
Dr. Luke Evans.
Could I ask the leader for his help? I've recently learned that the £10 million day case unit in Hinckley is potentially in jeopardy and might get cancelled. Now, this is after a series of delays by the NHS and the local council, and unbelievably, a last-minute plea by the Lib Dem Borough Council leader to look again at the project, which led to further delays. But the planning application did go through, but costs have gone up. Inevitably, use has now changed, and it's in real peril. I've already written to the Health Secretary about this as a matter of urgency. Could I ask his office to chase that up as well, so this gets looked at, so hopefully we can keep it going?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank the honourable gentleman for raising this important matter. I know I've described him before as an assiduous campaigner for his constituency. I hope that doesn't do him too much damage, my describing him in that way. But he is. And I understand he's written to the Health Secretary about this, and I will make sure that he gets an urgent response.
Julie Minns.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week the east window of Carlisle Cathedral was voted the nation's favourite stained glass window. Yeah. So, can I invite the Leader of the House to join me in congratulating John de Solcol, who in 1359 donated 40 shillings to make a window anew in the chancel of Carlisle Cathedral, Ivo de Rafton, whose work this funded, and the Hardman Company of Birmingham, who were commissioned in the 18th century to refill the lower panes to create the window we see today. And will he also join me in thanking the Association of English Cathedrals for organising this wonderful competition?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely join my honourable friend in congratulating all those who worked to create the east window of Carlisle Cathedral. I understand it's not just one of the earliest, but one of the few surviving from that period. Their contribution genuinely made history, and it's important that we remember them. I also join her in thanking the Association of English Cathedrals for their vital work, and as she rightly points out, places of worship provide vital services to our local communities.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The town of Huntingdon in my constituency has a rich cultural and historical heritage. It is the birthplace of Oliver Cromwell, also one of my predecessors in this House. It is the former home of the diarist Samuel Pepys. It is the first place in the UK that chocolate ice cream appeared on these shores. And it is also the birthplace of the sandwich, something very close to my heart. As such, because of this cultural heritage, we are putting forward the town of Huntingdon to be the town of culture in 2028. And I'd like to thank and congratulate Paul Sweeney and the bid team in Huntingdon for their hard work in putting this forward. Not only just to celebrate our cultural heritage, but also to build a legacy going forwards. Would the Leader of the House join me in championing Huntingdon as the very best opportunity for Huntingdonshire to cement a town of culture for 2028?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, let me say that I'm a huge admirer of Oliver Cromwell, and therefore I am, actually. and therefore the list of achievements for his area considerable, not least the birthplace of Oliver Cromwell. He invites me down a path, however, of town of culture, which might go down well in his area, but I can assure you in North Shields will go down terribly badly, because I am assured that we intend to mount our own. But I do wish every town, seriously, I do wish every town well, and I commend the government actually for bringing forward this initiative, and I wish everyone well, because it can help to transform the towns that are the backbone of this country.
Mayor Ellis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, 2 years ago, Butler's Farmhouse Cheese in my constituency, makers of the famous Blacksticks Blue, suffered a devastating fire, destroying all their storage facilities. The community rallied around them, with local businesses and farms helping to erect temporary buildings and provide interim logistics, and following some truly brave leadership, Jill, Matthew and Daniel Hall and their family this week celebrated the completion of their brand new extended building, which was opened by King Charles himself. Would the leader join me in congratulating all at Butler's Farmhouse Cheese on their determination and resolve, and would he consider a debate on how critical the communities around us are in times of resilience and great need?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a true champion in her tireless efforts to support the local community and to praise them for coming together in support of Butler's Farmhouse Cheese, a great cheese, I have to say, in my view. But indeed, following such devastating events, we realise then the true need for resilience in our local communities. So I'd encourage my honourable friend to apply for a debate on how we can promote not just resilience, but that true sense of community across our country.
Andrew George.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As an enthusiast for Oliver Cromwell, will the Leader of the House find time for a debate on the purpose and function of the other place? I'm sure that he will have studied very closely the wording of the motion in my name on the order paper on EDM 2709, which addresses that of the role of the House of Lords, and he'll be aware of some members in that other place abusing the privilege and procedures of that House in order to frustrate and block a private member's bill which has the strong support of this House, and thus advancing the case for their own abolition and replacement. So would he ensure that we have time to scrutinise, to ensure that the House is there purely to scrutinise and revise, and not to block and frustrate the primary and democratic chamber?
Because I've said from this dispatch box before, the House of Lords needs to be very much aware that on the assisted dying bill, which is the bill I assume that he's referring to, that they should respect the view that this House has not just once but twice supported that bill, both at second reading and indeed at third reading, and they should certainly bear that in mind. I don't happen to be of the view that, however, their scrutiny is not important, but I think the way that they go about it is important. And if there's a warning behind what the honourable gentleman says about be careful what you wish for, if they go down that route and it opens up a wider debate at the House of Lords, then I think that is what they would need to take seriously. But I commend him and others for continuing to raise these matters. As I've said before, it's not a government bill. If that bill comes back, I will find time to see how we can progress that. But it is a timely warning to their lordships that they need to get on with it.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Craigmillar is a brilliant area, but it is blighted by fly tipping. One site just off the High Street beside Craigmillar Library, owned by Key Workers Living Limited, lies waste to litter, abandoned cars, and is a fly tipping hotspot. In England, the Labour government is cracking down on fly tipping, but in Scotland, the SNP Scottish Government has cut the budget for Edinburgh City Council so much that it is the lowest funded per head local authority in Scotland. Can we have a debate in government time about how we tackle fly tipping in Craigmillar and get the Scottish Government to fund our council properly?
Hear, hear. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. He raises an important matter. Fly tipping is a blight on our communities. We are giving councils powers to crush vehicles of suspected fly tippers and bringing in new prison sentences of up to 5 years for those who are transporting waste illegally. The Scottish Government has been given the biggest funding settlement since devolution. I suggest that they take the matters that my honourable friend raises more seriously.
Anne Davies.
Diolch yn fawr, Madam Dirprwy Llefarydd. Enzo Romano is a talented young footballer and also has already played for the Welsh youth team when he could have chosen Italy or Spain, but he's chosen Wales, boys, let me tell you. But despite his birth certificate proving that he was born in Cardiff, and his British citizenship application has been refused for the second time, without it, of course, he cannot further his football career and play in the World Cup. So will the Leader of the House grant a debate to ensure the Home Office cannot unfairly hold back talent like Enzo and others, I'm sure, across the UK, who just want to play football for the country that he was born in and he obviously loves?
Deputy Speaker, I genuinely welcome the wish the young man well. Before we get to a debate, should the Honourable Lady raise with me the details of this case, I will take it up with the appropriate department and see if we can get some progress.
Absana Begum.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In September last year, I hosted survivors and victims of the so-called gossip website tattle.life, and we heard harrowing, absolutely harrowing testimonies of those who have been targeted by sustained and escalating online harassment, stalking and abuse by its users, with many being driven to feel suicidal. And there's been extensive coverage of this on the broadcast media, Good Morning Britain and ITV's Lorraine. I raise this because on Sunday, 16-year-old Pryn Dixon died by suicide after facing escalating and intensifying harassment on this dangerous website. Many colleagues and I have called on Ofcom to listen to our concerns and to take down this website. On Monday, we wrote to them again, and 4 days on from Pryn's suicide, this website is still live and is now discussing her suicide along with abusing her bereaved mum. Can the Leader of the House ensure that there is an urgent intervention on this by DCIT to ensure that Ofcom uses all its powers to take down this site and to prevent any further tragedy? And can you ensure that there is time provided to debate the Online Safety Act and the failures to safeguard women and children online?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What my honourable friend describes is entirely unacceptable, and I will draw to the attention, though I think the department will have heard her concerns, the department which deals with Ofcom, because there is it appears to me, an urgency in these matters. On the wider issue, of course, with regard to the safety of children, the government is announcing a consultation on social media, when I hope that my honourable friend will be able to raise some of her concerns during that consultation.
Jim Shannon.
Speaker, and what there is a matter about freedom of religion belief in Turkey. The European Court of Human Rights has recently decided to jointly communicate 20 cases concerning the expulsion of foreign Christian missionaries and religious workers from Turkey. These cases, I believe, raise significant questions about the due process and the protection of freedom of religion or belief under the European Convention on Human Rights. So will the Leader of the House, he always does, and I thank him for it, ask a Foreign Secretary to set out what discussions government has had with counterparts in Turkey and within the Council of Europe regarding the protection of religious minorities, and what steps have been taken to uphold freedom of religion or belief across Council of Europe member states. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government maintains a regular dialogue with Turkey, a key NATO ally and a strategic partner. And the UK calls on Turkey, as a founding member of the Council of Europe, to uphold the rights of all religious groups as enshrined within the Turkish constitution. So I will draw the Foreign Secretary's attention to the remarks of the honourable gentleman, and shortly after we return in Foreign Office questions, he may wish to raise those matters directly himself.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently attended an event at Oakwood Primary School in my constituency, where pupils took part in workshops facilitated by the Children's Parliament and Save the Children, exploring the impact of poverty. I was so moved by the children that day, who recognised that too many of their peers are grown up in hardship, concerned about basic needs such as food and housing. Would the Leader of the House join me in commending the pupils of Oakwood School for their thoughtful contributions and reaffirm this government's commitment to tackling poverty?
Madam Deputy Speaker, absolutely join my honourable friend in commending the pupils and indeed the staff of Oakwood Primary School for their thoughtful contributions. The government is committed to tackling child poverty, which is why we're scrapping the two-child limit and we're expanding free school meals and breakfast clubs, and we will do even more. But the empathy of these students is truly commendable, and I thank them for everything that they're doing.
Emma Foodie.
Speaker, I've been supporting a local leaseholder who lives in a bungalow in Cramlington because Shenstone, the management company, have recently charged her £525 for a property extension. Nothing unusual, you might think, except it was built 30 years ago before she even lived in the property. It's been pointed out to Shenstone and they are still insisting that my elderly resident pay up. Can the leader assure me that this government will continue at pace with the changes to address these outrageous practices? And does he agree that this sort of behaviour by companies like Shenstone are exactly why we need to tackle the leasehold crisis?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely agree, and I'm sorry to hear of the case that my honourable friend raises. Our draft Common Hold and Leasehold Reform Bill will end the feudal leasehold system, and we are committed to strengthening protection for leaseholders. The measures we brought forward are not the final steps that we intend to take regarding the regulation of managing agents, and we will set out further details in due course.
Hancock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Colchester community champion Peter Dutch is campaigning to install bleed kits in schools to help tackle the scourge of knife crime, and this week's terrible incident at Kingsbury School underlines the absolute importance of that. Will the Leader of the House support my call for a debate about bleed kits in school as part of our mission to keep our young people safe?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for bringing to the House such an important topic, and thank Peter Dutch for his campaigning. As she points out, first aid does indeed save lives, and I'll make sure that the Education Secretary has heard her contribution today. Should my honourable friend seek a debate, perhaps in Westminster Hall, then I'm sure her concerns will be echoed across this House.
Phil Brickle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Local journalism is the lifeblood of our democracy, but the defamation laws in this country make it difficult for investigative media outfits like the Londoner, the Manchester Mill and their parent company, Mill Media, to speak truth to power. Now, the government's own anti-corruption strategy recognises this threat to free speech and outlines comprehensively tackling all strategic lawsuits against public participation as a priority commitment, but sets 2029 as the target date for action. So will the Leader of the House support my calls for a statement from the Ministry of Justice outlining what steps the department is taking now to address slaps?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend raises an important matter, and I do understand the frustration in his voice, not least because he has raised relevant cases in this area before, as have other members. The government does recognise the profound financial and psychological impact of slaps on individuals, and we are considering all options for reform to ensure that all types of slaps are addressed comprehensively, and I will make sure that my honourable friend gets a response from the Secretary of State for Justice.
Jane Kirkham.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I have several constituents, including victims of violence against women and girls, who have been waiting a year or more for Devon and Cornwall Police to respond to their complaints. Will the Leader facilitate a meeting with the Policing Minister for me to discuss the capacity of Devon and Cornwall Police to respond to complaints, and whether he'll allow a debate in government time on the handling of police complaints?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my honourable friend for her question. Delays in responding to complaints are very frustrating for the public and MPs who want to be able to help their constituents, and as we set out in our Police Reform White Paper, we will work with the Independent Office for Police Conduct to improve the police complaints and misconduct system, but I will facilitate a meeting with the Police Minister as my honourable friend requests.
Christine Sullivan.
Speaker. Last week, my constituents Gillian Greenbell and Craig Turpie from Bathgate's Turpie & Co visited Parliament and watched business questions from the gallery. But they were visiting London for the Guild Property Awards, winning silver in the UK overall award and gold in Scotland. As the state agency described this place as a period property located in a well-connected, up-and-coming community with views of iconic landmarks. Will he join me in congratulating the team at Turpie's? and commend them for the contribution to the local economy, wishing them well for the future.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I certainly join my honourable friend in congratulating everyone at Turpey's on their success as at the Guild Property Awards, and I thank them for joining us for business questions last week. I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they enjoyed their visit to Parliament, which, given the R&R report that I mentioned earlier, perhaps this place could also be described as a fixer-upper.
Oh, Alison Taylor.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in a challenging geopolitical world, would the Leader of the House agree with me that Scotland both contributes and benefits from the security of the United Kingdom as a whole?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I absolutely agree with my honourable friend. Scotland is fundamental to the security of the United Kingdom. We are developing the Defence Growth Deal for Scotland, which will drive innovation and deliver support to businesses, boost local employment and ensure long-term sustainable growth. But our commitment to that, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the role that Scotland plays is absolute.
Whereas, Madam Deputy Speaker, schools in some of the most geographically isolated and economically deprived communities, including from my Camborne, Redruth and Hale constituency, have found it very difficult to secure tour bookings under the new parliamentary booking system, and this also affects their ability to access the associated travel subsidy, which is essential for schools from remote coastal areas. Will the Leader commit to looking at how these tours are organised to ensure that pupils from geographically remote areas are not inadvertently excluded from visiting Parliament?
Leader.
Deputy Speaker, because the honourable gentleman raises a very important matter, one which is dear to my heart as well, given the relative distance from this place to the north east, where I have my constituency. It is important to make sure that students living in rural areas, indeed any area, do not miss out on the opportunity to visit this Parliament and understand our democratic processes. I will not only make sure that the House authorities are aware of his question, but I can tell him that the Administration Committee and indeed the Commission have asked for information about these matters to ensure that there is, as far as we can, no obstacle to young people visiting this place.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Next week will mark the first anniversary of the passing of Graham Murray, who tragically lost his life aged just 34 following a road traffic accident. Graham was a stalwart of Beckenham Rugby Club in my constituency, collecting nearly 150 caps, 2 titles and a promotion. Alongside his rugby, Graham was also a beloved friend and family man, and I know that this first anniversary will be a difficult time for many of those close to him, especially his wife Ashleen and children Tig and Croyer, and everyone at Beckenham Rugby Club. At their next home game, Beckenham will be remembering Graham with a minute's applause while some of his close friends travel to Cork to be with his family. Will the Leader of the House join me in sending condolences to Graham's family, to all those who knew him, and in commending Beckenham Rugby Club for bringing people together and for the vital role they play in our Beckenham community?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will wholeheartedly join my honourable friend in sending our sincere thoughts to Graham Murray's family and to his loved ones. It is truly devastating to lose a loved one due to traffic accidents, and we are working hard as a government through our road safety strategy to try to reduce deaths and serious injuries on Britain's roads. But also let me pay tribute and send our best wishes and thanks to Beckenham Rugby Club for the part that they're playing in this and the fantastic role that they play in their local community.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This coming Monday, I will be honoured to join my long-standing friend Tom Jones, who also happens to be my eldest constituent of Bexley from Crayford, for his 108th birthday celebration. Tom joined the Labour Party under the leadership of Sir Clement Attlee and supported our party under every subsequent leader. And this year will complete 92 continuous years' service of Unite the Union. Will the Leader of the House join me in wishing Tom a very happy 108th birthday and thank him for his lifetime of service to our community in the London Borough of Bexley?
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm sure the whole House will join me in wishing Tom Jones the happiest of birthdays. I'm sure he has lived an incredible life as a trade unionist and in support of our party, and we wish him well. He was doing that, Madam Deputy Speaker, before many members of this House were born, and on this rare occasion before I was born. So that is really saying something. But we do genuinely wish him all the very best and a very happy birthday.
Madam Deputy Speaker, last week I was honoured to attend the annual Apprenticeship Awards held by Rochdale's Hotwood Hall College. Awards that highlight all the brilliant local businesses we've got, but also the brilliant local talent we've got. Will you join me in congratulating 19-year-old Lily Chandler, who was Apprentice of the Year 2026, and 24-year-old Kieran Riseborough, who won the Social Mobility Award, both of whom are engineering apprentices and are a great credit to our town and to our borough.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Certainly join my honourable friend in congratulating Lily and Kieran for their well-deserved awards. It's a National Apprenticeship Week this week, but these hard-earned skills are not just for this week, they are indeed for life, which is why we backed our commitment to guarantee training, apprenticeships or help find work for all 18 to 21-year-olds with a record £3 billion apprenticeship budget. But I do wish Lily and Kieran all the very best for their working life going forward.
Martin Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently hosted with my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow West, a drop-in advice surgery for people living with dementia and their carers. I was struck by the vital role of local dementia support groups, organisations such as Dementia Heroes in the West End of Glasgow. Will the Leader of the House make time available for a debate to recognise the importance of these community-led organisations?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Volunteer and community-led organisations at the heart of our local communities, and the work that they do brings so much support to those who are in need. And I join my honourable friend in thanking organisations such as Dementia Heroes in his constituency. Every week we hear from members about the work of volunteers across our country. And therefore, should he seek a debate on this matter, I'm sure it will be a popular debate.
Danny Beales.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Post Office in Uxbridge provides vital services for my constituents, whether access to banking, government forms, to apply for passports or driving licences or general postal services, which is why residents were horrified to hear that the Post Office will close at the end of May. With no replacement in sight. And then when approving the redevelopment of the current building, the council made no provisions for a new post office or required no conditions on the developer to find a new site for a post office in the town centre. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that this simply isn't good enough? And can we make time in this place for a debate about the vital role of community postal services?
Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for this question. Because this sounds like a very frustrating time for his constituents. He's absolutely right about the importance of post offices to town centres, which is why this government sets minimum access criteria. I understand that an alternative location in Uxbridge is being actively explored, but he may wish to raise this matter at DBT orals at the beginning of next month to ask the Minister for an update.
James Naish.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wrote to the Department for Transport in December 2024, warning that the closure of Kirkhill Bridge by Network Rail for 10 months would have a devastating impact on nearby businesses. 15 months later, Dolly's, a local cafe, has closed for good. Gemma, the owner, told me that she needed £10,000 of support to get by over that 10-month period, and to the project, that would have been 0.15% of the total cost. It has closed, and as a result, we have lost a popular local business, and 3 people have lost their jobs. So would the Leader of the House agree with me that more can and should be done to recognise the unique impact of road closures on rural businesses, and will he advocate to the Department on my behalf?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is a doughty campaigner for his constituents, and I'm genuinely sorry to hear of the case that he raises. He understands that road closures can have a great impact on can greatly impact local communities and businesses, particularly in rural areas. And I know that he's raised this matter with the Department of Transport, but I will absolutely ensure that he gets a response.
Final question, ever patient.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. On Tuesday, I joined with civic leaders in Leeds and Leeds United to celebrate the £650 million expansion of Ellen Road Stadium. Now, this is going to bring enormous benefits to my part of Leeds, including jobs and opportunities. but it'll also ensure that those of us who've been on the season ticket waiting list for years are finally able to buy a ticket. But much more importantly than this, in parallel to it, the West Yorkshire Mass Transit project has the potential to amplify and extend these benefits to all of the people of Leeds. So will the Leader of the House grant an urgent debate in government time to ensure that the Leeds tram, the Bradford tram, the West Yorkshire tram is delivered ahead of the current schedule and on budget, with stations in my constituency and others, so that all of the people of Leeds can benefit from this investment?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As my honourable friend points out, sport is an important economic part of our local communities, which is there is a commitment to invest in such a way. And this government is committed to improving transport in the north, and I know the Transport Secretary is working closely with the West Yorkshire Mayor to ensure that we deliver a mass transport system. Should my honourable friend seek a Westminster Hall debate, I'm sure colleagues from his region may wish to join him in that, but if he seeks a request with a minister, then I will facilitate that.
That is the end of business questions. Those wishing to leave the chamber should do so now, quietly and quickly, as we'll come to the Select Committee statement shortly. Now come to the Select Committee statement on behalf of the Housing, Communities and Local Government Committee. Florence Shalami will speak for up to 10 minutes, during which no interventions may be taken. At the conclusion of her statement, I will call members to ask questions on the subject of the statement. These should be brief questions and not full speeches. Can I emphasise that questions should be directed to the Select Committee Chair and not the relevant Government Minister? Front benchers may take part in questioning. I call Florence Shalami.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Backbench Business Committee for allocating time for this statement. This week, the Housing, Communities and Local Government Select Committee published our fourth report, which looks at the conditions of homes in the social rented sector. This is the first in our series of outputs as part of our broader inquiry into the conditions of homes. We've also been looking at the conditions of homes in the temporary accommodation and the private rented sector, and hope to publish our report later on, but for this we are focusing on social housing. Over the last 25 years, there has been substantial progress at improving the condition of social homes. In 2001, the last Labour government introduced the Decent Homes programme to address the large backlog of disrepair that had built up in council homes. They set a target to bring all social homes up to a decent standard by 2010. To achieve this, registered providers were given 9 years to bring their homes to a minimum standard. This target was ultimately missed, but the programme was not without its success. Over 1 million homes were improved by works carried out on this programme. By April 2009, the rate of homes that failed to make decency had fallen down to 14.5%, down from just 40% at the start of the decade, so a significant improvement. Progress at bringing social homes up to minimum standards has continued to be under successive governments, but at a slower pace. However, as our report states, progress has now stalled, with very little improvement since the pandemic. The latest findings from the English Housing Survey estimated that around 430 social homes failed to meet the basic standards of decency. Overcrowding continues to rise. Our report highlights how energy prices means that tenants struggle to heat their homes sufficiently in the winter. Cold homes and overcrowding can exacerbate hazards like damp. 2/3 of social homes are at the highest risk of overheating during the summer months. These are really concerning trends. The government has been clear that it wants to deliver transformational and lasting change to the quality and safety of social homes over the next decade. The government has made good progress. Following recent announcements, registered providers have more certainty over the standards they're expected to meet and more resources. Now, many members across this chamber will remember the tragic case of Awab Ishaq, who died aged 2 from severe respiratory conditions caused by prolonged exposure to mould in his parents' homes. During his short life, Awab had recurring cold symptoms and respiratory tract infections and he had to visit the GP surgery than most children. Arab's parents reported their mold to their housing association in 2017, before Arab was born. The coroner's report states that no action was taken to address the mold before Arab died in December 2020, at which point the mold was then present in every single room. During our inquiry, we heard from one mother whose 18-month-old baby started getting chest infections because of the black mold behind her bed. The mold spread everywhere, but complaining got her nowhere. Arab's law is now being rolled out across social housing, giving tenants the ability to take legal action against their social landlords if they fail to remove the hazards in a timely way. On balance, we thought that the government's decision to introduce Arab's law in phases, starting with the most dangerous flats, was the right one. However, tenants and housing providers would benefit from a clearer timeline of when the next phase of Arab's law will apply, and our report calls for the government to set this out. Now, for many residents, Madam Deputy Speaker, taking legal action against your landlord is not a decision they want to take, and we'll be keeping a close eye on the effectiveness of Arab's law to ensure it delivers meaningful protection to tenants, especially some of the most vulnerable tenants. By 2030, social landlords will need to make sure that their homes comply with new energy minimum efficiency standards, and this is a positive step, although the pace of retrofits will need to accelerate if the sector is going to upgrade the remaining homes by 2030. Under the official definition of fuel poverty, a household is not considered to be fuel poor if their home has an EPC rating at band C or above. However, those living in homes that comply with the new minimum standards may still struggle to heat their own homes sufficiently if their energy prices are too long. So our report calls on the government in its forthcoming fuel strategy to amend the definition of fuel poverty to reflect this. Otherwise, the committee is concerned that the new energy efficiency standards, while necessary, will provide false assurances to tenants who are living in multiple cold homes. We welcome the government's new decent home standards. Today's standard was last updated in 2006 and it is in desperate need of reform. Shockingly, almost 430,000 homes still failed to meet the basic standards 25 years after this was introduced. The government plans to bring forward a new decent home standard in force by 2035. A lot of work needs to take place over the next 9 years. The Building Research Establishment has estimated that around 45% of social homes will need to be brought up to a new standard. While the last Labour government's Decent Homes programme was successful, many homes failed to meet the decent home standards. The government's new decent home standards will improve the quality and safety of homes. However, we do not want to find ourselves in a situation in 2030 in which a large proportion of homes have still not been upgraded. 2035 is already too long for many of our tenants to wait. They must not be told to wait longer. That is why we are recommending that the government should introduce interim targets to stipulate the percentage of social homes that should be upgraded to the revised decent home standards each year before the standards comes into force in 2035. This will help to demonstrate and reassure residents and the public that progress has been made. We are also asking the government to introduce a progress to periodically review and, if necessary, update the decent home standards at least every 10 years. As I mentioned earlier, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has made good progress, which is welcomed. The sector now has clarity which it needs to meet the standards. Changes to the rent settlement will help registered providers improve the quality of their homes. However, we are concerned that these steps alone will not be sufficient to deliver the improvements the government wants to see. Our view is that there's a strong case for the government to establish a new modern decent homes programmes to support social landlords to raise the standards. Even with the investment from the government, even with the changes to the rent settlement, we are concerned that the sector will not have sufficient resources to meet these new standards. There is a real risk that the cost of the new regulations will lead landlords to choosing to sell those homes instead of adapting them. So while we welcome the plans for the government to transform and make a lasting change to the quality of social homes, the government's plans do not address the long-term systematic drivers of poor conditions, especially the need to replace some of the ageing stock. We hope that the government's long-term housing strategy is an opportunity for the government to fill this gap, and we urge the government to publish this strategy as soon as possible.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the quality of social housing is a huge issue right across my Woking constituency, and one that residents and constituents contact me about on a daily basis. So I was pleased to help draft this cross-party report, and I want to sincerely thank my honourable friend for Vauxhall and Camberwell Green for her leadership on this issue. Please can she tell me and the House what response she has had from the government since the publication of this report, particularly on our request for a new and modern decent homes programme?
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my fellow committee member for his work in making sure we had consensus on this really important area, which is a cross-party issue which many of us see in our inboxes. What we are hoping to see is a full and detailed response from the government, so we are going to allow them to come back to us. But I'm hoping that the government will recognise that this is a really important issue, and if we want to make sure that we have a lasting legacy for our, it's important that the government enacts and makes sure that there's funding for this.
Chris Hinchliffe.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the chair of the recently formed APPG for Council and Social Housing, I particularly welcome the conclusion in this report about the importance of boosting the supply of social housing to meet the huge demands for new, high-quality, genuinely affordable homes, and also to replace the older, lower standard homes that are long past their intended lifespan. It's a daunting task, but we know it can be done. The great reforming post-war Labour government built more than 800,000 council houses between 1946 and 51. So does my honourable friend agree with me that we need bold policies to match the scale of that achievement now?
I thank the honourable member, and I know that, like many of us, he's a proud advocate for us making sure that this government honours its commitment around building new social homes. It is important that we do look at the range of avenues available to house builders, councils, developers, and most importantly that the government continues to fund that. So I'm hoping that he may be aware that the Affordable Homes Programme prospectus just opened this month in February, and we are asking, the government is requiring councils, developers, housing associations to come forward with those bids, and we are very much hoping that a number of those bids will be for new, high-quality, family-sized social homes.
Speaker, can I thank the chair of the committee and the committee for the report. I declare an interest as chair of the Healthy Homes and Buildings, and this issue, this very critical issue, is critical to us and centre to us in trying to find a way forward. In Northern Ireland, as an MP, I get this issue every week. The importance of the recommendations and the detail that the Honourable Lady and the committee have brought forward, could I ask, please, that they would be shared with the housing executive, the major social housing provider in Northern Ireland, but also the housing associations. This is significant, and I think they need to know.
I always thank the honourable member for his wonderful and timely interventions on many issues across the House. And as I mentioned in my opening remarks, the issue of conditions in homes is something that will impact all of us as constituency MPs right across the UK. It's a big issue we see weekly in our inboxes at our advice surgery. So it's really important that we share any areas of best practice and any areas that we can learn as well from other regions in the UK.
Val Rubiradi.
I thank my honourable friend and constituency neighbour for this excellent report, and I wanted to ask her if she agrees that sometimes in this situation housing associations try and have the heat taken off them by employing management agents, and when constituents go and approach them, for repairs and such, they often back them back between each other. I have a particular incident on Darkest Howe Apartments on Brixton Hill, where Notting Hill Genesis, who are the housing association in Crabtree, keep shirking responsibility to who has to provide some very vital changes. For example, people not being able to have heating between November and January, which were obviously the coldest months. Do you think that more should be done, and perhaps we should be able to better hold them criminally liable for some of the situations that they put our constituents in?
I thank my constituency neighbour for highlighting just one of the many examples, which I'm sure many other members across this chamber have seen in their inboxes. I think it's really important that we recognise for a number of the housing associations that receiving government grants to build these homes and the way they treat their tenants, it's important to direct residents to the regulator of social housing and other avenues that residents may have. And I'm hoping that the issue around management will come up in the forthcoming common hold and leasehold legislation.
That is the end of the Select Committee statements. Anybody wishing to leave the chamber should do so quickly and quietly.
Point of order, Madam President.
Oh, point of order. Andrew Griffith.
On a point of order, I wrote to the Chancellor, Madam Deputy Speaker, on behalf of a constituent on the 10th of December last year. I followed that up on the 6th of January and the 20th of January and received no substantive reply on each occasion. It was only when I tabled a written question that ministers finally informed me that correspondence had been passed to HMRC. They told me 3 weeks ago they would reply by the 11th of February, yet they have not done so, nor have they written to me. That means it's over 2 months, Madam Deputy Speaker, since I first raised this with the Chancellor on this matter. I've no answer for my constituent. Would you, Madam Deputy Speaker, advise me on what further avenues there are to ensure this government properly treats members of this House?
I thank the honourable member for giving me notice of his point of order. It is important that members receive timely answers from the government to such correspondence. No doubt the Treasury front bench are listening. It is not a matter for the Chair, but I'm sure that the Treasury front bench will have not only noticed his concerns, but other members who raised concerns about slow correspondence, and no doubt pass on the member's remarks. The honourable member may also wish to consult the Table Office about other steps that he can take if he wishes to choose to do so. Marvellous. Right. Are people moving quickly? If they are, then they must be quick. Presentation of Bill. Secretary Steve Reid.
Representation of the People Bill.
Second reading what day?
Monday the 23rd of February.
Monday the 23rd of February. We now come to the Backbench debate on LGBT+ History Month, and I call Nadia Whitome, who will speak for up to 15 minutes. Nadia Whitome.
I thank the Backbench Business Committee for approving this debate, which I'm pleased has become a regular fixture of the calendar in the world's gayest parliament. And thanks also to my honourable friend, the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, who made the application with me and whose relentless work for LGBTQ+ rights inspires me every day, not least her victory at the Council of Europe, where her report on banning conversion practices passed with a resounding majority. I'm pleased that the government has confirmed that it will publish a draft bill towards this end, and I hope that the Minister will use today as an opportunity to set out more details and timelines. Now, I appreciate the irony of one of the younger LGBTQ+ MPs opening a debate about LGBTQ+ history. Luckily, Madam Deputy Speaker, I respect my elders, so if any of my colleagues who actually lived through this history would like to intervene, correct me if I'm getting it wrong, and reveal how old they are, they would be more than welcome. Although I am confident that even the most senior among them will not be able to recall ancient Greece, which I'll be mentioning later. But I do also think that it's appropriate for someone like me to open this debate, because in so many ways I am a product of LGBTQ history. The life I lead today, that I'm able to be an openly queer MP, that I was taught in school about LGBTQ+ people, that I can marry my girlfriend if we so choose, that discrimination against me is banned, is because of the struggle of generation upon generation of LGBTQ+ people. From the Gay Liberation Front to those who overturned Section 28, from lesbians and gays support the minors to those who set up Switchboard, from anti-AIDS activists to the gay MPs upon whose shoulders we stand, like Maureen Colquhoun, the first openly lesbian member of this House, who fought tirelessly for gender equality and sex workers' rights, and Chris Smith, who came out in 1984 at a rally against gay employees being banned from his local council. It's thanks to the last Labour government responding to the movement for LGBTQ+ rights that the age of consent was equalised, that Section 28 was repealed, that civil partnerships were granted, that same-sex couples could adopt, that trans people could have their gender legally recognised, and that the Equality Act was passed. I feel immensely grateful to those who came before me that I did not experience many of the horrors that they did, and I wish that those who are no longer with us could see us now. The record numbers of people who are comfortable and safe identifying as their true selves, who live better, more equal lives because of everything they fought for. Absolutely.
I thank my honourable friend for making such a powerful and passionate speech, and she's such a fantastic advocate for the LGBT+ community. She highlighted the many people who have passed on and died. She'll know that I'm one of the co-chairs of the APPG, HIV and AIDS and sexual health, and the disgraceful stigma that's still attached to that. Does she agree with me that this year's theme of science and innovation, we should celebrate the science and innovation of many people from across the HIV and AIDS sector, and our fight of this government to make sure we are one of the first countries to end new HIV transmissions in 2030.
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and I congratulate her on all of the work that she has done on this right since we were elected together in 2019. She's absolutely right, and I commend the government for its work on this area. But at the same time, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must acknowledge that many in our community continue to suffer, both here and around the world. I'm proud to be co-chair of the APPG on global LGBT+ rights, and the situation for our siblings internationally varies immensely from place to place. In 65 countries, that's a third of all states, LGBTQ+ people are still criminalised because of who they are and who they love. While we're seeing progress in some places, in others, new discriminatory laws and policies continue to be introduced. And unfortunately, the UK is one of the places where the state of LGBTQ+ rights has been getting worse instead of better. In preparation for today, I rewatched the speech made by my honourable friend and, if I may, lesbian icon, the member for Wallasey, in 2023, and I was really struck by her reflection that she would scarcely have believed the progress that has been made in the 3 decades since she was first elected in 1992. And I'm devastated that I cannot say the same for my time here, that during the last 6 years that I've been an MP, progress has not only stalled, but gone backwards. Last year, the UK dropped 6 places to 22nd in the ILGA rankings of LGBTQ+ rights in European countries. In 2015, we were number 1. The only other countries that suffered a similarly dramatic drop last year were Hungary, whose far-right government banned pride marches, and Georgia, which is implementing Russian-style anti-LGBTQ laws. Madam Deputy Speaker, the ILGA has been explicit that the Supreme Court ruling and the subsequent interim guidance from the Equality and Human Rights Commission are the cause of our regression, as trans people in this country can no longer fully obtain legal gender recognition. Many are now living in fear of being terrorised out of public life, whether through discrimination, abuse and violence by those who have been emboldened to become the gender police, or through endless legal threats forcing more and more spaces to exclude them. We have to ask, what is the end game here? What do people opposed to trans inclusion want trans people to do? To live segregated lives that violate their privacy and their dignity? To be forced back into the closet? To somehow stop existing? What about intersex people? What are they meant to do when their biological sex has always been more complicated than simply male or female? And that's why I also think that this month acts as an important corrective to the lie that anti-trans activists often tell, that sex is binary, that until recently gender identity was straightforward, man have penis, woman have vagina, trans people don't exist. Well, tell that to Roberta Cowell, the first known British trans woman to undergo gender-affirming surgery and have her birth certificate changed in 1951. Or to Charlie Wilson, a trans man and ships painter from the Victorian era. Or to Eleanor Reichner, who was a trans 14th century embroiderer, barmaid and sex worker. Tell that too to intersex people, who have been documented as far back as ancient Greek, Roman and Indian texts, to the two-spirit people of indigenous North Americans, or to the Hijra in South Asia. As countless biologists, psychologists and societies across the world will attest, both gender identity and sex have always been complex, diverse, and not simply defined by the genitalia that those opposed to trans rights and the media are so obsessed with discussing. And it's also not the case that more trans people have just appeared out of nowhere in recent years. Trans people have always existed, trans people will always exist, and we should be proud that more people finally feel able to live as their true selves, rather than hide in shame and fear with dire consequences for their mental health. We should be celebrating this, alongside the record numbers of people identifying as gay, lesbian and bisexual. But instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, a vocal minority hope that if we make trans people's lives as difficult as possible, if they're hounded and abused, then maybe we can get back to a mythical time when they could pretend that trans people didn't exist, when gay people weren't in their face, when women knew their place. Let me be clear, the rollback of rights is all linked, and efforts to narrow the definition of womanhood, to police people's gender expression, to tie women to our biology, are a patriarchal and homophobic wet dream. We are already seeing how the Supreme Court ruling and interim EHRC guidance are leading to women, cis as well as trans, being challenged and harassed in toilets and other single-sex spaces. So gender-critical activists have some brass neck claiming that they're advancing our rights through their actions. Now, I appreciate the separation of powers between the legislature and the judiciary, and that the Supreme Court had the unenviable job of attempting to interpret the will of Parliament when making its ruling. I also appreciate that this government, therefore, had no hand in this decision. However, it is far from powerless. The interim guidance from the EHRC went far beyond even the Supreme Court's ruling, and we must ensure that the statutory guidance does not do the same. I hope the Minister will be able to provide an update about where they're at and confirmation that the guidance will enable organisations to be inclusive of trans people instead of mandating their exclusion. It's also the case that Parliament could legislate to make clear what our intention in the Equality Act is. And I do not believe for a second that the landmark piece of equality legislation passed by the last Labour government after the Gender Recognition Act intended the blanket exclusion of trans people. If the law needs to be clarified, then Parliament should make that clarification. Madam Deputy Speaker, we should not be triangulating on issues of human rights. We should not allow trans people to be thrown under the bus in an attempt to appease a tiny, well-funded, radicalised minority who are not representative of women and who are not representative of the rest of the LGBTQ+ community. All of us in here have a duty to all our LGBTQ+ constituents, including trans people. Trans people are the topic of frequent debate in this House, without the ability to input into it. We have to amplify their voices, their experiences, their concerns, and they are demanding that we oppose their exclusion. And as a queer woman, I feel a particular debt to the trans community because they fought for the rights that I enjoy today. They were on the Pride marches, they were at the die-ins, they lobbied their MPs, and I benefited from it. What kind of person would I be to pull up the ladder now when the LGBTQ+ community has always been and will always be one in struggle and in joy. There is no LGB without the T. We rise together and we fall together, and we must not let our trans siblings' rights be taken. Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
The question is as on the order paper, and I call Dame Near Griffith.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, I really do thank my honourable friend from Nottingham East for not only taking the initiative on this debate, but for making a fantastic opening speech and saying so much about our trans community, which is so important. And I will come back to that in a moment. Now, in this, our LGBT+ month debate, it's important not only to acknowledge how far we've come in respect of LGBT+ rights, but to renew our determination both to protect the progress we've made and to do more, both here and abroad, to enable LGBT+ people to enjoy opportunities that are every bit as good as non-LGBT+ people enjoy. I'm not going to repeat much of the excellent speech that my honourable friend has just made, so I will keep my remarks fairly brief. I welcome the fact that through amending the Police and Crime Bill, the government is moving ahead with making LGBT+ and disability hate crime into aggregated offences, bringing them in line with racial and religious hate crime. But changes in the law need to be supported by cultural change. Unfortunately, too often, we hear of denigration, taunting and bullying of LGBT+ people, sometimes through ignorance, but also, I'm sorry to say, open prejudice, even amongst those we would hope to know better in our public services. Research by the TUC into harassment, bullying and prejudice of LGBT+ people in the workplace revealed that over half of respondents, raising to 80% of trans respondents, have been subject to one of these. So there should be no rolling back of equality, diversity and inclusion programmes, whether it's LGBT+ inclusive relationship education for young people in schools, or whether it's in a public or private sector workplace. I am pleased that our Employment Rights Act gives formal recognition to trade union equality officers and to strengthen the employer duties against harassment. This will certainly help, but we should be under no illusion that there is still much to do. Now, moving on to the Conversion Practices Bill, I know a lot of work has been done on this bill, and I appreciate that the Minister is absolutely committed to bringing forward this bill and to ensuring that it is fully trans-inclusive. But time is ticking on, and I would be grateful if she could tell us when she is likely to publish a draft bill. Now, turning to the trans community, I have met many trans people and their families this year, as I expect the Minister has, who have been deeply upset since the Supreme Court ruling last April, not just by the ruling itself, but at the way in which the ruling has been seized upon by some, interpreted far more widely than the context of the Equality Act 2010, and used as a weapon against trans people. We must find a way which enables trans people to live their lives peacefully and in dignity without having to come out repeatedly in all sorts of circumstances. So I'd ask the Minister to ensure that however we finally get to the final guidance on the practical implementation of the ruling, it really does respect the rights of trans people to privacy and to living their lives in their required gender, and that it also offers protection to all those organisations who find themselves under attack for being trans-inclusive. We need to see guidelines which focus on inclusion and not exclusion. Now, I'd like to turn now to the international scene. We all appreciate that there are significant financial pressures at this time, but I would like to make a specific plea to ministerial colleagues to protect the support given to LGBT rights programmes through the FCDO foreign aid budget. In the great scheme of things, this is not a huge amount of money, but it's nevertheless extremely important. This is for several reasons. Firstly and foremost, because it is not just a minority rights issue. Sadly, we are seeing attacks on LGBT+ rights around the world used as a weapon to undermine our democracies, sowing division, dividing societies, and often used as a precursor to attacks on wider minority rights and greater authoritarianism. Now, I won't repeat all the comments that I made in the debate on Monday about the interference of Russia on our democracy and politics, but research by the Kaleidoscope Trust and its international partners, alongside UK government and equal rights coalition statements, has shown that hostile states such as Russia systematically promote anti-gender and anti-LGBTI+ narratives, which are used to polarise electorates and mobilise nationalist and populist movements, and even undermine trust in institutions such as NATO, the EU and the UN. This is a threat to us, but it's an even greater threat in countries where democracy is more fragile. So secondly, the UK still commands respect abroad, and strong support from the UK for programmes supporting LGBT rights does send a clear signal to other donor countries of the importance of this aid. And conversely, the cutting of UK aid for LGBT rights programmes may influence other donors negatively. Thirdly, any retreat from supporting LGBT rights is likely to embolden those who weaponise them and exacerbate existing difficulties. Now, I am very pleased to hear that the UK will be hosting the IDAHOC meeting in 2027, but I would really ask the Minister if we could use that both to put our position on the rankings in a better place, but also to support LGBT rights internationally. Thank you.
Kate Osborne, are you ready to stand? Kate Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a huge honour to co-lead this debate with my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham East. We share many things, not least our proud queer identities and a deep commitment to equality. So I'm pleased to have worked together to mark LGBT History Month. After years of progress, it feels to many of us as though we are going backwards on many of the rights that LGBTQ+ people have fought hard for and gained. Rights that were hard won are now being treated as optional. Protections that people fought for, often at great personal cost, are being chipped away, one argument, one dog whistle, one headline at a time. For our trans siblings in particular, this feels like a dark and a dangerous time. That's why LGBT+ History Month matters. Our history shows us the patterns, progress, backlash, progress again, and now we are facing another backlash. That backlash is never without harm. It comes at significant human cost. So whilst we celebrate the trailblazers, yes, give way.
Very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way, and can I firstly congratulate her and my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham East, for securing this debate and the work that she has done at the Council of Europe to secure the passing of that report on the trans-inclusive conversion therapy ban, a monumental achievement. Is she, like me, concerned about the rise of the far right across Europe and in the UK and the threat that this poses to our constituents of LGBTQ+ backgrounds?
I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and yes, I share her concerns regarding the far right and indeed others. So whilst we celebrate the trailblazers, the organisers, the artists, the campaigners, the nurses and carers who held hands in hospital wards when families would not visit, the friends who became family, the people who marched when it was dangerous and the people who stood up when they were told to sit down, we also learn from their courage. We remember that our history includes pride marches and community groups, but also trade union solidarity and working class organising, because one of the strongest lessons in our LGBT+ history is this: when working people stand together, we win change that reaches far beyond the workplace. I'll declare an interest as a proud member of Unite the Union, and let's just take the opportunity to mention that as well as LGBT History Month, it is Union Hearts Week. Trade unions are always at the heart of the fight for equality. It's trade unions that push employers to have policies on discrimination at work, and trade unions who decades ago brought about trans-inclusive policies. At a time when division is being weaponised, that lesson of solidarity is more important than ever. In my own beautiful constituency of Jarrow and Gateshead East, I'm proud of the work being done by Out North East, in particular Drew Dalton and Peter Durrant, and their fantastic work in the community with youth groups, older LGBT people, and just last week, opening the new, bigger premises for the One Centre, which is the first LGBT media and business centre in the UK, and it's in my constituency. This new location is a brand new LGBTQ+ inclusive space. The facilities are absolutely incredible, and I'm so honoured and moved to have realised when I arrived that I was featured on the Icons wall alongside Bowie, and that there was a room named after me and another room named after the wonderful Lord Cashman from the other place. Yeah. Last month I was also proud, as others have mentioned, to have led the debate in the Council of Europe, and I'm pleased to say that my report on banning conversion practices passed with support from across the political spectrum and across Europe. The report contains a framework for legislation that each of the 46 countries are then expected to adopt in their own parliaments. Our government should now adopt that framework, because conversion practices don't just happen in theory, they happen to real people in real life. They happen under the guise of therapy, guidance, deliverance, or counselling. And the message is always the same: you are broken, you are wrong, and you need to be fixed. Well, I'm here to say that I'm a lesbian, and there's nothing about me that needs to be fixed. Thank you. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, that instead of learning from the stigma and prejudice of the past, here we are, marginalising, discriminating, preventing vital life-saving healthcare and support, and excluding trans and non-binary people from sport, spaces and society. There is not a shed of doubt in my mind that future MPs, government ministers and possibly prime ministers will stand where we are right now and have to dish out the kind of apologies, compensation and retribution for the wrongs of yesterday that we see happening all too often today. So why don't we save ourselves, and most importantly, save the trans community? Stand up and step up for them right now, instead of capitulating with a small band of very loud and well-funded bigots. Let's not make today's discrimination tomorrow's new inquiry, public apology and compensation scheme, because that is exactly where we are heading. And I'll finish with a celebration of our history. We are here today in the gayest parliament in the world. 12% of this chamber are LGBT, and I'm delighted to be serving queer joy in Parliament for you all to hear. And to the homophobes that are still just about clinging on to their prejudices, well, I've got some queer joy for you too. It's 2026, we're still here, we've always been here, we're out and proud, and there's more of us than ever before. So really, just get over it already. And I'm here to reaffirm my commitment to fighting for equality. I will declare an interest as the new chair of the APPG on fertility that I will continue to fight for IVF for all. I'll also declare an interest as the chair of the APPG on women's football, and I was pleased to be at the launch of the new Premier Leagues with pride. It's great to see the rainbow flag flying across every football ground in the Premier League, because football is a great unifier. The North East is renowned for being a hotbed of football. Perhaps that's why I loved it so much when I moved there back in 1989, and why I've never left. It transcends borders and brings people together from diverse backgrounds. Football is for everyone, and on that note, I do have a message for the AA, and that is, let the dolls play football. I want to thank the Minister for her support and for the very many productive conversations that we've had, as well as the work that she's doing to bring forward a ban on conversion practices and to make LGBT hate crime an aggravated offence. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Committee Chair, Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Madam Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I start by saying it's a real honour to follow my honourable friend, the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, and I want to reiterate congratulations to her for her fine work in passing the ban on conversion therapy in Europe. It is greatly needed, and I hope that the government will soon follow. I also want to say thank you to the opening speeches of my honourable friend from Nottingham East and from Llanelli, both of which serve as brilliant members on the Women and Equalities Committee, and I note that there are other members from the Women's and Equalities Committee here. And can I just say, you called out queer icons. You are my icons. Not just serving the LGBT community, but also serving our movement. So thank you. And today we're learning about history and how not to repeat the lessons of the past. So I have to say that I am deeply disappointed that there are not more members on the benches opposite. I'm not surprised Reform aren't here. There isn't a willingness to learn. There isn't a willingness to come together. There isn't a willingness to bring people together. But I am surprised that there are no Green representatives on those benches, that there are no Lib Dems on the back benches, that there are no SNP members. And I have to say that I am very pleased that the member for the Wold has left his place on the front bench next to the Shadow Minister, because during the member for Nottingham East's brilliant opening speech, he did not listen with respect, instead rolling his eyes. And I feel that while we try to bring everybody together...
The honourable member possibly remembers and knows that when we refer other members in the House, obviously we use their constituencies and not their names, but we do let them know that we were about to refer to them in the chamber. Has she had time to do that? But no doubt she'll be doing it very quickly after she has spoken. Marvellous. Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I shall be doing that. I did expect him to stay and perhaps learn from the rest of the speeches that had followed. Perhaps he could come back and perhaps learn a little bit more. Because every year I've stood in this debate, it seemed that the LGBTQ plus community has had a tougher year than the one before. And that is sadly true today as it was last year. We've seen the mainstream dangerously move further to the right to focus on not what brings people together, but what tears people apart. Madam Deputy Speaker, that isn't leadership. The politics of the right is one of fear. It is cowardly. True strength is shown in the ability to learn, to understand, and to lead people to a better future than the past that has gone before. Because progress is not inevitable, and we will have to fight for it. And I want to say to the LGBTQ plus community, you are not alone in that fight. Although I would really understand why many would feel alone right now. Between March 2024 and March 2025, there were more than 18,000 hate crimes motivated by sexual orientation alone, and over 3,000 trans-related hate crimes. Though there was a welcome slight dip in reported hate crimes in 2024, there has still been a 44% increase over the past 5 years. And horrifyingly, there has been an 88% increase in hate crimes against trans people in that year. Now, these horrifying statistics make it clear that some elements of the public are taking their lead from the current political discourse. Reform's candidate in Gorton and Denton wants tax cuts for people who have children, which is not only deeply offensive to people like me who have struggled to have a child, but also to many LGBTQ plus people as well. But we know they ultimately don't want LGBT people to have children. The Reform leader has gone on record with his belief children are better off brought up in heterosexual households, rather than just with parents that love them. They aren't hiding how they feel. They are saying it with their full chest, and they are reaping the benefits of a culture war where everyone is a casualty apart from themselves. A culture war that none of us see an end to without serious leadership. We know when they are done with trans people, they will go after the LGBT part of the community, and I wonder how long it will be before Reform and some elements of the Conservative Party call for an end to same-sex couples being allowed to adopt even. What was unthinkable years ago isn't just being muttered quietly under their breath anymore. It's now a full-throated attack under the cynical guise of safety. All a smokescreen for the abuse and real danger that women and children face. Now, I wish I could say it was only in the right-wing parties that this toxicity existed, but sadly not. I can't tell you how disappointed I was when my own party took the decision to exclude trans women members from our women's conference. It has led me to question my own decision, and that it is sadly not to attend women's conference for the first time in a very long time. It used to be one of my favourite parts of the conference season, a place for inclusivity and sensible discussion. I've even chaired some of the debates that are so memorable in my mind. But if all women can't go, then neither will I. Because after attending every party conference and many trade union conferences for nearly 20 years, yes, I am that old, my safety was never put at risk from trans women or trans men or the LGBTQ+ community, but it was by cis men with power, men who are unaccountable to anyone, something that many are slowly cottoning onto in this place and others. And our accountability is incredibly important. It matters. And where is it? Where is it for the people who consistently trade off one person's agenda rights for another, only to serve their ill-gotten agenda? Does the Minister believe the EHRC is up to the challenge of this ever-toxic environment? Is it resourced properly? I hope it is, Madam Deputy Speaker, because we need a defender of all our rights. Otherwise, I fear, as we watch America tear itself apart, we are just one sneeze away from catching the disease of state-sanctioned hatred that sees leaders openly attack gay people, disabled people, and ethnic minority people. And we can do so much better than that. I know that as we move forward, there are many questions to raise to the Minister, but I want to pose one that has already been raised, and that is, when will we see the ban on conversion therapy come forward? And as many young trans people wait for the puberty blockers trials to go ahead, what support is being given to them and to their families in this time of uncertainty? I know our Labour government is so much better than what we are seeing overseas right now. I know the British public is so much better than to want what they're seeing overseas right now. But I also know that we can do better. We are a country that isn't just tolerant, but is at its best when we celebrate difference, when we learn from one another, and when we come together to join in and celebrate who we are as this brilliant country. That's the country I want back.
Come on. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my friend for Luton North. She gave an incredibly powerful speech. I also want to thank my honourable friend for Nottingham East for her incredibly powerful opening remarks and for moving this debate. She is a proud queer British South Asian who is a role model to so many, and that representation really does matter. I also want to say how proud I am that my honourable friend for Reading West and Mid Berkshire is at the dispatch box. We were friends long before we were elected to this place, and to see her here to give responses to all of us is quite a moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, happy LGBT+ History Month. I'm here as a proud friend and ally. Stratford and Bow has a very proud history of queer resistance. It was home to the Tower Hamlets lesbian and gay campaign group when Thatcher's government introduced Section 28. When they tried to silence and erase an entire community, the campaign group fought back with defiance, holding meetings at Bromley Public Hall to spread awareness and solidarity. And while libraries across the country stopped stocking queer literature, Tower Hamlets defied this ban, even producing a gay and lesbian book list for their libraries. They also published Out East Community magazine, spreading word far and wide. And in Stratford, the East London gay community was a thriving social group. They also operated a telephone hotline every Tuesday night, taking at its peak up to 15,000 calls a year, offering help and support for gay people in East London and beyond for decades. Instead of shame, they offered solidarity, acceptance and care. These stories aren't just history, they're a legacy that has profoundly shaped our communities in East London and throughout London. And we're still home to queer celebration and resistance. Whether it's being the home of UK Black Pride at Queen Elizabeth Olympic Park, or Forest Gate Pride, who defied hatred when people defaced our local flags, and even Outswim, who meet at the Aquatic Centre to support and help local LGBT+ people participating in sports. And amazing initiatives like Positive East and Newham LGBT seniors who meet at Stratford Library. Everyone is welcome in Stratford and Bow, and we celebrate our history and heritage. But as we celebrate LGBT History Month, and as we look back on how far we've come, we cannot risk forgetting the lessons of that history. Those lessons are rarely convenient, and the risks of backsliding are ever present, as we've heard today. As I mentioned briefly, we've had our own issues in Forest Gate. We sadly saw hatred come to our own community, where our rainbow crossing, our pride flag, was shamefully defaced multiple times. It's this that reminds us we can't assume or take for granted the progress that we've made. This local crime, a hate crime, an attack on our local queer community, was awful, and it really ran through. And it wasn't just the LGBT+ community in Forest Gate. It was everyone. It was all our neighbours. We were affronted that this was happening. But we now have rainbow wraps that adorn our street lamps. And when we unveiled these, the community stood together to share a defiance message that no hate will win here. LGBT identities will never be erased, and certainly not on my watch as their MP. But as I said, Madam Deputy Speaker, we cannot risk complacency. Progress is hard fought and hard won. And in the months since the Supreme Court ruling on the Equality Act, hundreds of my constituents have written to me to share their experience and their fears, and the deep impact that the interim guidance issued by the EHRC is having on their daily lives. The lack of clarity also has an impact on organisations across the country too, and on trans people, who increasingly find themselves excluded from this discussion. Just as we demand that women's voices are heard and respected, so too must we listen to trans women's voices, who find themselves subject to mockery and abuse as those on the far right stoke culture wars. But these are real people and real lives. Last year, I wrote to the Minister for Women and Equalities, and I made the views of my constituents very clear, that we must ensure that the Supreme Court ruling does not leave anyone facing yet more barriers to living a full, happy and dignified life free of discrimination and harassment. I shared stories from my constituents. One, who transitioned over 25 years ago, told me the place that they've worked for 13 years now has segregated toilets. They're terrified they'll now have to disclose their trans identity to their colleagues, infringing on their right to privacy and risking their safety and inclusion at work. This isn't an abstract discussion. This is real lives of real people living in every one of our communities. They deserve dignity and freedom to live as they have been, in many cases, for decades without issue. It's why we must see the new EHRC guidance come forward as soon as possible. We cannot risk backsliding by allowing this judgment to license discrimination or undermine the norms of trans inclusion. It cannot signal a move away from LGBT liberation after decades of progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, we often hear that pride is a protest, but pride is also a movement rooted in resistance, in defying silence, in refusing shame, and we've come so far. It bears repeating that the lessons of history are clear, that progress was hard won and it must be defended. But this LGBT History Month is not just about struggle, it's about joy and celebration and celebrating queer identity. That's why I'm here as a proud ally to celebrate this. That's why Tower Hamlets Gay and Lesbian Campaign Group stood for. It's what the East London Gay Collective stood for. It's a legacy that we must all carry forward, in particular at this moment for our trans friends and neighbours. So as we celebrate LGBT+ History Month, as we look back on how far we've come, let's remember that progress is never inevitable. It demands resolve, it demands allyship, including from each and every one of us in this place.
Rhodes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the member for Nottingham East for her introduction to the debate. According to data compiled by the House of Commons Library, over 10% of the population of my constituency of Glasgow North identify as lesbian, gay or bisexual, one of the highest proportions in the country, and over 1% identify as transgender, again, well above the national average. The data illustrates a wider story of a growing number of people feeling confident, living their lives openly as their true self, and at the same time, those who feel unable to do so, and those who feel that they can only be open about themselves in some circumstances, but not in others. The recent history of LGBT+ rights has seen a growing confidence, shaping and being shaped by legislative change and cultural societal change. Cultural society change influencing legislative change, and in turn, legislative change influencing cultural society change. Progress made in recent decades, and progress that for many now feels less secure than ever. LGBT+ History Month gives the opportunity to reflect on this history, a history of prejudice and of progress, a history of shame and of pride, a history marked by hatred and by love. Too many personal histories never fully told, too many talents never fully celebrated, too many denied the opportunities to live their lives fully. But also those who, despite challenges and barriers, hatred and discrimination, have lived their lives as fully as they could, enhancing the lives of many and still remembered today. Constituencies like mine in large cities have for so often been a magnet for LGBT+ people, who see the big city as perhaps more liberal or more anonymous. The small town boy phenomenon put into endemic form by Bronski Beat in the 80s. For many big cities like Glasgow have been a lifeline and have become their space. For too many others, the dazzle of the bright lights hid dark places. The draw of the big city has been around for many decades. In 1933, two working-class Scots, Robert Cahoon and Robert McBride, often referred to as the two Roberts, arrived from Ayrshire and the Glasgow School of Art. They went on to become renowned artists and shared a lifelong romantic relationship at a time when gay relationships were illegal. There are histories of LGBT+ artists, writers and musicians, but there are histories too not recorded and not told of LGBT+ shop assistants, delivery drivers and joiners. These histories need to be written and told. As we recall and retell LGBT history this month, we celebrate progress, but we also recognise the difficult times. I was a teenager and became an adult in the 1980s, when the world was faced with what is now referred to as the AIDS crisis. At that time, I recall the newspaper headlines referring to the gay plague. I still remember clearly reading a news story about how schools were cancelling swimming lessons at a local authority swimming pool because gay men had been swimming there. I also remember a story where a cafe owner reassured his customers by telling them not to worry, as he had smashed and got rid of the crockery and cutlery used by a gay customer and deep cleaned the cafe. There was a clear popular narrative that gay equals illness equals death. Even by 1996, when the film Beautiful Thing was released, it was still possible to shock by having a mainstream film with gay characters who end the film alive, well and happy. LGBT History Month is an opportunity to recall history, to celebrate and to pay respect. It is also an opportunity in this place to reflect on how legislative change hasn't just been the result of cultural societal change, but also how legislative change can be a tool to drive cultural and societal change. It is an opportunity for us in this place to reflect on that, acknowledge the importance of the leadership that can be taken through legislative change, and ultimately is a call on us to act. History moves on. It is our job to make the next legislative change. I look forward to hearing from the Minister about the progress that is being made on bringing forward legislation that is comprehensive and inclusive to ban conversion practices outright. We need to bring forward this legislation, quite rightly in response to calls for it, but also because it is our duty in this place not just to respond, but to lead progressively. It is for us to take action, to legislate to reflect the changes in society, but it is also our duty to use the powers that we have to change society for the better. In this LGBT+ History Month, let us remember the history that has brought us to where we are, but also remember our responsibility to help the history that is still to be written.
Short Blake.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for Nottingham East and for Jarrow and Gateshead East for securing this debate and for your powerful remarks. And I just have to pay tribute to my honourable friend from Glasgow East for his Glasgow North, for his powerful speech and remarks calling for the change that we need and reminding us of the horrors of the 1980s and the representation of the LGBT community at that time. I remember that really clearly, and the horror that that put into young people, the damage that that has done, I think for decades, is something that we will take a long time to recover from. So thank you very much. I'm here as a proud friend and ally to the LGBT community and to talk about what LGBT History Month means for my constituency and my constituents. The purpose of these months is to celebrate, reflect, learn and to plan for what we need to do to secure rights going into the future. And I'm grateful to honourable members for talking about struggle and also talking about joy. So for my few minutes, I want to talk about the joy that I know takes place in my community, in my constituency every day, but also some of the struggles that we face going ahead. I'm so proud to represent a constituency with such historic ties to the LGBT community. Home to London Pride, to GAY, to the City of Quebec, the oldest LGBT venue, we think. I'll invite historians to challenge any historians in the room to challenge me on an intervention. And She Soho, home to historic figures Oscar Wilde, Alan Turing, and Beta Sackville West. Just carrying on with some of the joy that I have had in my community, representing and talking to my constituents in the Westminster LGBT Forum. And I want to give a shout out to the kindness that I have experienced working with Professor Pippa Cattrall, who chairs the LGBT Forum, and also Pride in the Square Mile. I want to celebrate Bishopsgate Institute, their incredible archive of LGBT history. And if anyone has time over recess, I strongly recommend a visit. I know that they would welcome all of us. We're incredibly proud to host 56 Dean Street, an inspiring sexual health service based in Soho that has a really pioneering approach to securing excellent sexual health services. It has been truly inspiring to hear about the progress that we have made this afternoon over the years. We've seen the support for gay marriage go up just in the last few years from 54% in 2010 to 78% in 2023. And we've also heard about incredible stories of sacrifice. But we're less than 30 years from the horrendous attack at the Admiral Duncan pub. Many of us in this room will remember that week and what it felt like to live in a city where people can be attacked for who they are, where people are murdered for who they are. And so I want to pay a tribute to the Hate Crime Awareness Month team, who are friends of people who lost their lives in the Admiral Duncan attack, and to Reverend Simon Buckley, and to the Westminster LGBT champion and Soho champion, Councillor Patrick Lilly, for the work that they do at the annual remembrance event for the Admiral Duncan attack. And I don't think there's ever been singing in the chamber, but I cannot articulate how powerful it is listening to the Pink Singers sing I Want to Dance With Someone at that annual remembrance service. And you're all welcome to join me there to show our respect and to celebrate the joy, but also remember the terrible struggles that people have lived through. And 6 months ago, we experienced a homophobic group march through the very centre of Soho, attacking people for who they are and chanting hate. And that's something that is still very live for us. And we're also now facing the attack trans rights. My constituents, like many of us in this room, have contacted me in deep pain about what they are experiencing in the current horrific culture war that we're living through, and many of us are fighting to get through. And we just cannot allow the current situation, the current level of attack on trans people to continue, and for the interim guidance to stop people from living their lives as who they are. So I think we seem united in this chamber to make sure that we can rally towards a position where people can live freely for who they are. We all deserve dignity in struggle, we all deserve dignity in love, and we all deserve dignity in joy.
Rachel Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm so proud and pleased to be taking part in this debate, and I do want to pay tribute to my honourable friend, the member for Nottingham East. She may be young, but she is a fearless, knowledgeable and compassionate champion for our movement. And I also want to pay tribute to all the other wonderful colleagues, both from my community and the proud allies who've spoken in this debate. And I was particularly moved by my honourable friend, the member for Glasgow North, who shared the stories that vividly brought back to me what it was like living through the 1980s. So I thank him for that. LGBT history in this country is a history shaped by courage, service, resilience, and far too often injustice. The history of discrimination against LGBT people runs through our armed forces, our healthcare system, our laws, the way our courts treated lesbian mums, and our communities. It's a history that reminds us that progress is not inevitable, that if equality is not defended, the progress we have fought for can be destroyed far too easily. I attended my first Pride in 1986, not long after the great work of Mark Ashton and Lesbians and Gays Support the Miners. It was a celebration of how far we'd come and a protest that we still faced injustice. I never could have predicted that Section 28 would be introduced just 2 years later. That year, I attended Pride alongside angry and distraught friends. Section 28 was an attack on the right of people like me to live openly. It stigmatised lesbian, gay and bisexual people. In just 2 years, the progress that I had seen as a student had been ripped away from us. It's a reminder that equality is an ongoing battle, and today I see the same people who supported Section 28 trying to row back on rights for trans people. This is why LGBT History Month matters, because it reminds us that progress can't be taken for granted. This LGBT History Month, I want to remember all the LGBT soldiers and veterans who've served the United Kingdom. Even when the armed forces rejected them, they proudly served our country. Many had their careers ended, their ranks stripped, and the sacrifices and service they made erased simply because of who they were and who they loved. That treatment was a moral stain on our nation. As a Labour MP, I'm proud that it was the Labour government which lifted the ban on LGBT people serving in the military. We can never undo the harm that was done to veterans, but we can take responsibility for it. That's why implementing the recommendations of the Etherton Review are so important, so that LGBT veterans have their compensation, restored ranks and corrected records. Only by implementing these recommendations will we restore dignity, pride and historical truth. It was truly an honour to see the King unveil the memorial to LGBT military personnel at the National Memorial Arboretum, not too far from my constituency. And I spent a wonderful day on Boxing Day with my partner Dawn, visiting and thinking at that memorial. Turning to the present, in the coming weeks, the amendment that I called for to hate crime laws in this House last year will be introduced in the House of Lords. I worked with my colleagues, the members for Penistone and Stocksbridge and Burton and Uttoxeter, and over 100 other MPs to equalise the law on hate crime. It will make all hate crimes aggravated offences so that disabled and LGBT people receive the same support as victims of other hate crimes and have the same time to report these distressing, vile, degrading and often violent crimes, so that their experiences are treated with the same severity as those suffering hate crime because of their race or religion. This was a manifesto promise from the Labour Party, and I'm proud to be part of a government and these benches that deliver on that promise and turn up when these issues are debated and LGBT history is celebrated. LGBT history is not just about the past, though. It's about highlighting how discrimination persists today and that homophobia and transphobia still destroy lives. I was pleased this week to welcome the Premier League with Pride launch, using the power of sport to promote inclusion and respect. And hopefully, in our not too distant future, we may see Premier League players coming out as gay and being supported. LGBT people have long faced barriers to healthcare, from the stigma faced by gay men during the AIDS crisis, to lesbians denied help with painful periods and reproductive health problems, to trans people today trying to navigate a system that often meets them with suspicion instead of care. History teaches us that inaction is not neutral. It only allows harm to continue. That's why I welcome the steps this Labour government is taking to improve LGBT people's access to healthcare. The HIV Action Plan is groundbreaking and will support the goal of ending new transmissions by 2030. And I applaud the excellent work done by the Terence Higgins Trust. Thousands of people will benefit from improved HIV testing and treatment. This is the change that a Labour government can make. There's one final point I want to make, and that is that we must be bolder when it comes to standing up for the rights of trans people. Culture wars have polluted online social media platforms with vitriolic hatred towards trans people, who make up less than 1% of the population. When I speak with them, I hear the same story. All they want is access to the healthcare they need and to live their lives without fear of discrimination. And the parents of trans children who come to see me in my surgery want that very same thing. At the same time, we see a minority who claim to represent the views of women, calling for trans people to have their rights eroded. I believe we can stand side by side. I know that most people want to live and let live. Now more than ever, the LGBT community and our wonderful allies must continue to stand against all homophobia and transphobia. We must learn from our history so that we never allow our progress to be taken from us. We're proud of our history, we're proud of who we are, we're proud of who we love, and we are never going underground.
Yeah. I call Belle Ribeiro Addy. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to start by congratulating my honourable friends and faves, the formidable members from Nottingham East and Jarrow and Gateshead for securing this vital debate and for their brilliant speeches. Because I know this debate means a lot to members of the LGBT+ community in my constituency and across the UK. I'm really pleased to hear the reflections and recognition of the incredible achievements of LGBT+ people throughout history and the remarkable fight for equality and end to discrimination. But sadly, we all know that that fight is not yet over, and there's still a substantial way to go before LGBT+ people are free to live and love without prejudice. So I also want to congratulate my honourable friend for Jarrow and Gateshead for her victory at the Council of Europe, passing the report on banning conversion therapy, particularly because one of the steps that this government and the previous one has so far failed to take in terms of ending discrimination is the introduction of a complete trans-inclusive ban on LGBT+ conversion therapy, a vile practice that is better described as a form of torture towards LGBT+ people. We said so-called conversion therapy is abuse. There is no other word for it, so Labour will finally deliver a full trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices while protecting the freedom for people to explore their sexual orientation and gender identity. Those were the words in our 2024 manifesto. Words that I was pleased to take to the electorate, and I was proud to hear the promise reiterated in the King's speech. Yet almost 2 years on, we are still awaiting the draft Conversion Practices Bill. And for every day this legislation is delayed, LGBT plus people are subjected to medical, psychiatric, psychological, religious and cultural and other abusive interventions that seek to change or cure or suppress their sexual orientation and or gender identity. A person's sexual orientation or gender identity is not something that needs to be cured, nor is it something that should be suppressed. There's nothing wrong with being lesbian, gay, bi, trans, queer, or identifying with any other way that comes under the LGBT plus umbrella. And it seems like we're taking steps back in terms of equality to have to state this in 2026. But it is necessary because conversion practices have not been banned in their entirety, and they seek to say otherwise. They seek to tell LGBT plus people that their identity is wrong when this is simply untrue. Now, it's not uncommon for individuals to question or explore their sexual orientation or gender identity and seek guidance and support from their friends, family, or even religious leaders. But it has always irked me when people attempt to use faith in these arguments, especially when I think of what Jesus' final commandment was, which was quite simply to love one another. I've never understood how you can love someone whilst discriminating against them at the same time. Conversion therapy is not supportive, it is not affirming, it is not therapeutic. It is a one-directional practice that seeks to force LGBT plus people to change their sexual orientation or gender identity through pseudo-scientific counselling sessions, threats, corrective rape, being prayed over as a form of healing, and even exorcisms. These practices do nothing to make a person straight or cisgender. In fact, all they do is cause immense psychological and physical harm. And for every day this legislation is delayed, the practice continues, and LGBT plus people are at risk of these vile conversion practices being offered or forced onto them. Now, the previous government promised to bring in the ban, they delayed and U-turned and ultimately failed to introduce one. Now, I'm sure it's not a spoiler for me to say that I'm sure the government will deliver on its manifesto commitment, and I look forward to the Minister's response, particularly because I know that she is someone who has long campaigned on these issues. But the urgent question that I would like her to answer is when.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to speak in a debate which was opened by my honourable friends for Nottingham East and Jarrow and Gateshead East with such excellent speeches. It's also an honour to speak in this debate having listened to my honourable friend for Glasgow North, who, in speaking about beautiful things, got me thinking about how we've seen queer culture depicted in our culture in different ways. And it reminded me of a social media post that I saw by the TV critic Scott Bryan, who said just a few weeks ago that over his lifetime he's gone from seeing LGBT plus and queer storylines being a rarity or too controversial decades ago, to then being in soaps, often depicted as a moral outrage, then to being occasionally mentioned but never really explored, that casts would be presented but their storylines never really developed, aka the gay best friend, that you would then see some exploration but typically they die, there'd be a tragic ending, to then a gay or LGBT character being explored but really only after the watershed and really only for the character to be embraced by an LGBT plus audience, to then creating queer shows in more recent years, which may be targeted at younger people to tell them that everything's going to be okay, or as we saw with Heated Rivalry, something altogether different. And I think I'll leave my description about that. But in thinking about that description, it made me realise that actually what we're talking about here is largely lesbian and gay TV shows, not trans TV shows. And that then was making me realise actually that while Pride is primarily of, by and for the people who dance under the same rainbow, it's also about liberation for everyone from prejudice. And that really we can only open our eyes to a safer, more compassionate society if we listen to trans people and if we protect them. And in my contribution, I want to particularly reflect what some of my constituents who are trans have said to me, because they have told me that they believe that too often their identities, their rights, their care that they receive is just separated completely from what they need. That too often we don't, as politicians, listen to what they have to say. But in so doing, we don't realise that actually, while we can have contributions in the debate which talk about the difficulty trans people face, we can also realise that the predominant narrative isn't one that's universally true. It isn't the case that all trans people are constantly suffering, depressed or impoverished. And here I would reference Susanna, who lives in my constituency, who says, "I'm a very happy person, leading an ordinary, productive and caring life. I'm loved by my family, loved by my friends. Trans people are doctors, accountants, craftspeople, nurses, teachers, pilots, shopkeepers, carers. We are good and decent people spread across the country, leading productive lives." And when we tell stories like my constituents, we're telling stories about real people, real families, and we're talking about the harms and the opportunities that society chooses to prevent or to permit. And in telling these stories, I also want to pay tribute to the parents of trans children, because often there's a toll that's taken on them when society at large seems to have it out for their kid. They have fierce, unwavering love, and often that's ignored. Their concerns go disregarded, and I want them to know as they're watching this that I am listening to their views just as I am listening to the views of their trans children. And that's particularly important because while our sexual orientation or our gender identity is not chosen by us, being gay or trans openly very much is a choice. And I could no more be straight than a trans person could make themselves cisgender. The alternative is to stay in the closet, to feel shame wash over yourself, a shame that can lead to anxiety, to depression, and sometimes even suicide. Being gay, being trans is about choosing yourself. That's the choice. So when our opponents try to make the cost of choosing yourself unbearably high, too severe to bear, when they try to make transgender people cisgender by denying them care or surgery, when they say that they seek to spare young people from medical care or surgery, what they're effectively doing, while they don't say it, is implying that people can be cured. They can be cured of being transgender, that all it takes is the denial of gender-affirming medical care or surgery to convert them. And I think that's important to dwell on when we are, as a Parliament, going to be considering, I think very soon, a ban on conversion practices. We can ban the practices, we also have to realise that the rhetoric itself can be used in a way to attempt to convert. And opponents don't care about forcing a transgender person to be cisgender at all. They don't care about the danger involved. They don't care that it won't work. Just they wouldn't see that forcing a gay person to be straight is dangerous and won't work. So they don't realise that we're transgender people. And so I choose to support trans young people in making their own decisions about transition, from early and more reversible options like changing a name or pronouns, or starting puberty blockers, to less reversible options such as surgery, which will usually come later. I choose to support trans youth in deciding their own identity and future, because it's wrong to force them to identify with the sex they were assigned at birth. In fact, all of us here would choose to support anyone and everyone in deciding their identity, to choose themselves, whatever that means, whatever that may be. And when we don't do that, when we have politicians in this place who, on issues affecting trans people, will divide us with rhetoric that inflames, unconcerned about whether the things they say can be backed up by evidence, they're pursuing a politics which is based on scapegoating, not science. And to those who say that this move can be contained to trans people, know this: trans people can never be sidelined or sacrificed, because every human is entitled to dignity and respect. And this comes through in the words of Antonio, my constituent, who says, "As a trans woman, all I want is to receive the same healthcare, freedom, and be able to live my life the same as everyone else. We work, we pay bills, we go shopping, we watch TV, and we have friends. We're not a cult or a freak show." And in the words of Mish, the phobia whipped up towards the trans and gender non-confirming is so disproportionate to the small numbers of us and how unthreatening we are. We're just trying to live our lives. So on its own terms, the argument falls apart. When trans people are attacked, this isn't just harmful to trans people. It's about attacking trans people today with potentially a view to attacking other minorities tomorrow. History warns us what happens when the way will be paved. the bar will be lowered for all minorities to be attacked. And because too many of us who are not trans or gay simply are not free in our society, in our country, to choose themselves in their everyday life, that is a problem. So we all must support trans young people, and when we don't, it actually continues a problem that we have in our society, which is one of ignoring young people full stop. Whether it's about sexual orientation or gender or something else entirely, younger people go and listen to. And when that happens, it has a hugely negative impact on them. All of us should choose to support trans and gay young people, but we should especially choose to support children and young people. And for many young trans people, if we were to listen to them and enable them to choose, we would listen to what they have to say about puberty blockers. Because puberty blockers are reversible. Puberty isn't. Puberty blockers can stop the harms of an unwanted, irreversible puberty as children watch their bodies change in ways that might be difficult or impossible to undo later. And that's why it matters that young people don't miss the window in which blockers can prevent the irreversible physical changes of puberty while simultaneously extending the diagnostic period. In other words, blockers are a way to buy time, to enable young people the choice and the freedoms to explore their identity without the added stress of pubertal changes. And with blockers, children report feeling less anxious and more comfortable with themselves. Liberated from the constant dread of puberty, they can bring their focus back to the things that matter in childhood, to everyday life, to learning, to socialising, to simply being kids. And we know that pubertal suppression can help the mental health of trans children. I said we need to be thinking about the science. Well, there's at least 8 recent studies that link pubertal suppression to improved mental health, including a UK study that found improvements in overall psychological functioning. For those who oppose and query what I say, look at Rosalina Costa's piece in the Journal of Sexual Medicine from 2015. Similarly, there's a study by a Harvard Medical School research group that found that adolescents who received puberty blockers had lower odds of experiencing suicidal ideation later in life compared with those who desired blockers but were unable to access them. There's an article by Jack Turban in Paediatrics in 2020 which is comprehensive on this point. And this goes to the point that we need all policy decisions to be led by the clinical evidence. But we also need to be clear-minded about what that means, because in clinical medicine, it can never be known for sure what an outcome will be for patients. Medicine is always a field of probabilities, not certainties, and this will be true of puberty blockers. And because they are hotly politicised, we have to be careful to hold puberty blockers to the same standards as all other medications. We can't allow the debate to fixate only on the risks and unknowns for medications that are emotionally charged and heavily politicised in our country. And in closing, we need to do that because gender dysphoria is real. It can show up in serious ways, including eating disorder symptoms and other mental health struggles. And when we allow younger people and children to experience those harms, we are doing them a disservice. We are doing our society a disservice. So I hope that all politicians in this place will be led by the science. I hope they'll be led by compassion. And I hope that with this Labour government, we won't just, in the time before the next King's Speech, see the conversion practices ban come forward, but that over the course of this first term of a Labour government, we'll see a movement towards a trans person's Civil Rights Act.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I want to start by thanking my indefatigable friends, the members for Nottingham East and for Jarrow and Gateshead, for leading this debate so well. I want to start by celebrating how far we have come. I was 14 in 1997 when Labour came to power, and I already knew I was gay. From 1997 onwards, I recognised that politics did have a direct impact on my life. The John Major government had already lowered the age of consent, though not equalised it in 1994, but it took a Labour government to lift the ban on lesbian, gay and bisexual people serving in the military in 2000, to equalise the age of consent in 2001, to repeal Section 28 in 2003, to pass the Civil Partnership Act in 2004, and in the same year to pass the Gender Recognition Act, to equalise adoption rights for same-sex couples in 2005, and to pass the Equality Act in 2010. 1997 was also the election which saw MPs for the first time elected as out-gay politicians, including my predecessor as MP for Exeter, Sir Ben Bradshaw, who was the second elected by around an hour after the former member for Enfield Southgate. He faced the most appalling homophobic campaign in the Exeter campaign, but the people of Exeter saw through that and soundly elected him to be their MP. Truly, a corner had been turned in British society for our community. While all of the legislative changes, of course, come from this place, we must always remember that it is activists and campaigners and ordinary people, LGBTQ people and their families, friends and allies, who have always had to make the case for equal rights from the outside in. And as with many other communities, it is my job in this place to listen and act to make sure that we continue on the path of equality. In Exeter and across the South West, that community network still thrives. The Intercom Trust is the South West LGBT plus charity that last year served over 4,000 service users from Exeter, Plymouth and Truro offices, providing a free phone helpline, one-to-one support and advocacy, a domestic abuse and sexual violence support service, hate crime support, school groups, counselling and much more. The first Exeter Pride event was held only in 2008 during LGBT plus History Month that year. Founders Alan Quick and Michael Hall hosted the event at Central Library, another very good case of why libraries are so important in our communities, featuring art displays, games for children, panel discussions and stalls. Alan still plays a vital role in the life of our city, not only publishing newspapers, but also as a trustee of Inclusive Exeter. Indeed, I saw him just last Sunday at our fantastic Hong Konger community celebration of the Lunar New Year. However, we also know that while progress has been rapid in the UK, it is not all one way. As the member for Luton North referenced, hate crimes based on sexual orientation are up 44% in the last 5 years. And if you are trans, the statistics are worse, an 88% rise in hate crimes. And indeed, the Reform leader, the Honourable Member for Clacton, has stated he did not support equal marriage at the time and declared it a wrong thing to have done and to have been brought in that way. And
I assume, seeing that the honourable gentleman has mentioned another member, he has informed him.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely did. I sent an email before this debate. Thank you. In the wake of the Supreme Court judgment and a relentless campaign against trans people being waged in some quarters, with funding from outside this country flooding in to stoke division, it has never been more important for people like me in positions such as the one I have to say that I see trans people and I recognise your contribution in all areas of our society. Trans people have always existed and will continue to exist, and will do everything that I can to stand with you to ensure that you can live your lives as equal citizens in our country. And that's also why I'm proud to be a Labour MP, because while the political consensus fragments in some places and some quarters and in this place too and beyond, in the pursuit of headlines and knee-jerk politics, I know that this government continues to stand on the side of equality and fairness. Soon we will see draft legislation on a trans-inclusive ban on conversion therapy, thanks to the work of the Minister who is here with us today. My honourable friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedford, has ensured we'll be legislating to make crimes motivated by prejudice against people because they're LGBT or have a disability or because of their gender identity an aggravated hate crime. We're improving the experience of LGBT plus personnel and veterans of the armed forces and delivering financial recognition to LGBT veterans per the Etherton Review. We're tackling HIV transmissions to meet our target of no new HIV transmissions by 2030. We're improving access to healthcare, and we're providing nearly £500,000 worth of specialist funding for LGBT plus focused domestic violence services. We will continue to reject the politics of division and hate, and we will build on Labour's long history of fighting for equality. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must also look at the international situation, and I want to thank the Elton John AIDS Foundation and Kaleidoscope for their work and support in this area. Since 1983, 84 countries have decriminalised consensual same-sex relations, and 65 have recognised marriage equality. Across Asia, Taiwan in 2019, Nepal in 2023 and Thailand in 2025, they have all legalised same-sex marriage. In Africa, Botswana in 2019, Mauritius in 2023 and Namibia in 2024, they decriminalised same-sex relations. New Zealand became the first country to recognise non-binary gender markers on passports. India, Pakistan and Bangladesh recognise hijra or third gender individuals. And globally, we've also seen positive trends in adoption rights and legal gender recognition. In 2016, after sustained campaigning by activists worldwide, the UN voted to create a mandate for the independent expert on sexual orientation and gender identity, which is a landmark moment in international human rights protection. But nearly a third of all nations, 65, still classify LGBTQ plus people as criminals, and homosexuality is punishable by death in 12 countries. In the last 2 years alone, several countries have passed harsh new laws targeting LGBT plus people. In 2024, Georgia banned gender transitions, legal gender recognition, pride events, and LGBTQ plus symbols. For the first time, Mali criminalised homosexuality with punishment of up to 7 years in prison in 2024. In the United States, over 500 anti-LGBTQ plus bills were introduced, aiming to restrict trans rights and LGBTQ plus education. Burkina Faso's government passed a law in September 2025 banning homosexuality, with those found guilty facing 2 to 5 years in prison, according to the state broadcaster. The draft law was unanimously passed by 71 unelected members of the country's transitional government, which has been in place since the military seized power. And in late 2025, Ghana parliamentarians reintroduced a bill to criminalise identifying as LGBTQ with penalties of up to 3 years in prison. Funding or forming an LGBTQ-related group would be punished by up to 5 years in prison. I recently met LGBT activists from Hong Kong and Botswana who talked to me about the repression that communities in those places still face and the support that they receive from Kaleidoscope and the funding for programs that comes from FCDO ODA programs, which are vital to some communities around the world. Because LGBT rights are not just a nice to have, they're fundamental to human rights and they're fundamental to healthy societies too. For the first time since UNAIDS began reporting on punitive laws a decade ago, the number of countries criminalising same-sex sexual activity and gender expression has increased. An analysis of data from 10 countries in sub-Saharan Africa found that HIV prevalence among gay and bisexual and other men who have sex with men in countries that criminalise same-sex relations is 5 times higher than in non-criminalised settings. Now, I'm proud that the UK is leaning in yet again and supporting the Global Fund to eradicate HIV and other conditions with an £850 million new pledge to the Global Fund. But, as Elton John and David Furnish pointed out in the recent independent op-ed, the force which enabled AIDS to become a global catastrophe was not immunological, it was fear and apathy. Stigma, homophobia and transphobia play as big a role in health epidemics as the virus and the healthcare system itself. And that's why Pride still matters, is why LGBT History Month still matters, because while we've achieved so much in the UK, we still need to fight to retain our rights here, and because around the world, homophobia and inequality still exists, and it hurts individuals and it hurts communities. The UK has a vital role to play, in part because of our historical context of colonialism, in supporting the progress toward a more equal world, and I'm proud to say that I believe we will continue to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Marie Goldman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by thanking the honourable members for Nottingham East and for Jarrow and Gateshead East for bringing this really, really important debate, and I'd like to thank both of them for their amazing contributions, and in particular, if I may say, the honourable member for Nottingham East for her particularly powerful and passionate opening speech. I'd also like to thank some of the other honourable members who have contributed to this now. I won't speak about all of them, but I wanted to single out, if I may, the honourable member for Luton North, who I felt spoke incredibly passionately, and I can see the empathy and the compassion that she holds for this subject as we've been listening to the whole debate, so I wanted to thank her for that. The member for Glasgow North, he spoke about lived experience and reminding us about history, and also reminding us that history isn't done yet, that we've still got a long way to go and we are creating it every single day. Several members have pointed out that progress is not permanent, and I think what we have seen over recent years completely underlines the importance that we need to carry on fighting and never take anything for granted. And I also wanted to thank the honourable member for Bournemouth East, who reminded us it should be obvious, right? But we cannot change people. People are who they are, and to pretend to do otherwise is harmful and it's cruel, and we must fight against it. As equality and inclusion are being undermined both at home and abroad, it becomes ever more important to reflect on and celebrate the historic achievements of LGBTQ+ individuals, and LGBT+ History Month gives us the chance to do exactly that. And as members have noted with great pride, British history features a remarkable diversity of gender and sexuality. The theme of this year's LGBT+ History Month, Science and Innovation, encourages us to celebrate the many contributions of LGBTQ+ people in shaping the modern world. From the infamous computer scientist Alan Turing, who changed technology literally forever, to John Maynard Keynes's enormous contribution to economic thought. To those closer to home, like Barbara Burford, recognise this LGBT+ History Month for her innovation in public service and healthcare leadership. As a medical researcher, writer and equality champion, her work helped shape the NHS's approach to diversity and inclusion, showing that genuine innovation also emerges through systems, policies and organisational culture. LGBT+ History Month also reminds us of the historical harms inflicted on the community through the medicalisation and pathologisation of their identities. I also want to take the opportunity to highlight that this month coincides with Football versus Homophobia Month, originally established by the Justin Foundation to tackle anti-LGBTQ+ discrimination in football in memory of the UK's first out professional footballer, Justin Fashanu. The month remembers and celebrates those who have been trailblazers in the beautiful game, whilst encouraging fans and clubs to share the football for everyone message and reaffirm their commitment to create safe and welcoming spaces in which LGBTQ+ people can flourish. It is only in the past 30 years, owing to the tireless advocacy of LGBTQ+ individuals and campaign groups, that we have come to recognise and correct these injustices. And it is by acknowledging this history that we can build ethical medical practice and inclusive institutions for the future. I'm proud to say that my party, the Liberal Democrats, have a long legacy of leading the fight for LGBTQ+ equality. It was the Liberal Democrats, for instance, who led the repeal of Section 28, introduced by the Conservatives in 1988, which prohibited the promotion of homosexuality by local authorities and schools and had been stifling LGBTQ+ representation for 15 years. The Liberal Democrats were also instrumental in securing the legislation of same-sex marriage during the coalition government. We designed the Alan Turing Law as part of the 2017 Policing and Crime Act, which granted posthumous pardons for more than 49,000 men convicted of gross indecency. And it is the Liberal Democrats who continue to push, agreed cross-party, for an immediate, full and inclusive ban on conversion therapy, covering both sexual orientation and gender identity without loopholes. We have always been a champion of LGBTQ+ equality, and it's one of the many reasons why I am proud to be in this party. This was again brought home to me last year during the Essex Pride Parade through the High Street in my Chelmsford constituency. It was an honour, as I had done in previous years, to be at the front of the parade carrying one of the rather large balloon sculptures that formed the words Essex Pride, and to be part of such a joyful celebration of human diversity and of the advances made towards LGBTQ+ inclusion. Yet despite past progress towards LGBTQ+ equality in Britain, the community still experiences discrimination and harassment on a daily basis, and there's evidence it's getting worse. As the member for Nottingham East highlighted, with divisive extremist rhetoric on the rise, we are slipping backwards in this country. In 2025, the UK fell 6 places to 22nd on ILGA Europe's LGBTQ+ rights ranking. To put that into context, we were number 1 in 2015. As referenced by the member for Luton North, hate crimes have nearly doubled in the past 5 years. Research from Stonewall, conducted by Opinion, found that in 2025, less than half of LGBTQ+ people felt safe holding their partner's hand in public. In the workplace, it's a similar story. Research found that almost 40% of LGBTQ+ employees hide their identity at work. Meanwhile, around 2/3 of trans people experience harassment and violence simply because they were identified as trans. That's appalling. Indeed, it goes without saying, this past year has been a difficult time for the LGBTQ+ community, and an especially worrying and upsetting period for our trans and non-binary friends here in the UK following last April's Supreme Court ruling. Like many other members, I have received heartbreaking stories from trans and non-binary constituents fearful of even being able to participate in public life. It's simply not acceptable that everyone's rights, trans and non-binary included, appear to be not deserving of the same respect and recognition as everyone else. That's why Liberal Democrats have been clear that the leaked EHRC Code of Practice was deeply flawed, and we have since called for new, inclusive and workable guidance. It should also be subject to full parliamentary scrutiny, including debate and a vote. I will give way.
Gentlemen, for giving way and for making that point. And when talking about issues about trans rights, it's so important to consider the very real trans people behind statistics and arguments. Last year I met with my constituent Hannah, a trans woman, to discuss her experience of transitioning. She told me about the very real impact the erosion of trans rights would have on her, including the indignity, shame and difficulty it would bring. Yet too often voices like hers are shut out of our conversation at the expense of those who can shout the loudest. So would my honourable friend agree with me that we need to find mechanisms for voices like Hannah's to be given the prominence they rightfully deserve in this conversation so that all our trans constituents can continue to live dignified lives?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention and for reminding us that this is about people. They're not statistics, they are people whose everyday experiences and everyday lives are being harmed by the decisions that are being made right now and the awful, appalling, divisive rhetoric that is coming from some parts of the community and in particular from some parts of the political community. We must fight against it, and I thank him very much for reminding us that this is very much about people and their voices absolutely must be heard. So, as we celebrate LGBT+ History Month and reflect on the historical achievements of LGBTQ+ individuals, we must also look forward, challenge prejudice wherever it appears, and recognise our responsibility as members of Parliament to continue to push for LGBTQ+ equality.
Yeah. Shadow Minister.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's always a pleasure to speak on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, and I particularly welcome the debate, with it being LGBT History Month, on this year's important theme, which was highlighted by many people this afternoon, around science and innovation. These sectors are absolutely vital to our economy and all our well-being, from technology to business to our environment and crucially our healthcare. Today we celebrate all LGBT people past and present who contribute so much, and I too am a proud ally and friend, particularly to my honourable friend from Hamble Valley, of course. And, well, you can't sit here all afternoon and not get mentioned. And in that spirit, I would, of course, like to welcome the opening of the debate from the Honourable Lady from Nottingham East, and her positivity in opening up and highlighting the international situation, which I think is crucially been done this afternoon. And the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, easy for me to say, she talked about being an out and queer woman, and it was lovely to hear her words once again. And funnily enough, I saw Uncle Frank last night, just to let you know, the former East Grinstead Mayor and long-serving Conservative councillor. In the spirit of the debate today and focused around science and innovation, I think it was absolutely right that Alan Turing was mentioned in the debate today, a man who diligently served his country, used his great mind along with many others to crack the Enigma code, helping us to win the war. People say his work and those in Bletchley shortened the Second World War by years, saving very many lives, a true war hero. And what was his reward? Well,
he was prosecuted for simply being gay. He would be very sadly going on to take his own life, and his death, and that shames our country's history. Today, rightly of course, he is celebrated on our £50 note. If anyone's seen one of those recently, that's good to know. In 2017, under the Conservatives, what of course came forward was the Turing law, the Alan Turing law, which pardoned men who were cautioned or convicted under historical legislation that outlawed homosexual acts. And I'm very proud it was the Conservatives who acted and delivered on this important change. And other highlights have been raised this afternoon. Just to the Honourable Lady from Luton North, the Chair of the Select Committee, rightly celebrating queer icons too. And I'd just like to take a moment to mention the member for Bridlington and the Wolds, who she highlighted regarding the debate. I am keen, and he is, to point out that he was in this chamber and realised his diary needs were to be in Westminster Hall. So that was his frustration. I'd like to put it on record that absolutely regarding her previous comments. So compassion is not rightly confined to any party, and nor should it be. Now, the Honourable Lady from Stratford and Bow talked about a full and happy and dignified life for all. And I think that's exactly what we're celebrating this afternoon. And the Honourable Lady for North Warwickshire and Bedworth rightly spoke about equality being an ongoing battle, speaking powerfully, particularly on service people, veterans, our armed forces community. We all have constituents who this matters particularly greatly to, Madam Deputy Speaker, who've served and given so much. So the work of fighting with pride is to be welcomed, and also the highlight from the RBL. Madam Deputy Speaker, football has been mentioned today. Many here, I'm sure, will have been utterly shocked and disgusted to see the German referee, Pascal Kaiser, who was assaulted in his own home just a week after his public proposal to his boyfriend. The day before he was attacked, he received threats and his address was leaked. When we talk about this international situation, it's a terrible reminder of the threats, intimidation and acts of violence that people face in sport and across society today for being who they are and celebrating who they love. This was a joyous celebration, an act of love and real commitment, and was shortly followed by homophobia and hatred by others. I hope, and I'm sure we'll all in this house send our regards to him and his fiancée. Our thoughts are with them, and we wish them well for the future, in the happiness in their marriage and their life together. Now, I'm proud it was the Conservative government that brought in the Same-Sex Marriage Act. Nothing more Conservative than bringing together family and people to make a solemn promise of love and commitment to each other. And it is us who also want everyone to be true to themselves, to love who they love without the state getting in the way. And we made significant positive impact to the rights and lives of gay men, lesbian women and bisexual people, so that they can take that public commitment in front of their friends and family to show how they love and are committed to each other. And this is something we on this side of the House and all of us should be very proud of. It would be remiss for me to not be at the box and talk about Jed and Elliot's marriage. It is July the 4th this year, an update. It's definitely happening. And one of the best things, we're all going, aren't we? And one of the best things to happen over Christmas for me was to be able to be at the celebration of Brad and Tom's wedding as well. And Madam Deputy, of course.
I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She's talking about the introduction of same-sex marriage. I want to really emphasise this as a moment of cross-party history. It was Baroness Featherstone for the Liberal Democrats, who was part of a coalition government working with the Conservatives that introduced that legislation, and it was carried overwhelmingly by Labour MPs. So would she recognise that this is an example of cross-party consensus behind LGBT rights, and we should celebrate that?
And I'm delighted it was the Conservative Prime Minister that I came in under that drove it through. And it was cross-party. Absolutely. I very much would agree. And I think we're all today, it's not a one-upmanship, it's a celebrating our party, our place, and all of the work that we do where we can. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it brings me on to the fact that I have the joy of headlining and co-DJing the Conservative Party Conference 2025 LGBT closing party. It was the 50-year celebration. People described it as similar to DJing and a peloton class. It struck me that that event at conference, and of course we also have the Terence Higgins Trust reception, another staple of our party conference calendar, and hearing, of course, at those events from those members of our party, and I'm sure it's happened across many parties, who had previously had to meet in secret because they had to. So looking to today as we celebrate in conference with one of our most popular events, it really shows deep pride and change that we've all seen. It gives me the opportunity to turn to HIV testing. The first one was funded under a Conservative government, and I'm pleased to say I got tested, like I'm sure many people here in Parliament this week. It was quick, it was easy, and it was important to remind people to show their status, that they can get treatment and peace of mind for themselves and their loved ones. And it rightly tackles the stigma which remains. The member for Glasgow North talked about how previously mention of the gay plague and the previous stigma. So I would encourage people to sign up, to get a test online and have it delivered to your door, whether it's in my constituency, East Grinstead, Uckfield and the villages, Sussex or the whole of the United Kingdom. Being rural or being far away from a sexual health clinic should not hold you back from being able to get tested and stay safe. And I do welcome the updated HIV strategy, which of course is building on previous heavy lifting by ourselves. Of course, 2014 legalised self-testing kits for HIV. It was rolled out in 2015, and then of course the PrEP trial in 2017. It gives me an opportunity to point out that women and older people and ethnic minorities, all groups who are more likely to get diagnosed late, please take the test and look after yourself. And may I thank all the charities, campaigning groups, because we all want to say the same thing. Please, indeed, love who you love and make sure that you take advantages of the opportunities that are out there. And one of the key areas as well is to be more ambitious in terms of PrEP usage, to really get to that goal that we are all committed to of ending new HIV cases. Finally, may I say, and I've said this previously, especially to my constituents, and as we head to Valentine's Day, we all need to be clear, no matter what political party you're here for, no matter who you are, where you live, who you love, you should never feel unsafe or worried about who you are. We will always work together to strive for dignity, inclusion and compassion. Of course, just finally,
the honourable member for giving way and for talking passionately about the things that her party helped to introduce. So I would just like to ask her whether her party will be supporting moves to make sure that hate crime against all LGBT people is treated as an aggravated offence when that comes forward in the other place.
My understanding is people are already charged, and hate crime should be acted on no matter who it happens to. I don't think we should see it in any other way. In fact, it brings me to my final comments, which I hope that she will find helpful. This is no time to step back when it comes to supporting equality, and no time for division. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm really proud to be able to contribute to what has been a really important annual tradition, and proud to be able to do so as the Minister for LGBT+ Equality. And I would like to thank my friends, the Honourable Member for Jarrow and Gateshead East and Nottingham East, for sponsoring this debate this afternoon, and I applaud them both for their tireless work advocating for the LGBT+ community and for their powerful and important speeches this afternoon. This has been a fantastic debate today, packed with pride and heartwarming stories, or in the words of the motto from the LGBT Foundation, who I visited earlier this week in Manchester and promised I'd get on the record, it has been a debate full of queer hope and joy. My friend, the member for Jarrow and Gateshead East, talked about Out North East and the new One Centre in her constituency. I'm very much looking forward to visiting, and indeed to visiting the Osborne Room. My friends, the member for Stratford and Bow, for Glasgow North and the cities of London and Westminster, told wonderful stories about LGBT history in their constituency, and also the wonderful LGBT spaces in their constituencies. Although I will say to my friendly member for cities and Westminster, I was asked the other day to reflect on my favourite queer space, and sadly realised that as a firmly middle-aged lesbian with 2 children, my favourite queer space is now my living room. My friend, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth, told some wonderful stories in her speech, but in particular remembering the King opening the Armed Forces Memorial, which was a really powerful moment. And my friend, the member for Exeter, made a powerful reminder of the difference that progress has made to his life and the life of his constituents.
Thank the Minister for celebrating and for acknowledging many of the contributions that other members have made. And one I wanted to make quickly was Graham and Vinnie from Kings Hall Road in Beckham and Penge hold a Pride Street party every summer, and it gets bigger and bigger every year. They had the London Gay Men's Chorus amongst the entertainment this year and several cardboard cutouts of Kylie Minogue. Well over 1,000 people attended, and as well as a day of fun, I believe it also sends a really powerful and important message of tolerance and inclusion. Would the Minister agree?
I absolutely would agree. I thank him for sharing that with us, and I congratulate them for all of their work. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, there has also been a consistent theme in the contributions this afternoon, and that's the stories that many members have told of the fear, the shame and the anxiety being felt by many of their LGBT+ constituents, particularly their trans constituents. The member for Bournemouth East made a powerful speech on the cost of being yourself and the importance of listening to trans young people. The member for Luton North made an important speech about the political weaponisation of our identities, and some saying that families like mine are less stable. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, these stories are painful to hear, and I want to say very, very clearly that I recognise the fear and the anxiety that LGBT+ people are feeling at the moment. I feel it, but this government will always stand with LGBT+ people against the politics of division and hate, and we will protect and extend LGBT+ rights. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were a wide range of other contributions in this afternoon's debate. A number of colleagues mentioned the EHRC guidance and asked for updates on timings, and I will just say the government is considering this very carefully and will bring it forward as soon as we're able to do so. On hate crime, the member for North Warwickshire and Bedworth in particular, who herself has been a powerful campaigner on this issue, talked about the government's proud commitment on this, and I am looking forward to the government equalising the hate crime laws in the House of Lords. On conversion practices, a number of members, including the member for Clapham and Brixton Hill, who gave a powerful speech on the damage that conversion practices do, and let me be clear, they are abuse, and this government will ban them. And on the timelines, I'm working on this legislation with the urgency that everybody in this House expects of me, and will bring it forward as soon as possible.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I just wondered whether she would take this opportunity to congratulate the member for Jarrow and Gateshead, who 2 weeks ago took a very delicate and sensitive motion report through the Council of Europe and managed to receive support pretty much across the chamber, with the exception the hard right. I just wondered whether she, on conversion therapy, on the abuse of conversion practices, and she did it with such sensitivity and skill. I just wondered whether it was an opportunity to thank her for doing that.
I'm extremely grateful to him for giving me that opportunity, because I have congratulated my honourable friend and congratulate her again on the record for her important work on this vital topic. My friend, the member for Llanelli, did I do okay then? Yeah, I've been in trouble with my pronunciations before. I do apologise. But who I would also just like to take the opportunity to thank for her phenomenal work as my predecessor in this role. But she rightly challenged me to make the most of the IDAHOT conference that we will host next year, and I would like to take that challenge from her and say that we will absolutely commit. And I'll say some more in my speech in a moment. Madam Deputy Speaker, on days like today, I am reminded of the consequence of this place. It was honourable members like us in this very chamber, as we've heard, who decriminalised homosexuality, who scrapped Section 28, and who legalised equal marriage. But it was also here in this chamber where those laws were first made. And for me, that is an important reminder of the fragility of our progress, of the importance of our role. And in this place, we must never forget how important it is to make the case for our rights, and honourable members today have done that brilliantly. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am very proud to be a member of the gayest parliament ever, and to be a member of a government that will advance LGBT+ rights. We've righted the historic wrongs committed against LGBT veterans, funded LGBT+ VORG services, and pledged to end HIV transmissions by 2030. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this morning I visited the fantastic 56 Dean Street in my honourable friend's constituency to take an HIV test myself to mark HIV testing week, and I would like to thank the staff at 56 Dean Street for their fantastic work and encourage all honourable members to encourage their constituents to go online and get a free HIV test this week. Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I am proud of the things we have done, I am also most proud of the things that we will do, fulfilling our manifesto commitment to equalise hate crime laws, bringing forward our trans-inclusive ban on conversion practices, and supporting LGBT+ rights on the world stage, funding global LGBT+ partnerships, and next year proudly hosting the 2027 European IDAHOT Forum, taking our place on the world stage in the fight for LGBT+ equality. And I'm looking forward to doing all of this in partnership with our wonderful LGBT+ sector, who I was delighted to invite into Downing Street to meet the Prime Minister the other week. Madam Deputy Speaker, in LGBT History Month, we are encouraged to remember the iconic trailblazers who fought for our rights, like Mark Ashton, Maureen Colquhoun, Chris Smith, Roberta Carroll, the Tower Hamlets lesbian and gay group, and others that we've heard about today. But I think it's also important that we remember the people who didn't make it into the history books. Because our history is a history of everyday resistance, of courage. People choosing to link hands in the street, people choosing to stand up for their community, people choosing pride over shame. And I think it's important that we remember that everything we do in this place is built on that courage. And that courage is needed now more than ever. Around the world, hostility.
For the Minister giving way, she no doubt will want to pay tribute to the late Lord Etherton and the excellent work that Lord Etherton did in his review in 2023. There were 49 recommendations in that review, and I just wonder what progress the government is making on that. But she will know, and I've, Madam Deputy Speaker, got permission from the Right Honourable Lady for Islington South and Finsbury. We're working cross-party to try and get at least some sort of new review to look at the UK intelligence community, because of course the Etherton review did not look at the intelligence agencies. It may well have touched on the defence intelligence, but not the other members of the UK intelligence community. So could she update us on the 49 recommendations, and would she join me in a cross-party spirit as saying hopefully somewhere in government there'll be space to look at those courageous men and women that served in our intelligence community between 1967 and 2000 and get justice for them.
I thank him for that intervention. I do pay tribute to Lord Etherington. I do say that the government is driving forward on all of the recommendations from that review, and I'd be delighted to meet with him on the important points he makes, and of course to work cross-party on this important issue. Madam Deputy Speaker, as I said, that courage is needed now more than ever. Around the world, hostility and violence are rising. Hard-won protections are being rolled back. For the first time in recent years, the number of jurisdictions that criminalise LGBT+ people has risen from 62 to 65 in the past year alone. And in this country, LGBT+ people are facing new and evolving challenges. I've spoken to LGBT+ organisations across the country about the rise of dangerous chemsex, online harassment, mental health concerns, and overwhelmed support services. And in our politics, we are contending with the rise of a populist right which thrives on the politics of division. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we will stand against the politics of division and hate, because what our history teaches us is that as our stories are our own, claimed and retold by us, not just to remember, but as a rallying call to never lose hope that love and pride will conquer fear and prejudice. We will honour the courage of those who have come before us and leave this place better for those who come after us. And I will be very proud to work with you all to do it.
Yeah. Nadia Whittam to quickly wind up.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I had no idea that I was expected to wind up, actually.
There's no need to wind up if the honourable member doesn't want to.
Thank everyone so much for taking part in the debate. Everyone made incredibly powerful contributions, particularly the member for Bournemouth East. And I hope that the government and indeed everyone heeds his words. Thank you.
I think members will agree, the best wind-up ever. Yeah. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. And we now come to the next backbench motion, and I'll give the front benches just a few moments to swap over. Now come to the backbench motion on mobile connectivity in rural areas, and I call Helen Morgan, who will speak for up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to make this House has considered mobile connectivity in rural areas, and I'd like to start by thanking the Backbench Business Committee for granting time to hold this vital debate, and also for granting a second opportunity because it had to be postponed earlier in this since Christmas because of overrunning government business. And I also need to declare my interest as chair of the all-party parliamentary group on digital communities. Now, as an MP and resident in one of the most rural constituencies in England, I know from first-hand experience just how frustrating it is when you're trying to call your office or your family from a mobile phone. Whether you are at home, whether you're travelling around by car, outside in the countryside, or more rarely, I have to say, by travelling by train or bus, there is always a significant chance that you won't be able to make a phone call or connect to the internet. And this has a very real impact on my constituents' lives. Stories of people being forced to sit in the loft or standing in the one spot with signal in the garden, regardless of the weather, would sometimes be verging on comical if they weren't so serious. Because when you are waiting for your GP to call you, or for your disabled daughter to tell you that they've made it to work okay, or you're in your 90s and you've been left without power or heating, this situation is not funny at all. In the words of Terence, a disabled 80-year-old veteran, he said, "What is really annoying is that I'm paying the same amount for my unreliable mobile service that someone in an area with good mobile signal pays." This week, I asked people to share their experiences of mobile signal with a single Facebook post. Within a day, 400 people had commented to share how awful it is in their area. Whether you're in St Martin's or Salatin, In Welshhampton or War, it's the same incredibly frustrating story. Another constituent said, finding 4G is like striking gold. And it's not just North Shropshire where reliable signal is such a rare commodity. It's the same in rural areas up and down the country. Elderly residents in sheltered accommodation are forced into digital isolation, out of contact with their families. Others have forked out for the privilege of playing provider bingo, as another constituent explains. Our adult daughter has a disability and learning issues, so having a good signal is imperative to us. Because of this, all three of us are on different networks, EE, O2 and Vodafone, so that we can work the system and find the best signal available at additional cost to us. This might have been acceptable 20 years ago, when mobile phones were a novel piece of technology and you could rely on letters and landlines. But in 2026, when your landline has been switched to digital and Royal Mail reach you once a week or even once a fortnight, this isn't simply good enough. Mobile phones are an essential part of daily life, yet huge swathes of the country are being forced to cope with a substandard service. Not only do people have to put up with awful coverage, they have to put up with being gaslighted by the companies who tell them that their signal is just fine. One of the biggest issues that comes up time and time again, both as the MP for North Shropshire and chair of the APPG on digital communities, is the often false mapping data provided by the industry to Ofcom. Yeah. In July, the River Severn Partnership Advanced Wireless Innovation Region, which is funded by DCIT, conducted the UK's largest independent survey of mobile coverage in partnership with Streetwave and supported by over 30 councils through the use of their bin lorry routes. That report confirmed the significant difference between Ofcom's view of the mobile network capability and the real-world experience that those of us in rural areas endure. If we look at areas without good voice capability from at least one of the 4 network operators, Ofcom stated that this applied to 1.45% of geographical areas, while the River Severn Partnership showed it's 15.33% of postcodes, and that's a huge difference. I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady giving way, my fellow Shropshire MP. Part of my constituency, as she will know, used to be her constituency, and she will also know that there are lots of small rural businesses that really rely on connectivity, not just broadband, but cellular connectivity and being able to take and make telephone calls. So would she support me in my call, which I've previously done with the Minister, to ensure that Ofcom require greater transparency and greater integrity in the data that the mobile companies are providing to all of our constituents, and more importantly, that Ofcom are more robust and will take action when they think that data is not as accurate as it could be.
Well, the Honourable Gentleman and indeed my constituency neighbour makes an extremely good point, and the quality of that data is critical, and one of the recommendations of the APPG has made is exactly that point, to ensure that data is reliable and that Ofcom can challenge it where they know it's inadequate. So we had this huge difference of areas without good voice capability. Ofcom says Streetwave's findings are disputed because of the methodology that they used, but the experience of those of us who live in rural areas suggests that it's Ofcom that are wrong. It's no good telling people their service is good when their own phone is telling them it isn't. Unless Ofcom establishes clear requirements to define the quality of services that networks must deliver, how can we ensure real regulatory accountability? Put simply, Ofcom and the government must do more, and I welcome the government's recognition of the need to improve coverage reporting in the stated strategic priorities it published yesterday, but at the moment we don't have the information we need. Now, I don't know about you, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think people in rural areas are generally sick to death of being told to believe they've never had it so good, discounting their own daily experience. Last year, Ofcom increased the accuracy of its mapping data by zoning in on smaller areas. However, if network operators don't have accurate data about the areas that need improvement, and we think that they don't, then investment is unlikely to be made in the areas of greatest need. The Shared Rural Network Initiative, which has delivered, I will have to say, no noticeable improvement in my area, involved the then 4 mobile network operators spending £500 million of their money to end partial not spots, based on the Ofcom data that has now been superseded and that we all suspect is a bit on the dodgy side. Now, EE, which is obviously the same company as BT and Openreach, already had an extensive network of mobile masts, and it met its obligations in advance of the June 2024 deadline for the shared rural network, while other operators experienced delays. Now, some of the causes are difficult to overcome. It's difficult to get planning permission for a new mast. There's a lack of planning resource in local authorities. There are logistical challenges of building masts in remote and rural areas, and there are issues over access to land. But another part of the problem was that EE didn't share access to its masts because it failed to reach agreement with the other mobile network operators. Now, that was a commercial negotiation into which I don't have insight, but the reality is that better coverage could have been achieved simply through effective equipment sharing. My Access to Telecommunications Bill looked to fix this by requiring telecommunications companies to share their equipment and penalising them if they do not, and in areas where they didn't, to require people to be able to roam between networks, as we're all familiar with if we travel abroad to Europe. Now, this was... I will.
I'm grateful to a forgiving way, because it's on this point about EU and access to masts. It would be wrong, I think, to let this moment pass without reflecting on the fact that EE have the network of masts that they have because of significant public money being invested, because they got the contract for the emergency services network. Doesn't that impose on them a duty to do something more than merely a commercial negotiation in relation to other companies?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a good point, actually. My honourable friend, I should say, and right honourable friend, and I'll get it right in a moment, my right honourable friend, makes a very good point about the use of public money and how we develop infrastructure that's fit for the modern age as part of a public and private operation. So rural roaming is where I was getting to, and this was opposed by the industry, but these measures were recommended by the Referral Select Committee in its report in 2019, and I'm still convinced that if government is serious about enabling economic growth in rural areas, it should explore this option. My constituent, Rob Paul, a consultant with vast experience of rural telecoms projects, suggests that robustly enforced financial penalties are the only things that operators will respond to, and after years of being let down, I would disagree with him. Now, turning to the digital switchover, mobile phones have been cited as the default backup option in a power cut once the copper landline network is switched off, which it has been over most of the UK now. This is hugely concerning if your area is prone to extensive power cuts in winter storms. Because we're rural, our power is not put back online as a priority, and while backup batteries for routers will last for a couple of hours, maybe up to 12, people in remote parts of North Shropshire are sometimes left without power for several days. Now, if you're at home on your own in the dark and frightened, you might want to be able to call someone other than the emergency services in the event of a power cut. So it's crucial that people can access their mobile phone and have a reliable signal, whoever they are, when the power is down. One 90-year-old constituent told me that she purchased a phone due to concern about the digital switchover and wanted to ensure that she was still able to make calls in the event of a power cut. But the mobile connection in her village of Knockin is so bad that she was never once able to use the phone, and when she asked the EE to end the contract, they required £293 to release her. And it's not just power cuts either. Hundreds of people in Kinnerley and Ellesmere have been left without any service at all when their broadband cabinet has been taken out by other factors like a fire or a car accident. Peter, who lives in Whittington, has a terminal lung disease. Last weekend, his internet went down for 12 hours. This also meant that his landline was down and there was no mobile signal at his home. If Peter had had an emergency, he would have had no one to turn to. Improving rural phone signal wouldn't just help vulnerable individuals, it would help local businesses, grow the economy, and help our health and social care system. Smartphones are an essential part of daily modern life, whether you're a GP patient needing to book an appointment or request a repeat prescription, or a small business owner needing to take a customer payment. I've spoken to countless elderly people who struggle to access key services and heard from farmers, landscape gardeners, taxi drivers and dog groomers whose businesses all suffer due to signal problems. One livestock and arable farmer told me, "I cannot express strongly enough how frustrating it is farming in the modern world. It is depressing the amount of time wasted walking around the yard trying to get a small signal to answer the phone." If someone gets injured, there's no way of contacting the emergency services or for other help, and vast sums have to be spent to help tractor GPS systems navigate the inconsistent signal. I will.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I congratulate her on moving this very important debate. So I represent a rural area like hers in Lincolnshire, and it's really appalling in some walled villages in deep valleys. There's no mobile connection, and of course all the red telephone boxes are being closed, and it's a tremendous struggle to persuade BT to keep them open. So I wonder whether we could do more work with councils like West Lindsey on their voucher scheme and Project Gigabyte to try and really get into those last hard to reach areas, and can we encourage the government through this debate to put resources into helping district councils like West Lindsey?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes a really, really good point, and we could have had another 3-hour debate, I think, on Project Gigabit and its shortcomings. I am going to mention it, but I wholly agree with him that you can't really consider mobile coverage and broadband separately. They are two parts of the same thing, and the areas that have the worst broadband signal tend to have the worst mobile signal as well. So it's a very difficult problem to resolve. Where was I saying? Oh, so modern farming requires modern technology, and if the signal is inadequate, it doesn't work for them. Being able to rely on broadband would help those who work in an office, but just 50% of rural commercial buildings in North Shropshire have access to full fibre. The announcement of Project Gigabit gave us real hope. But after 2 years, the contract was handed back with just 3.5 of the planned 12,000 properties connected. The word, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would use to describe Project Gigabit is a shambles. My other adjectives of choice are unsuitable for the chamber. We're still waiting for details of when the rest will be delivered, but meanwhile we continue to pay exorbitant prices for mediocre broadband because Openreach and other companies neglect to invest in our area. Across the House, members are calling for a change in direction for rural digital infrastructure. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm going to just speed up slightly. Essentially, gaps in mobile and broadband coverage threaten to undermine national ambitions, and my report from the APPG on digital communities highlights how coordinated action to address these challenges and unlock the full potential of the UK's digital infrastructure is crucial for rural areas, but it's also crucial for growth in the rest of the UK as well. Successive governments have failed to grasp it. Just look at the emergency services network, which should have been introduced in 2017, and nearly a decade on, we're still waiting for it to be properly rolled out. The government's ambition is to have high-quality 5G in all populated areas by 2030, yet we rank 30th out of 39 developed economies, according to the Social Market Foundation. We know we're lagging miles behind, and we're still trying to make up the ground, and in Shropshire, we'd be grateful for consistent 4G. People who live in rural areas pay the same or even higher fees than people in towns in return for a second-rate service. We must be given the connections we need to reliably access modern life. But successive governments have treated rural places with disdain, telling us that everything is great when we can see for ourselves that it's not. It will bring far more money into the Treasury and unlock the huge potential of the rural economy if the government will finally see sense. So I hope that the Minister will address the abject failure of the shared rural network and gigabit projects and outline a sensible strategy for delivering rural infrastructure in the future. Thank you.
The question is as on the order paper, and if members can limit the remarks to around 5 minutes, and then we should be able to get everybody in. Leanne.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for North Shropshire for bringing forward this important debate. Mobile connectivity remains a real concern for many in rural communities, especially in my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the villages. It affects how people run their businesses, how they keep in touch with family, and how they keep safe, as my honourable friend referred to, particularly on isolated roads and farms. But I do want to begin by acknowledging the great progress that has already been made in this area. My experience of the shared rural network and its extended coverage to around 280,000 homes and businesses after 500 million of investment has been positive. Particularly that investment, recognising the importance of that investment, has made such a difference to Staffordshire. My constituency is about 40% rural, about 60% of people living in towns, and there's such a marked difference of their experience of connectivity. But the gap is still quite stark, so nearly half of rural deprived areas are not classed as 5G hotspots. compared with just 2.7% of urban deprived communities. And in rural areas, only 20% of mobile masts have 5G deployed, compared with 48% in urban areas. So those figures show that while coverage may look strong on national averages, rural communities are feeling that gap and feeling left behind. The issue is raised with me and my team regularly. So residents in Mare, in Whitmore, in Acton Village have all contacted me about unreliable mobile access. And that leads to dropped calls, weak indoor signal and stretches of road with no coverage at all. And that's just part of their daily lives living in rural areas.
Would the member give way on that point?
Yes, of course.
I thank the member for giving way and for the excellent speech that she's making. Similarly, in my constituency, also with a number of villages, such as Eddingale and Clifton Campville or Harleston, I surveyed them to ask how bad this was, and I had results that 49% say that their mobile connectivity was so bad that they weren't able to work from home or even run their business. So does she agree that this really has to be a priority so that our villages are not left behind?
I thank my honourable friend for intervening. As a fellow Staffordshire MP, I think probably broadly the issues we're experiencing are very similar, but it echoes exactly what I hear in my constituency, particularly the points actually about working from home. Many people have said that to me. And for farming businesses particularly, which I've got many in my constituency, the impact is even more clear. So the NFU's most recent survey found that only 22% of respondents report reliable mobile signal across their entire farm. Nearly 1 in 10 have no 4G or 5G access at all. And at the same time, 98% say mobile signal is really important for their business. So here in this House, we're regularly asking farmers to access schemes online, communicate digitally with our agencies and adopt new technology, yet many are operating with poor or really patchy connectivity, and the gap between need versus access is stark. So in the village of Church Eaton, residents had endured years of really poor mobile coverage, at times unable to make 999 calls or receive NHS alerts, despite a mast having already been built under the shared rural network. The infrastructure was actually there, but it had never been switched on, which left the village in limbo, but also residents, let's be honest, really, really annoyed. But working closely with the determined residents, and I pay tribute to them, and the parish council who've campaigned on this for many years, I raised the issue in here, and directly Vodafone 3's leadership got in contact to help get that site back into the company's investment plan. And I'm really pleased that following that joint effort and constructive engagement, the mast has been running since September, bringing reliable 4G coverage into the village for the first time. But it shouldn't really take an MP standing up here for that to happen. The infrastructure was already there, it wasn't waited for. But what it has meant is stronger coverage for not only the Vodafone 3 customers in the village, but also a wide variety of other signal providers. But what I want to do is place on record my thanks again to the parish councils across my constituency who've worked on this issue for years. They regularly gather evidence, they engage with providers, and they keep the issue alive. And I do believe that their persistence is invaluable in making progress in this space. Because as more and more public services move online, access to stable mobile and broadband connectivity becomes even more important. Rural communities should not be left waiting while national averages improve on paper. So we need faster delivery of the shared rural network to eliminate the total not spots, alongside support for a mix of technologies to reach hard to access areas. But most importantly, rural communities must have confidence that they're not an afterthought in any rollout plans. People living in villages, on farms and down country lanes deserve the same reliable connectivity as anyone else. And I think closing that gap is essential for fairness, productivity, but also increasing opportunity in rural Britain. We have some wonderful businesses, some wonderful local farms that really want to develop, and this can really hold them back. So I'd love to hear what steps the Minister is taking to advance this and involve rural communities in this moving forward.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the last 18 months, the government has been sitting on the guidance relating to gender questioning children in schools, a very controversial subject, which the government has been saying is coming and coming and coming. It's become apparent in the last half an hour that they now plan to publish this guidance at 4 o'clock today, just moments before the House goes into recess for a week. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is hard to see this as anything other than a deliberate attempt to avoid the scrutiny of this House on an important issue. What can we do to put this right?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his point of order. As he will be aware, it is up to the government as to whether they want to make a statement, but I will make sure that Mr Speaker is aware. Thank you. I now call John Lamont.
Can I start by congratulating the Honourable Member for North Shropshire for securing this important debate. And my speech is going to echo many of the remarks that the Honourable Member for Stafford has just made. I suspect we're going to get a lot of consistency across the House, because I'm going to be talking about mobile connectivity in my own constituency in the Scottish Borders. In an age when digital access is a necessity, too many rural communities remain cut off, not only by geography but by inadequate infrastructure and poor decisions by mobile phone providers. Now, we often speak in this place of levelling up and ensuring no part of our country is left behind. Yet for many of my constituents in the Scottish Borders, making a reliable phone call, sending a text or accessing mobile data is still a daily challenge. In some areas, residents must stand in a particular spot or drive up to the top of a hill just to get signal. This is simply not acceptable in 2026. Connectivity is about far more than convenience. It's about safety, economic resilience, and tackling rural isolation. Farmers operating machinery, elderly residents living alone, small businesses processing payments, and families keeping in touch all depend on reliable phone networks. When that signal fails, the consequences can be serious. Rural communities already face longer journeys to hospitals and fewer local services. Unreliable mobile coverage only deepens the divide between rural and urban Britain. Now, one point, Madam Deputy Speaker, which has not yet been touched on is smart meter connectivity, because that's a particular concern in many of my communities. Households have been encouraged to adopt smart meters to improve efficiency and accuracy, yet in many rural areas, poor mobile coverage means that these meters cannot function properly. Constituents are left with devices that cannot transmit readings automatically, undermining confidence in both the technology and the wider energy transition. In rural households, if rural households are asked to modernise, the supporting infrastructure must be fit for purpose. I'm also deeply concerned by the decision by many mobile phone providers to switch off its 2G and 3G network signals. Whilst modernisation is undoubtedly necessary in many rural areas, these networks remain the only reliable option. Turning them off before a robust 4G or 5G alternative has been fully in place risks leaving residents with worse service than what they had before. Now, this decision affects not only phones, but telecare devices, alarm systems, payment terminals and agricultural equipment. Vulnerable individuals relying on telecare linked to legacy networks could face serious risks if signals are withdrawn prematurely. Now, I know from my own experience just driving around my constituency in the Scottish Borders and have spoken to my neighbour, the Honourable Member for Dumfriesshire, Clydesdale and Tweeddale, we are finding it increasingly difficult to do our work as MPs as we travel around our constituencies, because in the past we had relatively good mobile phone signal, but because of the decision of the network providers to drop the service, the ability to use your phone is lost. And when you raise it with the phone providers, they say it's all fine. This is a point that the Honourable Member for North Shropshire made in respect of the Ofcom data. They, I believe, look at the phone, they say the e-signal, and for them that is sufficient. But to make a phone call or to access your emails or to do any basic functions on your phone, the e-signal is just simply not sufficient. Similarly, when I do my weekly commute from Berwick-upon-Tweed station down to King's Cross along the East Coast Main Line, in the past I used to have a very good signal for the duration of the journey. Now I only get usable signal, which I think is a key point, usable signal, not the signal which appears in your phone, which seems to satisfy Ofcom. I can only get usable signal when I'm in the centre of Newcastle station, the centre of York station, or as I approach London. Everywhere else in between, unless I can get LNER Wi-Fi, I cannot use my phone effectively. So to conclude, telecom companies have commercial interests, but they also have
responsibilities to our constituents. So I urge the Government to engage closely with providers to ensure no community is left without reliable service as networks evolve. The shared rural network is welcome, but delivery must be accelerated in the Scottish borders, across Scotland and in all parts of rural Britain. Rural Britain does not seek special treatment, only fair treatment. Reliable connectivity is essential to economic growth, public services and community life. If we are to build a truly connected United Kingdom, rural connectivity must be a priority, not an afterthought. Thank you.
Jane Kirkham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Mobile coverage in my constituency is not good at the best of times. Although we are frequently told by the big four network providers that they have 99% 4G coverage in the UK, including in my own constituency, this doesn't ring true to anyone who, like me, is from Cornwall and therefore knows what it's like to struggle to get signal regularly.
Hear, hear.
Where there's 5G coverage, it's often from a single provider and not one premises has 5G coverage from all four providers. Last year, Which and OpenSignal produced a mobile network quality map for the year using real-world data from people's actual phones and then assigned each postcode a score. In TR4, which covers places like Chasewater, Trispan, St Erm in my constituency, it ranked the second worst for network quality, with a consistent 4 or 5G signal just 57% of the time. That is sadly not at all surprising. As a rural part of the world, we've often struggled with connectivity. This impacts rural businesses in particular, as the member for Stafford pointed out, including farms who still experience poor mobile and broadband service. The NFU showed just 33% of farming businesses have access to fibre, while only 22% report reliable mobile signal across their farm. This is despite the fact that now access to support schemes like sustainable farming incentives and communication with the Rural Payments Agency is increasingly online, so digital is even more important to farmers than ever before. Mobile coverage in my constituency failed spectacularly last month when Storm Goretti struck Cornwall, triggering a rare Met Office red warning with gusts of about 100 miles an hour. The storm caused widespread power outages and brought down over 1,000 trees, leaving many people completely cut off with no internet and poor mobile phone signal. The new digital landlines that replaced the old copper networks did not work without power, and Ofcom's rules require only 1 hour of battery backup for vulnerable customers, which is completely inadequate. This meant that for days, and in some cases weeks, large parts of Cornwall were disconnected from the outside world, with no means of accessing information or getting assistance. For many, this was very frightening and showed how in some circumstances, mobile connectivity really could be life or death. The loss of telecommunications and poor signal made it harder for responders to identify and support vulnerable residents. Unlike the National Grid, Openreach relied on people contacting their service provider to say they were offline, which wasn't sufficient in a context where many residents had no internet or phone signal, and this wasn't helped by the fact that the providers generally display quite minimal customer service, and it was possible to get through to human beings in many cases. There was then another layer of delay while the provider reported to Openreach, who had no map of which areas were offline.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will.
Just on that point. My honourable friend is making a very powerful point about the role of Openreach in this scenario. And one of the things that I've held for some time is that the role of Openreach is equivalent to the electricity distribution network operator. Now, whilst we all pay our bills to an electricity company, it is the distribution network who is responsible for getting our power back on. But in Openreach's case, they delegate that to the individual service providers. And I do think Openreach need to do more in this regard to look after the customers who are affected in these instances.
I do agree with the honourable member, and it is the case that the civil contingencies framework, although mobile providers are a Category 2 respondent, they don't have the duties, responsibilities and powers that, say, National Grid or Water do. So there is an argument there for changing that, a really strong argument. Furthermore, the storm exposed the fact that most mobile masts don't have backup generators or meaningful battery reserves, making them highly vulnerable to power loss. This contrasts with those expectations placed on water and electricity companies, which operate under established resilience duties. Telecoms providers are arguably just as essential, and the civil contingencies framework should start to reflect that reality in practice, not just in statute. We need stronger requirements and powers for comms providers in emergency situations, and Ofcom need the teeth to enforce them. Storm Goretti demonstrated how dependent communities and responders now are on digital and mobile networks, and it showed the weakness and lack of resilience of those networks in rural places like Cornwall. Private Eye pointed out an Ofcom technical report from last year noted that 2/3 of the population, roughly, would be able to make emergency calls in the case of a power outage of under an hour. By the 6-hour mark, that number was redacted and described as being far fewer. As extreme weather becomes more frequent, it's absolutely crucial that rural areas are better connected. The deadline for nationwide 5G coverage has been pushed back to 2032, but communities like mine cannot wait as these severe weather experiences become more and more. The Minister has indicated that places like Cornwall could be pilot areas for emergency resilience measures, and I very much look forward to that work beginning as soon as possible.
Yeah. Charlotte Kane. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire, for securing this important debate. And I echo much of what she said in her speech, indeed much of what everybody said in their speech. Our two constituencies share many similarities of being of comparable size and population, containing much farmland, but also a scattering of medium-sized settlements. In my case, this includes the city of Ely, home to over 20,000 residents. According to Ofcom's coverage maps, the entire city is covered by all mobile network operators with at least good outdoor coverage. Given such confidence, I would like to invite Ofcom to Ely, where I will challenge them to catch even a single bar of mobile signal from the city centre. They will be sorely disappointed. Of course, the government could listen to independent data from a number of different sources, which reports remarkably poor mobile service in areas of my constituency that Ofcom claims are covered. Alternatively, they could simply listen to local people. In Ely, they'd hear from local business owners who can't get the signal for their card machines in the market square, or residents such as my constituent Alan, who's gone through 4 unsuccessful attempts to install a smart energy meter in his home because of inefficient mobile signal. And of course, not only is that irritating, but it means he can't get the cheapest options on his fuel because they're all for people who have working smart meters. Or the new city centre restaurant business who can't take orders because they can't get internet or mobile signal in the middle of the city centre. Rather fittingly, in a debate about mobile connectivity, the major failure in the government's approach thus far appears to be one of a total lack of communication and connection with the lived experiences of citizens on the ground. The government claims that it has reached 96% mobile coverage across the country. I'm sorry, but thousands of my constituents in Ely and East Cambridgeshire, and I'm willing to bet in almost every other rural constituency, would beg to differ. Given the way the government is assessing coverage, serious doubts are raised over the sincerity of its connectivity goals overall, including the rollout of the shared rural network. Although this is due to be completed by this time next year, the government seems to have minimal capacity to actually direct investment and new infrastructure to reach its goals, relying instead, as we've heard, on the mobile network operators who put commercial interests above the interests of our constituents.
Will the Honourable Member give way?
I will.
I'm really grateful, and one of those commercial operators is, of course, O2. I have a constituent, Martin Ferdinando, who contacted O2 over 40 times. He was offered a handset, a new 5G SIM, an escalation to the Ombudsman, and in the end a £125 goodwill payment. Would she agree with me that our constituents don't want all of these goodwill payments? what they actually want is a functioning mobile system that would be developed if we had a proper shared rural network.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and I entirely agree. They don't want compensation, they don't want apologies, they want a mobile signal that they can rely on. And how can they have confidence that their digital connectivity will improve if Ofcom doesn't engage with a reliable reporting system to direct investment in response to on-the-ground needs? I have to say, on the other side, there's a bit of my constituency that allegedly has no connectivity, and every time I've gone there, I've had no problem getting a mobile signal. So ironically, there are some places where it's better than they think. In an era where public services are moving increasingly online, rural and digitally excluded populations risk becoming increasingly isolated. Good mobile connectivity must be considered a basic necessity and not an object for compromise. It's especially essential for accessing emergency service, defibrillators and on-call healthcare. A major concern for the many farmers in my constituency who experience lower than average health outcomes and work in more accident-prone environments and yet have very limited connectivity. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think the government would agree with me that we should move towards greater access to healthcare in the community, foster social connection and ensure safely policed neighbourhoods. But key to each is guaranteeing the rights of all, including those in rural areas, to swift and ready access to mobile signals. More than this, it also means a reliable process of reporting and mapping real-term coverage and capacity of mobile networks. Fundamentally, improving rural mobile connectivity must start with genuine two-way communication. Will the Minister now agree to overhaul Ofcom's coverage maps so that it is tied to real-time data and revise the coverage goals of the shared rural network accordingly so that my constituents and the many others we've heard about can finally get the assurance that reliable connection is on its way and on its way soon?
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the Honourable Member for North Shropshire for bringing this delayed but very important debate. My constituency of Carlisle includes the very rural area of North Cumbria, bordering Scotland and Northumberland. It is beautiful, remote and in parts devoid of mobile coverage. The lack of mobile connectivity is a particular issue in winter months, as we've already heard, when snow and wind not only blocks roads but brings down power lines. And as has been said, the shutdown of the public service telephone network means that a loss of power to landlines, coupled with a paucity of mobile coverage, now leaves many of my constituents not only without telephony, but without any means of letting their electricity network distribution network know that they have no power at all. It is a year since Ofcom published the findings of its consultation on mobile RAN power resilience, and I will forgive members if they have not read it as I have. Now, currently the regulator suggests a minimum backup duration of just 4 hours for mobile RAN sites, that's a mast, and a minimum duration of, as we've heard, 1 hour for battery backup units for fixed line phones. However, last year, a power cut that affected the village of Kirshfoot, which sits on the border of my constituency and that of the Honourable Member for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, lasted for 5 days. Now, I think a sensible and proportionate solution to this problem would be for Ofcom to require mobile networks to maintain a small fleet of electricity generators that could be used to power masts until the electricity grid can be repaired. And I would welcome the Minister's thoughts on this point and an assurance that he will press Ofcom to go further on the issue of RAN resilience. I'd now like to turn to the factors that determine the ability of mobile network operators to improve and maintain coverage. The first is network investment, the second is planning policy, and the third is spectrum availability. Now, the first is principally a matter for shareholders. However, the government clearly has a role in creating the right conditions for investment, safeguarding competition, and removing the policy barriers that exist to network expansion. which brings me to the second factor, planning policy. And I would strongly urge the Minister to engage constructively with Mobile UK on reform of both permitted development rights and the notice to quit regime, which can see mobile operators forced from sites before a new site can be built. And that just leaves me with the third factor, spectrum, a subject I take an unusual interest in, having witnessed firsthand the contrasting approaches and consequences of that of the Blair and Cameron governments. The UK's 3G spectrum auction in 2000 was designed not only to inject competition into the mobile market by reserving a licence for a new entrant, but to create a level playing field by preventing the incumbent networks from using their existing spectrum for 3G services. The effect was to create a level playing field and a competitive market for 3G services, the result being that the UK became the first country in the world to deploy a commercial 3G network, prices fell, innovation grew, and new services were spawned. Now, as take-up grew, more spectrum had to become available for 3G and 4G services. However, simply allowing the 4 networks who had legacy spectrum to reuse it for 3G services would not only give them a competitive advantage over the newer entrant, it would also distort competition between the incumbent networks who held different spectrum frequencies. And different frequencies mean different capabilities. In particular, lower frequency spectrum is essential to getting coverage in rural areas. The then Labour government solution was to direct the regulator to take back the legacy spectrum and reallocate it so as to maintain a level playing field and maximise competition. Yeah. Unfortunately, the 2010 election intervened before the legislation to direct Ofcom could pass, and in January 2011, the Cameron government allowed the incumbent networks to use their 2G spectrum, creating, in the words of the new entrant, a competitive distortion, one that has, I would argue, driven the consolidation we have seen in the market over the last decade, weakened competitive pressure on the networks to expand their coverage, particularly in rural areas, and left the taxpayer to pick up the tab for a market failure that was entirely avoidable. I would therefore, in conclusion, urge the Minister, in matters of spectrum, to be more Blair and less Cameron, and ensure that this government has a spectrum policy that supports the competitive mobile market that benefits every corner and field of our country.
James Davies.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I thank you and Mr Speaker for allowing me to contribute in this important debate which affects so many of my constituents. And may I also thank the member for North Shropshire for the opening of the debate and re-securing this Backbench Business Committee debate, which matters so much to us all. May I echo many of the sentiments from the Honourable Member for my friend from Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk. I felt like he was reading my speech, but the bit that I thought was particularly interesting was that my constituency is between 30 and 60 miles away from Westminster, which sums up, I think, some of the challenges that we all feel in this area. Of course, my area, East Grinstead, Uckfield and the Villages, has many very rural areas, parts of Habers Heath and parts of Burgess Hill as well. And mobile connectivity is a major issue that people write to me about and raise with me in person in and around the constituency. And it gives me a very sad moment to tell you that since my boundary changes, I have had to leave one of my longest relationships I've ever had, very sadly, before Valentine's Day, and that was with Vodafone, because it was failing. Yes, I walked out because I'm afraid connectivity, particularly where there has been new housing, has been absolutely dire. I've said to my family, friends and colleagues, don't bother to call, you won't get through. And so I'm a bit embarrassed to say, he knows who he is, I recently semi-kidnapped one of Vodafone 3's parliamentary affairs gentlemen to drive them around my constituency to showcase where the usage, the signal usage versus what they've got on the maps and what they sell people in the shops simply does not match. Now, throughout 2025, Madam Deputy Speaker, I met with mobile providers, ran a constituent survey, and I'm very grateful for all who contributed. Around 90% said that when they completed the survey, they had a complete lack of service. And some people saying, 132 in numbers, said they rarely and never have a signal. Most affected in my constituency, chronic knock spots of Horsted, Keynes, Fairwalk, Maresfield and the wider Ashdown Forest and Wivelsfield and Isfield. People in this area said, I never have a signal. My visitors are surprised there is no decent signal in 2025. We never get one. It's a constant complaint both to them and then they pass it on to their providers. Now, I do represent a rural Sussex constituency, but there are more urban areas. They report problems too. In East Grinstead, my constituency, in the town centre, it is almost unusable. And the outskirts, miles away, down in the village of Ashurst Wood, almost dead zones. And the Honourable Lady for Stafford, not in her place right now, said going online is near impossible. And it has been my parish councils who've been doing much of the heavy lifting in terms of representing across the constituency. Dropped out calls, people cut off, power cuts, people unable to do online banking, purchases failing because verification codes sometimes take days or don't come at all. People who are self-employed, remote workers, or indeed people who are trying to run small or micro businesses. These are vital challenges for a large number of my businesses. 77 local businesses said they have severe disruption. This is regularly, Madam Deputy Speaker. If we want growth and to support jobs and get the economy going, this is clear infrastructure. It's an economic issue and it is also a public safety issue. In that event of a power cut, people can't rely on Wi-Fi calling. It's serious, it endangers life, and I absolutely agree on the smart meter failings. And just before I conclude, one most recent grievous issue I had is a recent office move with BT Openreach. It took me 1 month to finally get connection from those guys. That's a month with my constituency office with no broadband. So I would love the Minister to meet with me and many of us, because we're universally connected in the fact that we have no connectivity. And I think this needs to be seen as an essential service, just like water. But don't get me started on that. Thank you.
Moraz, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to also thank the member for North Shropshire for securing this debate for the second time. In rural areas like my constituency in Camborne, Redruth and Hale, the challenges of infrastructure and connectivity differ substantially from those in urban settings. And decision makers too often hold outdated assumptions or misunderstandings about the differences between rurality and remote coastal areas like Cornwall. Policy reform is urgently needed, and if you can fix it in Cornwall, you can fix it anywhere. Substandard critical infrastructure that normally attracts little attention from policymakers only becomes visible to them when it fails. And as the honourable member, my honourable friend from Truro and Falmouth has already said, that's precisely what happened on the evening of the 8th of January. Residents across Cornwall received red weather warnings as winds up to 111 miles an hour blasted roofs from buildings, bringing down telephone lines and ripping huge trees from the ground. Around 200 telegraph poles were brought down, hundreds of metres of cabling were destroyed by fallen trees, and entire areas became completely inaccessible. At the peak of the storm, more than 120,000 homes lost power. The engineers and the workers on the ground have been exceptional, and I want to commend their commitment and professionalism. But the reality is that too many of my constituents still lack basic mobile connectivity. As again, members from Carlisle and Truro and Falmouth have commented, there is the requirement for backup power for masts, the failings of both Ofcom and Openreach. But I was pleased to meet Minister Lloyd yesterday along with Cornish colleagues to raise these issues directly. Alongside the immediate disruption, we also face the ongoing problem of the system reverting to business as usual after the crisis. According to Cellnex, based on data from Ofcom, all 6 Cornish constituencies appear at the bottom of the UK mobile connectivity list. The Mobile Market Review, running until the 21st of April, is a crucial opportunity to change that. We fundamentally need a higher standard of service quality and robust and transparent measurement so that improvements in mobile connectivity actually translate into the benefits for customers. I will give one.
I'm grateful to him, and he's talking about the frustrations in Cornwall that my constituents really can relate to. It's peninsula-wide across Devon and Cornwall. Only 52% of Mid and East Devon is covered by 5G, and that's compared with 62% nationally. Would he recognise that this is about our remote southwest peninsula?
Yes, I would, but I'd also say to him that there are other parts of the United Kingdom, not just in southwest England and Cornwall, but also in areas further north, as we've heard about. And it really is, for me, an opportunity to focus on those areas so they're not left behind in the digital transition. And this is why it's so important, Madam Deputy Speaker. The government is investing tens of millions of pounds in critical minerals and renewables in order to unleash the Cornish Celtic tiger. But that investment is designed to unlock private investment into those growth sectors. But investment will be directly hamstrung by the paucity of mobile communications. And it's fair to say that in Cornwall, as well as other places, we are frankly fed up with being left behind in the digital transition. So when he gets to his feet, would the Minister please commit to taking this moment to work across government to transform Cornwall's mobile communications weaknesses into a strength so that businesses can grow and no one is left in the dark with no way of communicating with the outside world ever again?
Madam Llefarydd, and can I thank and congratulate the member from North Shropshire for securing this debate. Over the past 20 months or so, since coming into this House, I think that rural connectivity has been the most constant issue in my inbox. And not surprising, really, when you consider my constituency is 69% rural and still suffers from a large number of not spots. A report issued by Vodafone in November 23 found that nearly half of rural deprived areas are classed as 5G not spots, whereas the same can only be said of 2.7% of urban deprived areas. And Ofcom's Connected Nationals report, published in November 25, provided further evidence of rural areas lagging behind urban areas in both 5G and 4G access. Both these reports show how rural connectivity falls short of what urban areas receive. And over the past few years, the shared rural network, which is funded through private investment and public money, has worked reasonably well in Caerfyrddin, with an additional number of masts being built in hard-to-reach areas. However, like my honourable friend from Stafford mentioned, we have a situation where in my constituency 2 mobile masts have been built, both on shared rural network scheme. Neither has been switched on. The mast in Myddfai has no power, but is ready to go. But Vodafone has yet to turn on the network. In Llanwynio, the mast has been built, again over a year ago, but there is still no power connected to it. This was due to be connected in January, i.e. electric in, but on the timescale that Myddfai has been built on, we could be waiting another year before connectivity is switched on. And this really is not good enough. Public purse funding has been poured into both mast projects and nothing to show for it, at a time when digital connectivity is seriously needed. Broadband access in the rural parts of my constituency is also not good enough. Rural businesses, including farms, now rely on connectivity for all transaction, for banking, tax and VAT returns, for BCMS, for CTS reports, etc. And of course payments in our rural village shops. But the results from the National Farmers Union Rural Digital Survey is worrying. And as has been mentioned, 21% of respondents have broadband speeds less than 10 megabits compared to the national average of less than 1%, and 22 report reliable mobile signal across their entire farms. You know, this is just not good enough. So rural homes and businesses need to be able to have contact to emergency services as and when needed. And we found that during Storm Dara, which was far worse for us than any of the recent storms that have come, the digitalisation of our telecommunication systems meant that the networks failed. And although batteries do help, businesses, according to one of my constituents just last week, are not eligible for these, and only domestic dwellings can have battery backups. So people were left with no means of communication, unable to reach emergency services, and this is unacceptable. We must ensure that when public money is spent on upgrading networks, they must be switched on. They must work for the communities in which they are built. And my final point, Madam Llefarydd, is that Caerfyrddin includes some of the hardest to reach homes, as we have properties tucked deep into valleys or are set in extremely remote locations. In these areas, it is much harder for traditional masts to provide reliable coverage, no matter how many are built. And that's why it's essential that a satellite solution is available and affordable for all the households that will otherwise be left behind. Starlink currently charges around £75 per month for network coverage, and this isn't affordable for many of my constituents. I hope that in the next year or so, competition will mean that this becomes cheaper and other companies can provide that service. But whatever systems communities use and constituents use, it must work. It must be reliable. It must be affordable, especially when public money has been used in good faith.
Yeah. Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate the member for North Shropshire on being persistent and finally securing this very important debate. There are few phrases in modern Britain that I think ring as hollow as the phrase world-class connectivity. And speaking plainly, rural mobile phone connectivity in this country, it's not merely patchy, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not merely inconsistent. In some places it's so poor that the advertised service literally bears no resemblance to reality. And there are areas where actual service levels are hundreds of times worse than advertised. Hundreds. That is not a rounding error. That is not the result of momentary network congestion. That's the difference between promise and performance, which is so vast that it would be comic if it wasn't so economically corrosive. So take Worcestershire, for example. It's a rural county, lots of villages, small towns, industrious small businesses, farms, villages, where the coverage map glows reassuringly in bright corporate colours, but the lived reality is far too often just a single bar if you stand at the upstairs window, facing north, holding your phone aloft like some kind of digital divining rod. And we've heard already about the River Severn partnership in Worcestershire was a beneficiary of this, where quite innovatively local councils stuck these gadgets on the bin lorries that went up and down every single road, particularly the rural roads, and realised probably what we all suspect, how terrible this service is. There are parts of Worcestershire where the mobile phone signal is around 900 times worse than what the mobile phone operators claim it to be. Now, we could forgive the odd dropped call. After all, rural topography presents challenges. Hills exist. Trees are inconveniently organic. What cannot be forgiven, though, is the persistent gulf between what is claimed and what's delivered. And it's the same with broadband. We hear broadband providers advertise speeds of up to 80 megabits per second, but the reality of what many of my constituents experience is very different. They are, these advertised figures are very much the realm of fiction. And this is not just anecdotal grumbling from the shires. The National Farmers Union, their survey has painted a sobering picture. 21% of respondents report that broadband speeds under 10 megabits per second, that's under 10 in 2026. And this is at a time when a single video could devour bandwidth instantly. What my constituents want is the ability to consume data and to be able to make voice calls at the same time. I cannot stress how sick and tired I am of hearing from mobile phone companies that everyone's just consuming data. Constituents living in rural areas in particular are increasingly reliant, as the traditional telephone services switched off, on the ability to make voice calls, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the lived reality of what this means, well, it means that a business in rural Worcestershire that's attempting to submit, might be mandatory forms online to a regulator or placing an order, they have to drive to the nearest town to do so. It means that businesses can't reliably place orders, they can't process card payments. Online banking, as banks are closing in our towns and villages and people are shifting or being pushed towards more online digital services, it's crucial that we have the mobile connectivity to back this up. And if I can say so, there is a little bit of cultural condescension at work as well. Rural Britain is far too frequently romanticised as being just a place of bucolic tranquility. It is that, but rural Britain demands parity with urban Britain at the same time. What does that mean? It means we just want a reliable mobile phone signal where we can drive down the road without it cutting out on a very short journey, or the ability to have certainty that if you need to receive a call from a loved one or a relative, or perhaps a GP, that call will come through. What do we see? Coverage maps. They've been drawn with a particularly optimistic crayon. And the problem with advertised speeds being hundreds of times better than reality is not merely technical, because it does erode trust. Quite often these conditions are laboratory conditions. They don't bear any semblance on reality. So I invite the mobile phone companies to come and do a very thorough inspection across Bromsgrove and the villages, and I'll be very happy to follow the example. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I concur with every word he is saying, particularly around challenges around national parks as well, where connectivity could be more difficult. If I may just take him back to callbacks from GPs, where GPs are working remotely or differently and flexibly. This is a real problem for anyone, but particularly if you miss that set call in a rural area, and this is very serious.
And I thank my right honourable friend for her intervention. She's spot on. I have constituents who have contacted me because they've missed out on crucial calls that have come from GPs and other supporting services that they require, particularly older residents. So this is about the safety and well-being of our constituents as much as it is about connectivity and the economy. So in the limited time that I've got, Madam Deputy Speaker, just a few points I would implore the government to focus on. So firstly, transparency must improve. That means bolstering regulatory requirements for the mobile phone companies to advertise speeds that are realistic and not just theoretical based on laboratory conditions. Then the point around geographic coverage. This is not just population coverage, but geographic coverage. That must carry greater regulatory weight. Britain is not composed solely of cities. Land matters, and the people who steward it and rely on these mobile phone connections matter. And that means that the government should give serious consideration to rural roaming. And then finally, infrastructure sharing should be pursued with seriousness to ensure that mobile phone coverage across the country, but particularly across Bromsgrove and the villages, is as robust as it possibly can be.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Honourable Member for North Shropshire, who is also my constituency neighbour, for securing this important debate. From Tilston to Tattenhall and from Acton to Audlam, poor mobile connectivity is all too common across Chester South and Edinburgh. But the House need not take my word for it. Earlier this year, I launched a mobile connectivity survey, and I want to take this opportunity to thank the 544 residents who took the time to complete it. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is vital to get the real experiences of people living and working in Chester South and Edinburgh, because as we've heard from other members today, all too often the level of coverage that Ofcom and the mobile network operators claim exists does not reflect the reality. Ofcom gives statistics based on modelling, not on the ground evidence. It doesn't differentiate between 4G and 5G coverage, and crucially, they don't test network capacity. In my mobile survey, I asked constituents on a scale of 1 to 10, where 1 is very poor and 10 is excellent, to rate different aspects of their mobile service. The average score for both the signal to make and receive calls and the average reliability for calls was just 3 out of 10. The ability to stream or download larger files scored even lower, and many shared their experiences of poor levels of signal and data, making it impossible to even download messages or emails. I also asked whether constituents could get a usable phone signal in the main areas of their home. Of the 544 respondents, almost 300 said they could not. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's worth pausing to reflect on that. Over half of my constituents surveyed cannot get a usable mobile phone signal in their own home. That is simply unacceptable in 21st century Britain. The consequences of this are very real. We know that since the pandemic, more people are working from home, making reliable connectivity vital. According to the Office for National Statistics, nearly 10 million people in the UK are hybrid workers, with a further 5 million working exclusively from home. This is now a fundamental part of our modern economy. If the government is serious about economic growth, then addressing poor mobile connectivity, particularly in rural areas, must be part of that plan. But the impact is not only economic, it is social. Digital isolation compounds physical isolation. Not being able to rely on a mobile connection to contact friends, family, or support services can have serious negative impacts on mental health. There is also a safety dimension to this issue, Madam Deputy Speaker. As more services become digital by default, rural residents are increasingly disadvantaged, unable to reliably take calls from doctors, carers, or other essential providers. Constituents have raised concerns about being unable to make calls in emergencies, particularly in more remote rural areas. That is not simply inconvenient, it is dangerous. Madam Deputy Speaker, what my constituents need is meaningful action. So can I urge the Minister to consider the views of people across Chester South and Edinburgh who completed my mobile survey, and in the government's response, share what steps are currently being taken to work with providers, particularly in the rural context, to address the unacceptable gaps in coverage. For work, for school, to make doctor's appointments, or to connect with friends, we need reliable mobile connectivity. And I will continue to push the government so that every village, whether it be in Audlam, in Wimbury, in Wrenbury, in Malpas, in Tattenhall, Tilston, Farndon, Christleton, and so many more, get the connection they rightly expect and deserve.
James McCleary.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I congratulate my honourable friend, the member for North Shropshire, on securing this really important debate. One of the things that is most often in my constituency mailbag is digital connectivity, as it affects thousands of my constituents. Something that has become as essential to modern life as electricity or roads. The issue is absolutely fundamental to the future viability of rural communities, not just in my constituency of Lewis, but across the whole country. I want to start by sharing some examples from constituents who have been in touch with me recently, real people facing real problems in their daily lives. There is a woman, for instance, living in Deanland Wood Park, a park home site in my constituency, who can only use her mobile phone when she's out and about. Let me be clear what that means. In her own home, the place where she should feel most comfortable, secure and connected, her phone is essentially useless to her. Then there is a couple living in the village of Berwick. One is on Tesco Mobile and the other is with Vodafone. Neither of them can receive calls when they're at home. This is not merely an inconvenience, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is hugely impactful on their work. He has had to completely change how he communicates with clients, relying entirely on email and WhatsApp because he simply cannot depend on phone calls. And here is what truly concerns me. Her father is in a care home, and he does not always get through when he calls. Honourable members can imagine the stress this causes when an elderly man trying to reach his daughter and the technology simply failing him, failing both of them. Their phones work perfectly well when they leave Berwick. It is purely a problem of coverage in the village itself. I recently heard from a couple who have moved to my constituency from rural Staffordshire. They were shocked, genuinely shocked, to discover they have no signal whatsoever in their new home in East Dean. They had moved from one rural area to another, and somehow our connectivity is even worse than what they had left behind. At one of my recent advice surgeries, I spoke with a farmer from the same village who was dealing with the same problem. And this is where it becomes really serious. What happens if someone on his farm needs to call the emergency services? What if there is an accident, a medical emergency or a fire? Every second counts in those situations.
And it's not just emergencies. Try doing online banking, try running a business, try doing any of the things that we're all expected to do online these days, and those of us in towns and cities can take largely for granted. A gentleman in the village of Upper Dicker who has to regularly drive to his son's house just to use his phone because his signal at home is so poor. Every time a website needs to text him a verification code, something that happens more and more these days, he is stuck. He cannot access his bank account, he cannot log into government services. He cannot do any of the things we are increasingly required to do online. According to research published last year, the UK has the worst average 5G download speeds of all G7 countries. We're not slightly behind, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are dead last. And when one looks at rural coverage specifically, the picture is even more concerning. Only 69% of rural areas in the UK receive 4G coverage, or at least alleged to receive 4G coverage from the 4 major mobile network providers. Not 5G, 4G, technology that is already years old, and we're at just 69%. So much of what we are told is 3G, 4G or 5G is actually also mislabelled. The signal bars on your phone can be deeply misleading. You might see full bars and assume everything is fine, but try to make a call or load a web page and suddenly realise those bars do not mean what you thought they meant. In rural areas, poor connectivity is fundamentally undermining the viability of our communities. It's not just annoying, it is existential. Young families cannot move to rural areas or stay there because they can't work from home. Businesses can't operate effectively, elderly residents can't stay in touch with family or access online health services. Farmers can't use modern agricultural technology. Students can't do their homework. The digital divide is no longer just about cities versus countryside. It is about whether rural communities can survive and thrive in the 21st century. The inequality of provision as the 5G network is rolled out is deeply concerning. It is simply wrong that people should be disadvantaged because of where they live. Your postcode should not determine whether you can fully participate in a modern society. We must ensure that improving broadband and mobile connectivity starts with the hardest to reach areas first. Not as an afterthought, not eventually, first. I've recently met with Vodafone, who are responsible for the rollout in our part of Sussex, to press this point. The government must prioritise major investment in broadband as well for underserved communities, because here is the economic argument. Investment in these areas will help unlock vast potential of our rural communities. Research has demonstrated that ubiquitous 5G could add £159 billion to the UK economy by 2035. That is not just money for telecoms companies, that is businesses in our rural communities operating more effectively. I'm asking on behalf of my constituents for the government to live up to its promises, to invest properly in rural connectivity, to ensure that companies like Openreach and Vodafone communicate clearly with residents and meet their commitments. Because the woman I mentioned in Deanland Wood Park deserves to use her phone in her own home. The couple in Berwick deserve to do their jobs and stay in touch with their elderly parents without constant stress. The farmer in East Dean deserves to know that if there's an emergency, he can call for help. The gentleman in Upper Dicker deserves to log into his bank account without driving across my constituency. My constituents deserve better, and rural constituencies across the country deserve better too, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I come to the front page. She's the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Anna Sabine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I really thank my colleague, the member for North Shropshire, for bringing forward this debate about a subject that she knows so much about and is such a passionate campaigner on. Rural areas are too often the last in the queue when it comes to decent mobile internet connectivity. I certainly receive many emails, although not as many as I probably would if they were better connected, calls and letters from constituents who tell me how woeful mobile connectivity is in parts of Froome and East Somerset. One elderly constituent told me how anxious she is that she or her husband will suffer a fall and have no way to contact emergency services as their home has no mobile signal. The Liberal Democrats believe that mobile coverage is a basic utility and is as essential these days as running water. People need mobile connectivity when they're travelling, working, running businesses or responding to emergencies. Yet for too long, government targets have not been ambitious enough and have been based on connecting households directly rather than on geographic coverage. The government claims to have reached 95% of geographic broadband coverage, but residents in rural areas tell a very different story, and the problem lies in how coverage is measured. In the village of Road, a constituent wrote to me about persistent signal black spots throughout the village. He told me he no longer expects to receive any mobile signal by his home. Ofcom's mobile coverage checker suggests he should have strong outdoor signal from every provider, but his experience proves otherwise. This is why we support a nationwide programme to install hyper-fast fibre optic broadband across the UK with a particular focus on connecting rural areas.
Ofcom's capability to understand coverage relies on measurement based on 100 metre by 100 metre grids, which means that vast swathes of rural areas are underserved in areas like road. More accurate techniques based on smaller grids would offer better coverage pictures to allow for targeted support. Rural businesses are crying out for better connectivity. A survey by the Countryside Allowance found that 85% of rural businesses cited their connectivity as poor but manageable, with 80% saying better quality connectivity would be the single largest improvement to their business. In the town of Midsummer Norton, a fairly sizable market town in my constituency, Zen Rebel Studios has long struggled with poor mobile signal and inadequate broadband. Mobile reception inside their premises is extremely limited, and despite being only a few metres off the high street, they've been unable to secure an extension of the fibre network. As a result, only a handful of people using their cafe can currently use their Wi-Fi at any one time before the system crashes. That's simply not sustainable for a modern business. And this really matters for productivity. Rural areas are 18% less productive than the national average. Closing this gap would be up to £43 billion in England alone, creating hundreds of thousands of jobs in areas too often blighted by underemployment. Some rural stakeholders have complained about a lack of transparency about where coverage improvements will be delivered. It's ultimately up to the mobile network operators to decide where to deploy coverage. The government and Ofcom don't have legal powers to force them to build masts in specific locations. But when the Honourable Member for Rhondda and Ogmore served as Minister for Data Protection and Telecoms, he convened a working group with MPs and mobile providers to explore how to accelerate mast installation and improve rural mobile coverage. Unfortunately, this hasn't yet been restarted under the current Minister, and I hope he will consider reinstating it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude by raising something that hasn't come up yet today, but which I think is a consequence of rural connectivity failure that goes beyond economics or inconvenience. I have a constituent who, after leaving a long-term coercively controlling relationship, experienced sustained cyber intrusion by his former partner over several days. He reported it to the police and obtained a crime number, but his abuser retained sole control of the broadband account for the home in which he was living. Because the coercive controller was the named bill payer, my constituent couldn't take over the account. His former partner explicitly refused to release it, even when requested during separation proceedings. And here's where the absence of mobile coverage becomes critical. At my constituent's property, there is zero mobile signal, in fact in the whole village. Broadband was his only means of communication. His abuser controlled whether he could make a telephone call, access support services, or even work. Through locked devices connected to the network, he remained vulnerable to surveillance. A private security sweep costing £5,000 discovered his TV soundbar had been configured as a listening device. He had to live with his Wi-Fi turned off, only activating it when absolutely necessary, leaving him feeling desperately vulnerable and unable to call for help during the moments when it was on. He contacted his broadband provider 4 times, and while staff were compassionate and escalated the situation, there was no safeguarding protocol available to them and no mechanism to transfer control. His former partner continued controlling his internet access and which devices could connect. Currently, broadband is regulated as a consumer contract, not as essential infrastructure, whereas an energy supplier would have had to recognise domestic abuse and allow account transfers. Telecommunications providers face no such duty. When reviewing rural connectivity policy, will the Minister also consider requiring telecoms providers to have such safeguarding mechanisms? Will they ensure that where police evidence documents abuse, broadband control can be transferred to the person at risk? I'm sure the Minister hears similar frustrations from his own constituents, as we've heard today, and I hope he recognises how urgently these issues need addressing. If we're serious about protecting people, supporting rural communities and enabling economic growth, then we must treat digital access as the essential service it has become. Thank you.
Shadow Minister Peter Fortune.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate the member for North Shropshire for securing this debate and the Backbench Business Committee for granting it. I would also like to thank all members for their valuable contributions. The previous Conservative government understood how important UK-wide mobile and broadband coverage is to the public and to our economy. That is why it put in place ambitious plans to ensure that people across the United Kingdom have access to this essential infrastructure regardless of their location. The shared rural network, announced in 2020, secured significant investment of around £500 million from the largest mobile network operators. Under the SRN, private investment is complemented by government funding for the construction of masts in the most underserved locations, with additional coverage provided by the Emergency Services Network programme. For 4G, the Conservative government set a target of 95% geographic coverage from at least one mobile network operator by the end of 2025. By January 2025, 30 government-funded mast upgrades went live, enhancing local connectivity without erecting new masts. And according to Ofcom, as of July 2025, 96% of the UK landmass had 4G coverage from at least one operator, exceeding the previous government's target. I'm proud of the last Conservative government's record of delivery under the SRN, and I welcome that the current government maintains the coverage commitments made under the scheme. However, despite the progress made up to this point, there are still some acute challenges, as we have heard from members today. If I go to my honourable friend from Berkshire, who talked about the reality of living in rural areas with poor coverage, which was echoed by the member for Stafford, and the impact it has, especially on farmers. And I think it was an important point about the switch from 2G to 3G and not rushing that process. The member for Ely in East Cambridgeshire, she will let us know if Ofcom take up her very generous offer to come and visit. And knowing how beautiful Ely is, they would be mad not to. My honourable friend for East Grinstead and Uckfield, I was very sad to hear that she'd split up with Vodafone. Yeah, but sad. It is sad, but with Valentine's Day just around the corner, perhaps there is the opportunity to reconnect. Yeah, and it's my first time. And it was also good to hear from the member from Kevavin, who's having similar issues with Vodafone. Could I suggest she takes a leaf out of my honourable friend's book and kidnaps one of their government relations people and maybe gets her way that way? My friend from Chester South and Eddersbury was, as ever, on the front foot, serving her constituents with her mobile survey and highlighting the issue of digital isolation and the impact that can have on mental health. And my honourable friend from Bromsgrove talked about the impact on online banking. With the closure of front counters, we need that connectivity in order to keep these services alive, as was echoed by the member from Lewis, who talked about the impact on real people. I was sad to hear that for my honourable friend to take a text message, he had to run upstairs and hang out of the window to get some reception. Now I know that. I will give way.
I thank him for giving way. For avoidance of doubt, I did not have to do that, but I know many people who do.
Thank you for that clarification. It saves me a bit of time, as I was going to spend all weekend texting him. So we've heard real issues about how mobile phone connectivity is impacting people. Based on commercial mapping of 113 local council areas across the UK, EE offers acceptable coverage in only 69% of the UK, Vodafone 61%, O2 50%, and 3 38%. Now, I know the previous minister engaged with Ofcom on improving data collection standards to get a more accurate picture of 4G coverage. This resulted in Ofcom launching its online coverage checker in June 2025, incorporating some improvements. The urgency of ensuring that everyone has reliable mobile phone coverage is becoming ever more pressing as public services are increasingly digitised. The last government recognised the need to tackle non-commercial barriers to the rollout of digital infrastructure by amending planning legislation. However, as planning is a devolved matter, standards are not consistent across the 4 nations. So I would ask, what discussions has the Minister had with his counterparts in the devolved administrations on this matter? On 5G rollout, the Conservative government set a target of nationwide coverage of standalone 5G to all populated areas of the UK by 2030. The development of this infrastructure has been market-led, with commercial investment having achieved 5G coverage from at least one operator over approximately 65% of the UK landmass. In December, the government launched its call for evidence on reforming planning rules to accelerate deployment of digital infrastructure. The call for evidence is due to end on the 26th of February. Given the urgency of this matter, when does the Minister expect to be able to update the House on the outcome of the call for evidence and the government's proposals for planning reform? Touching briefly on broadband, I welcome the publication of the draft statement of strategic priorities yesterday and know that businesses will appreciate the clarity that this has provided. The continuation of the Conservatives' commitment to competition is welcome, and it is important that as the telecoms market consolidates and the CMA watches over this process, that competition is actively upheld to reduce consumer costs and continue improving services. There is clearly cross-party agreement that we need to do more to ensure rural areas have improved connectivity. And I hope that the Minister will engage constructively with all members who have contributed to achieve this.
I call the Minister, Kanishka Narayan. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I foremost start by thanking the Honourable Member for North Shropshire for securing this debate on mobile connectivity in rural areas, and all Honourable Members for their insightful contributions. Whilst I'm representing my Honourable friend in the other place, the Minister for Digital Economy, I feel the pain described by many Honourable Members personally too, representing a rural constituency. And can I, in that context, particularly thank my Honourable friends for Stafford, the members for Stafford and Truro and Falmouth, as well as the Honourable Members for Berwickshire and Carmarthen for their representations on behalf of farmers and agricultural communities who I know face a particular challenge, as well as the Honourable Members for Bromsgrove, Chester South and Eddisbury, as well as Lewis, for talking about not just the maintenance of bucolic beauty, but parity and economic opportunity too, as well as the Honourable Member, the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, who raised a very concerning case in particular about coercive control through the use of connectivity as well. I would encourage her to write to the department, and I'd be keen on following up on that particular point. And finally, also my honourable friend for Camborne and Redruth, who shares the feature of both rurality and remoteness in coastal communities that I feel the cause of very personally too. I would also congratulate the honourable member for North Shropshire, because I know, along with the other members of the Digital Communities All-Party Parliamentary Group, I have valued their detailed report published in January, providing valuable insights and recommendations on this topic. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is well understood across the House that the access to high-quality, reliable and secure digital connectivity is essential to day-to-day life, with many services now requiring online presence. It is not only important for consumers, for businesses in every sector of the UK economy, which increasingly depend on fixed and mobile networks in some way. From taking card payments to managing businesses online, digital connectivity is central. The focus of this debate is on mobile connectivity. The government has an ambition for all populated areas, including rural communities, to have access to higher quality standalone 5G by 2030. Whilst standalone 5G is already available outside 83% of premises across the UK, I acknowledge that we need to go much further. Operators are starting to line investment and delivery plans with the ambition that we have set out as a government. As a result of their merger, Vodafone 3 have committed to investing $11 billion in their 5G network over the 10-year period following completion of the merger. Progress against this will be monitored at regular intervals by Ofcom. BT and Virgin Media O2 have set out similarly significant investment plans in their networks, both aligning with the government's standalone 5G coverage ambition. To ensure, I'm happy to give way.
To the Minister. Does the Minister acknowledge there are issues with the data that's being provided by both the telecom companies and Ofcom? Because I think we've all shared experiences in the Chamber today where we are produced with maps from Vodafone or EE or whoever, which apparently have demonstrate good coverage within our respective constituencies, but on the ground that coverage just isn't there. So is the Minister challenging the providers on their data?
I thank the honourable member for raising the point, and I will absolutely come to that question, because I recognise the gap between the aggregate picture and the felt experience on the ground very much. Returning to the question of aggregate investment, Madam Deputy Speaker, to ensure that investment delivers coverage improvements for communities right across the UK, including in rural areas, we continue to work to identify and address barriers to deployment where it is practical to do so. In that context, can I firstly respond to my honourable friend, the member for Carlisle, who brings very significant depth of experience on this particular question. I share not her expertise and experience, but certainly her enthusiasm on the question of spectrum. As a undergraduate student, the global example of the last Labour government and auction design on the question of 3G spectrum was very much part of my curriculum, and in that spirit I hope very much to take her advice and continue the spirit of Labour, not that of both the last Conservative government and the Liberal Democrats who were complicit in the auction challenges of that government. The focus on investment includes implementing the remaining provisions of the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Act 2022. And again, to my honourable friend, the member for Carlisle, I confirm that we are, as a government, considering where planning rules can be relaxed to support the deployment of mobile infrastructure. The Shadow Minister mentioned the call for evidence due to close on the 26th of February, and in the usual spirit, I confirm to him a prompt statement in the House, but I'm afraid not a specific date on this occasion. On the subject of the reporting of mobile coverage, members across the House are totally right to highlight issues with accuracy in some cases. I feel the depth of their frustration very personally on this question too, and whilst I could not condone the Honourable Member for East Grinstead's semi-kidnapping experience, she has my particular sympathies for her pre-Valentine's breakup with Vodafone. Accurate coverage data, Madam Deputy Speaker, is essential for consumers. It allows the conduct of more informed decisions on which operators provide the best level of service for life, work and travel. I'm very happy to give way.
Very kind and generous. Ofcom.org.uk is the way to report poor signal in your area. Enter a postcode, select a provider, and then provide coverage and feedback if you can get signal. And that is the irony of many of us driving around rural areas to try and give that feedback. Hence, very kindly Parliamentary Affairs from Vodafone being actively kidnapped to drive around to find the experience versus the reality. Just put that firmly on the record with the Minister.
And the police. I confirm to the Honourable Member there's no sense of judgment on this side as to the conduct of her particular cause. Government, Madam Deputy Speaker, continues to work with Ofcom to improve the accuracy of reported mobile coverage, building on the launch of their Map Your Mobile tool in June of last year. And I was glad to see honourable members recognise that this is reflected in the draft statement of strategic priorities for telecoms, spectrum and post, which government laid in Parliament yesterday. It will remain a firm priority for the government, and I will make sure to represent the concerns raised today with my honourable friend, the Minister for Digital Economy. More accurate coverage data also allows us to understand coverage gaps, and addressing these gaps requires investment by the mobile network operators. The government recognises that the investment climate has been difficult for the mobile sector in previous years. We are committed to working with industry to support their investment in our networks. That is why we are undertaking a mobile market review to understand the factors impacting the sector's ability to invest. And the recent Digital Communities APPG report calls, I know, for an independent review of the digital connectivity landscape. The mobile market review and the accompanying call for evidence launched on Tuesday will enable the government to consider what more we can do to support the sector too. Through the call for evidence, we're looking to gather views on the quality of mobile service and level of coverage required to harness the full benefits of standalone 5G, as well as where our ambitions on standalone 5G should go further still. As members will be aware, as part of our work with industry yesterday, the Chancellor and the Secretary of State chaired a roundtable with CEOs of major UK telecoms firms to discuss investment challenges, as well as agreeing to the Telecoms Consumer Charter, which looks to strengthen transparency, to empower consumers, as well as improve support for those struggling to pay. Moving to the provision of reliable 4G connectivity, I know it is essential to many. At the spending review in 2025, the government committed to continue delivering 4G coverage in areas with little or no coverage. The shared rural network has helped to deliver 4G mobile coverage to 96% of the UK landmass from at least one operator and 81% from all four. The publicly funded elements of the shared rural network will continue to deliver improved coverage up to January 2027, with over 100 masts already delivered, delivering new coverage across the UK. Where there is no mobile coverage, we are starting to see some positive developments in the satellite direct-to-device market, and to the point made by the Honourable Member for Caerphilly, I would also share her enthusiasm and hope for cost reductions as we have greater competition in that market. The UK is taking a very pioneering step in enabling direct-to-device connectivity, moving ahead of European counterparts to unlock connectivity as well as growth across remote parts of the UK. These developments have the potential to increase the resilience of our services, provide a backup for crucial ones, as well as should territorial networks face disruption. Madam Deputy Speaker, having coverage alone is clearly not important enough by itself. As members have raised very clearly, there needs to be confidence that mobile networks will be available in the most difficult of times and that they're secure against threats. Whilst the Telecom Security Act introduced a world-leading regime for the protection and security of these contexts, I know there's more work to do, and in particular I appreciate the points made right across the House on the resilience of mobile services to power cuts. We welcome that Ofcom are completing a detailed regulatory review on this question. I will be sure to make sure the points raised today in the House are represented as part of Ofcom's considerations, in particular my honourable friend for Carlisle's concerns around possible ways of ensuring duration of support as backstops, I will be sure to convey in that context. Madam Deputy Speaker, we will ensure that the guidance for public telecommunications providers reflect evolving technologies, emerging threats, reflect input for industry, as well as expert advice from the National Cybersecurity Centre. And before I finish, just to address specific points raised by members, to the Honourable Member for East Grinstead, I'd be very happy to make sure that the Minister for Digital Economy meets with her as part of her recurring surgeries. To my honourable friend from Camberwell, Redruth, I know he's a strong cross-government champion for Cornwall on all questions, and I will continue to make sure that we play our part in supporting his strength of advocacy. To the Honourable Member for Caerphilly, I would say that there are 3 Home Office masts in her patch, 2 of them already activated as part of the shared rural network, and so on the particular concern she raised on Home Office mast, I'd be very happy to engage with her through correspondence should she wish to raise that question. To the Honourable Member for Berwickshire, who raised the point, as well as my Honourable friend for Carlisle, on 2G, 3G switch off, whilst the expectation is that operators will provide broadly equivalent levels of coverage after switching off 2G, I have heard the concerns that he has made and will make sure that both the Minister and, as a consequence, the regulator are very focused on the complete delivery of that aspiration. And finally, I am conscious that the Honourable Member for Berwickshire also raised the question around smart meters, as well as the Honourable Member for East Grinstead. The data communications company is obligated under the conditions of its licence to provide smart meter network coverage to at least 99.25% of premises across Great Britain. One solution where those who don't currently have smart meter wider area network coverage, which the DCC and government have decided to focus on, involves harnessing customers' broadband connections to also carry out smart metering communications. And so we are looking at how we can use modified smart meter communications hubs as well as additional devices to be able to plug the gap. That is not to say that we won't continue to focus on how we can ensure mobile connectivity plays its part in that context as well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you wish for me to come to a prompt conclusion, so can I first and foremost just thank the Honourable Member for North Shropshire, all Honourable Members for their contributions. I will continue with them to continue champion mobile connectivity across our rural communities. Yeah.
Helen Morgan to wind up. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to thank all honourable and right honourable members who've contributed to this debate. I'm very conscious that it's the final Thursday afternoon before a recess, and it just shows how important this is to our constituents, that so many people have come along and made good points. And I will be very brief, bearing that in mind. I have sort of done a lot of work in this over the last year because of the activities of the all-party group, and it's testament to the value of a backbench debate that I've learnt quite a lot this afternoon as well. So I just particularly wanted to pick up on the point from the member, from the honourable gentleman for Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirk, on the point about deteriorating signal. In many areas, this is a problem that's getting worse, not better, and we need to really focus in on that. And I think probably the issue there is because of the quality and the capacity of the signal rather than the coverage. We're using coverage as a shorthand, and we need to have a high quality, high capacity signal in all of those places too. The Honourable Lady for Carlisle made some very good points about spectrum and licensing, and I fear that have the 5G licensing licenses already having been issued without those quality parameters in them mean that there has been a missed opportunity. And the Honourable Lady for Caerphilly mentioned the importance of satellite solutions in filling in some of those gaps, which might overcome some of the issues around planning, actually. So I hope that the Minister is looking at that in the future as well. And I would just like to thank everybody once more. Thank you.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many that opinion say aye? Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll give the front benches a few moments to shuffle over.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn, and I call Sarah Edwards on school minibus safety. Sarah Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is good to see so many honourable and right honourable members present here this evening to take part in this important debate on school minibus safety. No family should ever have to question whether their child will return home safely from a school activity. For my constituents, Liz and Steve Fitzgerald, that unthinkable fear became a devastating reality. In November of 1993, a minibus carrying 14 children was involved in a catastrophic crash on the M40 near Hagley. 12 children and their teacher lost their lives, and among them was Liz and Steve's beloved daughter, Claire. I first met Liz and Steve while campaigning in my by-election in 2023. They bravely shared their story with me and invited me to support their ongoing campaign to make school minibuses safer, so that no child would ever be put at risk whilst travelling to or from school activity. Since then, I have stood with them in their tireless efforts to improve safety, not just for children who travel in these vehicles, but also for the teachers and the staff who are asked to drive them. More than 30 years have now passed since that tragedy. And whilst important improvements have been made in areas such as seatbelt provision and vehicle construction standards, the underlying regulatory framework that allows teachers to drive minibuses without full professional training remains largely unchanged. Children's safety should not be up for debate. This is about reducing the risks that we already know can be prevented. And it's about asking whether the legal framework that governs the transport of pupils to and from school activities truly matches the weight of that responsibility. Every time a child steps onto a school minibus, parents are placing their trust in the system that stands behind it. That system must be strong, consistent, and above all, capable of keeping every child safe. At the moment, many of us believe that that falls short. Madam Deputy Speaker, the system that governs school minibuses is built around what are known as Section 19 permits, introduced under the Transport Act of 1985. These permits allow not-for-profit organisations, including schools, to run minibuses without holding a full public service vehicle operator's licence. Under this system, drivers must meet certain basic licensing conditions. However, they are not required to hold a full passenger-carrying vehicle licence, nor are they required by law to undertake accredited professional training. The official guidance, dated from 2013, states that drivers must be suitably trained and correctly licensed. It even recognises that driving of a minibus requires additional skills, and it's simply not the same as driving a large car. But this is guidance, it is advisory, and there are no checks by the DfE or Ofsted on its implementation or use. Schools are encouraged to consider specialist training, but they're not required to do so. And at the moment, guidance is not strong enough to guarantee children's safety. That is why, alongside Liz and Steve Fitzgerald and the NASUWT union, I have been calling for stronger, clearer regulations to make sure that every child can travel safely, and that teachers and staff are properly trained and supported to carry out this responsibility. It is also important to understand how and why this framework came about. Section 19 and 22 did not emerge from a careful review of child passenger safety. They were shaped largely by European market rules designed to regulate competition. In other words, the system we rely on today was driven more by economic considerations than by the safety of school children. That historical origin has left us with a framework that is fragmented and confusing. Private schools that are not charities are treated as commercial operators, and they must hold a full operator's licence, meet strict financial and safety requirements, and appoint a qualified transport manager. They must employ fully licensed professional trained drivers with regulated hours, and this is a comprehensive legal framework designed to protect children and ensure accountability. By contrast, many state schools transport children daily under the Section 19 permits without those same safeguards. They operate largely on guidance rather than on law, with no mandatory training or oversight. In practice, teachers may drive minibuses at the end of a full teaching day without the protections required of commercial drivers. This raises a simple but troubling question. Why should a child's safety depend on the type of school that they attend? Why should children in private schools travel under a full safety regime, while children in state schools rely on discretion and goodwill? I do not criticise independent schools. They are complying with the law. The problem is a two-tier system that affords different levels of protection to children, and that is unfair and unacceptable. The inconsistency goes further. Across the UK, standards vary by nation. And in Northern Ireland, for example, driving a school minibus without a full D1 licence can be a disciplinary offence. Children's safety should not depend on a postcode, a school type, or geography. Every child deserves the same standards and the same protections, and the same assurance that those responsible for their transport are properly trained and accountable. Madam Deputy Speaker, the government recently stated in a Transport Select Committee that it does not wish to relax D1 licence requirements for community minibus drivers, citing road safety concerns. Around 1 in 5 candidates fail the D1 test, even after extensive training. And that failure rate is a clear indication of the level of skill and competence required to operate these vehicles safely.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
I will give way.
I'm really concerned that you could fail a test to drive a minibus in a professional setting, but it doesn't stop you from driving one in a school setting because you don't need the D1 licence under the current system in schools. So why is it not required when driving children to and from school activities? It fundamentally doesn't make sense to me. Does the honourable member agree?
Edwards. I thank the member for her intervention, and that is precisely my concern. It does not really make any sense at all, given that what's been cited is the inability to drive something. So if we've got children, we should surely have the same standards as a minimum or even higher. So under that current system, just to her point, a teacher over the age of 21 with just 2 years driving experience and holding only a standard Category B car licence can legally drive a minibus carrying children without holding a full passenger carrying vehicle licence and without undertaking any mandatory accredited training. So too could the individual that has failed their D1 test previously. They can still drive a minibus full of children. So this creates a stark and troubling inconsistency in the government's own stated aims. In every other context, professional passenger transport is treated as high risk and with rigorous training, testing and regulation to protect passengers. But when it comes to school children, the most vulnerable passengers, some might argue, the law allows them to be transported under a system that relies on guidance rather than statutory safeguards. So we must ask ourselves, if the government recognises the dangers and the skill to drive a minibus in every other setting, why does it not apply the same standards to those entrusted with the lives of children? The safety of our school pupils should not be left to chance or goodwill. Now, current guidance recognises the dangers of driver fatigue and advises against long journeys after a day of work, but these are only recommendations, and in practice, teachers are often expected to drive minibuses at the end of long teaching days. They're responsible for driving larger, more complex vehicles, whilst also supervising pupils at the same time, and in some cases, they are the only adult on board. That presents serious risk in the event of a breakdown, an emergency, or a behavioural incident. And this is not about blaming teachers. They are dedicated professionals, but the system places an enormous responsibility on them without the professional safeguards that exist in other areas of professional passenger transport. It is no surprise that growing numbers of teachers are choosing not to drive minibuses, citing stress and concerns around personal liability. There is also clear confusion and inconsistency in the system. Guidance on the Section 19 permits has been interpreted in different ways, and some local authorities and academy trusts apply their own requirements that differ from the national guidance. That certainly doesn't make children safer. The NASUWT Teaching Union has described the current regime as not fit for purpose, and a 2024 survey found inconsistent compliance with legal requirements and guidance across many schools. In some cases, management is aware of the shortcomings. In others, problems arise because guidance was unclear and the training was lacking. Vehicle faults and poor maintenance have been identified, leaving teachers unknowingly responsible for the roadworthiness of the vehicle. The same survey found that 24% of teachers felt pressured to drive a minibus despite feeling unqualified to do so. And also, the NASUT guidance that is available to teachers, the union ultimately advises that staff are not to drive minibuses at all due to the legal, safety and personal liability risks involved. Now, concerns have also been raised about the use of lightweight minibuses, which are basically converted vans fitted with seats. Many of these vehicles weigh less than 3.5 tonnes, and it allows schools to bypass the training and licensing requirements that would otherwise apply to those who obtained their Category B car licence after 1997. In effect, these vehicles have become a cheaper workaround for schools, but that cost saving comes with significant safety compromises. These lightweight minibuses often lack essential features such as side impact protection or full airbag coverage, leaving children and staff more vulnerable in the event of a collision. In practice, gross vehicle weight limits are not always routinely checked before journeys begin. And many teachers are unaware that once they take a vehicle onto the road, they are legally responsible not only for the driving, but also ensuring that the vehicle is roadworthy and compliant with regulations. This combination of under-equipped vehicles, insufficient oversight, and limited professional training creates a serious safety risk. Teachers can find themselves responsible for dozens of children in a vehicle that is not designed to carry them safely, with no backup if something goes wrong. And this risk is not theoretical. It is a real and present danger that must be addressed. We should not accept a system where cost, convenience, or outdated loopholes determine the level of protection that children receive. Every child in every school should be transported in a vehicle that meets robust safety standards and is driven by somebody that is properly trained and supported by a clear and enforceable legal framework. The so-called short-distance exemption further complicates matters. The Section 19 permit assumes that journeys will normally take place within a 10-mile radius, except in rural areas. But many schools, including church schools and large academy trusts, are operating across several counties. They may well regularly travel beyond that distance for sports fixtures and other activities. When what is meant to be exceptional becomes routine, it is reasonable to ask whether the legal framework is still fit for purpose. At the same time, parents are often unaware of the regulatory distinctions that underpin school transport. Traditional written consent forms once gave parents a clearer understanding of arrangements. Increasing reliance on digital systems means that many parents simply assume that a robust, uniform standard is already in place. But how many parents have been informed prior to a trip and asked if they were happy for their child to be driven in a minibus by a teacher or staff member that could not demonstrate the level of training required for professional minibus operators? Madam Deputy Speaker, after everything that we have heard and considered today, it is clear that the current system is failing both children and staff. We are allowing a two-tier approach to safety where the protection of a child receives depends on the type of school that they attend, and that cannot continue. And I have met with ministers from the Department of Transport in May of 2025 and more recently with the Department of Education, but we're yet to see some of these changes. This issue...
Order. I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Sarah Edwards, continue.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Right, there we go. Right, my apologies. This issue was not mentioned in the government's road safety strategy, and I've already raised that concern with the Minister, and that is why I'm raising it here in the House today to provide the detail and substance behind those concerns for the official record. The road safety strategy set out excellent ambition for the protection of road users and cites issues around appropriate licences, which I applaud, and a piece of work that I know the Minister is rightly proud of. And I raise the issue of the use of continued permits for school minibus driving precisely because it cuts across the sentiment of that strategy. And I'm disappointed that terms like community transport or school minibuses don't appear in the document at present, despite these inconsistencies being known to departments. So I ask the Minister to take action, and these are our suggestions. All schools, whether state-funded or independent, must be held to the same safety standards, with best practice and absolute minimum. Section 19 permits for schools should be replaced with statutory regulations, moving from guidance-based to enforceable legal standards, and aligning all school minibus operations with the road safety priorities rather than simply community exemptions. The Department for Education should also have a list of all associated minibuses that schools use, and operate regardless of whether they are a local authority or academy trust school. This information should be jointly shared with the Department for Transport, because at present no such information exists, and nor does the ability to extract minibus accident data from generic passenger vehicle data, meaning that minibuses are treated as the same as buses and coaches in government data. And this makes further analysis of the issue difficult. The professionalisation of school minibuses must be mandated, and all drivers should hold a passenger carrying vehicle licence or a D1 qualification in order to operate a school minibus. Every school fleet should be overseen by a transport manager, and drivers must undergo checks on eyesight, health and driving records. The use of lightweight minibuses must be phased out or banned. Children should travel in vehicles built to proper safety standards and not leave it down to cost-saving measures. A national inspection and enforcement regime must be introduced. The DVLA inspections should cover all school transport, and not just commercial operators with vehicles and drivers tracked in a centralised and transparent system. The legal grey areas must be clarified. The government guidance should remove the ambiguity around terms such as volunteer, hire or reward, and non-commercial, and it must be court-tested and enforceable. Teacher well-being and safety must be protective, and driving duties should not fall to teachers after a full working day. Minibus driving should be recognised as a specialised responsibility in schools and not an informal task. And we also believe that the transport safety should be included in Ofsted inspections, and the long-term impact of accidents on both pupils and staff, including mental health and trauma, must be taken seriously. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, these are not abstract or minor reforms. They are essential steps to ensure that every child can travel safely to and from school activities, and that adults entrusted with that responsibility are fully supported, trained and accountable. I think of Liz and Steve Fitzgerald and the courage that it has taken them to turn their personal tragedy into a tireless campaign for safer school transport. Their determination reminds us all why reform cannot wait. Because sadly, during the time that we've been campaigning together and meeting ministers, other such tragedies have occurred. I urge the government to take steps to close the ambiguity and further their aims for road safety for all who use them. And our children deserve nothing less than a system that guarantees their safety, values teachers who transport them, and removes the inequalities and risks that underpin the current framework. It is time for decisive action, and I thank the Minister for coming here today, and I commend this debate to the House. Thank you.
Minister Lilling-Greenwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First of all, I'd like to congratulate my honourable friend, the member for Tamworth, for securing a debate on this important subject today, and I pay tribute to her campaigning. I know that she's shown real determination in working with her constituents, with education unions and others on this issue throughout her time in this House. The minibus collision on the M40 in 1993 was a truly dreadful incident, and my heart goes out to all those parents and families, including Mr. and Mrs. Fitzgerald, who suffered such an awful loss. We all want to do everything we can to ensure such an incident never happens again. Since the tragic crash, many improvements have been made to enhance the safe operation of minibuses. This has included mandatory seatbelts in minibuses and coaches, a ban on the crew bus where minibuses had 2 benches facing each other, and improvements to the driver licensing regime. Road safety statistics show that there's been an overall decrease in the number of incidents and serious collisions involving minibuses over the last 10 years. However, I recognise that there is always more to do, and strongly believe that road safety and the safety of students, school staff and teachers travelling in minibuses is extremely important. I will start, if I may, by setting out what the government currently does to support the safe use of permits. The permit system that's set out in the Transport Act 1985 recognises the value of not-for-profit organisations that provide services for community, social and charitable benefit. There are Section 22 permits used for community bus services and the more common Section 19 permits. The permits allow the holder to operate transport services that would otherwise require a full public service vehicle operator licence. Users of Section 19 permits will include schools, but also a wide range of charities and community transport operators, supporting trips every day across the country, like dial-a-ride, social club trips or camping trips by youth groups. The permit system was designed because we recognise the value of these activities, and small, non-profit making organisations do not always have the capacity of larger commercial ones. Driving a minibus usually requires D1 entitlement on a licence, as my honourable friend said. But a vehicle with a Section 19 permit can also be driven by someone with two different types of entitlement. Firstly, prior to 1997, car driving licences came with an automatic form of D1 entitlement. And secondly, there are also more limited circumstances in which a minibus can still be driven on a car Category B driving licence, and those circumstances include being 21 or older, having held the licence for at least 2 years, driving on a voluntary basis where a minibus is being used for social purposes by a non-commercial body, and meeting vehicle weight restrictions. But even though permits are not a full operator licence, holding them comes with important responsibilities and obligations. Operating and driving minibuses is never to be taken lightly. To support permit holders with their responsibilities, we publish guidance to promote and support the correct and safe use of vehicles operating under permits. That guidance sets out the permit rules and the responsibility of permit holders, including schools, for ensuring the safe operation of vehicles. It includes vehicle maintenance, and the guidance sets out recommended arrangements for that. The guidance also covers the need to ensure that drivers are correctly trained, have the correct driving licence and take adequate breaks. It notes, for example, that drivers should plan more rest breaks than are set out in the regulations if they do not drive for a living, and also that drivers should be given clear written instructions about their responsibilities covering all aspects of vehicle operation. The guidance further sets out that all drivers should be aware of the risk to passenger safety from driving when tired, and that it is not sensible to start a long trip after a full day's work, whether that work involves driving or not. I might add that no driver, teacher or otherwise should ever be put under pressure to drive a minibus. In addition to the overarching Section 19 and 22 permit guidance, we also have specific guidance for schools and local authorities on driving school minibuses. This was published jointly with the Department for Education, and it outlines driving licence entitlements, training, insurance and other legal requirements. It is of course important that all our guidance is as clear, direct and helpful as it can be to end users, and I'm always open to hearing about ways in which anyone thinks it could be improved. I also acknowledge the work here of the MIDAS Minibus Driver Awareness Training Scheme, administered by the Community Transport Association and used, I understand, by many schools in helping contribute to the improved safety of minibus drivers. Notwithstanding everything currently done to support permit users, my honourable friend has raised important and well-expressed challenges, and they warrant further thought. I acknowledge, for example, the argument she has made about different rules applying to different sorts of schools and the importance of children being safe regardless of such distinctions. The Section 19 permit framework has wide-ranging benefits, but it's right to keep challenging ourselves that the system is striking the correct balance between flexibility and safety. I know that my honourable friend has recently met the Minister for School Standards, and I can commit that ministers in both departments will meet to discuss the subject further. I welcome her suggestions, and I'm sure that they will form the basis of part of that meeting. This government takes road safety very seriously, as she recognised in the publication of our road safety strategy last month. The strategy sets out a clear and ambitious path to improved road safety in Great Britain, and its targets include a 70% reduction in the number of children under 16 killed or seriously injured on roads in Great Britain by 2035. As you will know, the strategy also includes measures around safe road users and safe vehicles and proposes further action in relation to those who drive for work. We plan to develop and launch the National Work-Related Road Safety Charter later this year, and I will raise with my officials the point that she raises in relation to schools. I end by thanking my honourable friend again for her continued interest and advocacy on this very important subject. Thank you.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. And members of that opinion say aye? Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I wish all of our colleagues a peaceful and productive time and recess in their constituencies and hopefully some time with their families as well. I look forward to spending time with my nephews, Arlie and Artham, who are super fans of Bad Bunny, make me listen to the music non-stop. And Arlie and Artham are looking forward to teaching me the dance moves next. Not sure if that's good or bad. Order, order.